licenses. China, there's no such restriction. And the Chinese, because we run our open economy, the Chinese drones you can just buy in the U.S. and use however you want. Technically, as the user of the drone, you're not in compliance with the law, but they ignore that part. They just punish the American drone makers. Wow. And that's why Chinese drone military and by U.S. police are Chinese made drones. Which, yeah. They're probably terrible. Security arrest is a very bad idea. Oh, criminy. Yes. What's the advancements in Chinese drones? Where they had, you see the dragon one? Yeah. See if you can find that, Jamie. Dragon displays like one of the largest ones they ever did. It's unbelievable how they are. Like say something. So you can go through that. Like this is just a grid in the sky. Look at this. They're flying up together. They did one that was at night, Jamie. You can throw a video. Oh, okay. So imagine those with guns. Jesus Christ. Coming at you. Yeah. Well, we get to see some of that in Ukraine. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. I've seen those suicide drones. Like, look at this. That dragon in the sky is a drone all lit up. During your game, with grenades on those drones. Oh my God. Dude, don't even put that out there. Don't put that voodoo on me, Ricky Bobby. Look at that heart in the sky with a heartbeat. This is insane. Yeah.
You'll be dead
so
in my head.
They had a little one like that played over the M&M concert. And, when I was at Coda, at the Circuit City American, and afterwards they had like drones in the sky that did little dances. Chinese drones. I bet they weren't like this though. It didn't. That wasn't at that level. Like that's unbelievable. During the show, that's crazy. Yeah. That's a Chinese thing only. Yeah. But DoD residents, soldiers in the field. Yeah. And these Chinese. Oh my God. Is the Trump administration on? Yeah, it's somewhere in the. Yes, they are well. Well,
That other company sucks as big dick at design.
They put ridiculous regulations on drone manufacturers in America. Me? Well, silly me. I was wrong. So this is my argument. This is my argument I make geopolitically in DC, which is our.
What the shit is this?
Imagine that the 21st century is going to be, let's say, a contest between the U.S. and China, the same way that in the 20th century it was the U.S. versus the Soviet Union, and like contest, competition, Cold War, maybe hot war. Yeah, like that's the basic fundamental kind of geopolitical puzzle of the 21st century. Then you want to think very clearly about the strengths and weaknesses of both yourselves and about the other side.
Yo, this is the worst.
The other guy is the answer to become more like. And when it comes to social digital currency, centralized digital currency.
This is just the worst.
In order to beat China, we have to come up with a centralized digital currency, which in my view is exactly. Yes, I heard that. I was like, that's a terrible idea. It's exactly wrong. You're going to be like China to compete with China? It's exactly wrong. It's exactly wrong. You don't want that. Because as you know, the China system has its problems. Like they terrorize their own population directly. They do impose the social credit score stuff. Right. They do all this stuff. And then, by the way, here's something we have going for us, which is the Chinese system has turned on capitalism. Xi Jinping is not a capitalist, and there is a broad-based crackdown on private business in China. To the point, a friend of mine one of the leading investors in China. He said every single Chinese tech founder has either left China or wants to leave China. Wow. And they're all all trying to get their money out, they're all trying to get their families out, because it's now too dangerous to run a tech company in China because the government might just snatch you, like literally, physically snatch you at any point, and you may or may not come back. And then every Chinese CEO has a political officer of the Chinese Communist Party sitting down the hall who can come in and override your decisions anytime he wants to. And by the way, in regular training. Oh, it's a great thing. Okay, so you're sitting here, you're the CEO of a company with 50 billion revenue and 100,000 employees, and this guy from the CCP comes in and pulls you, and you sit in the conference room down the hall for 7 hours, getting grilled on how well you understand Marx. Right? So, like, that actually happens, right? It's a political officer. And that's the kind of thing that happened in the Soviet Union, and that's the kind of thing that happens in China. So, you'd rather be a CEO in the U.S. than in China, for sure, as long as the U.S. system actually stays open, where you can actually get all the benefits and all the power of all these incredibly smart people building companies and building products. And that's why this administration freaked us out so much, is because it felt like they were trying to become.
I'll be there for me.
Can't
about to leave me. Over. I'll be. What the fuck is this shit?
I've ever been in, where they were taking us through their plans and what kind of talk about it, basically just full cover, like this sort of thing. There will be a small number of
lift me up. Zuckerberg, you fuck.
Wow. Yeah, so this is already over. It's going to be 2 or 3 companies, and we're gonna control them, and that's that. Like, this is already finished.
Oh my God! So when you leave a meeting like that, what do?
You go endorse Donald Trump.
Oh my God!
And again, like, I'll just tell you, like, because we did a lot of, the flag company into this he's just a crazy whatever right winger, but like, I was a Democrat. I supported Bill Clinton in '92. I supported Clinton in '96. I supported Gore doing very well in 2000. And John Kerry, I supported him in '04. I supported Obama. I supported Hillary in '16. Like, I was like a Democrat in good standing. And then,
are you completely out in the cocktail circuit now? Like, are you allowed to hang out with people?
So this is actually true. There's now 2 kinds of dinner parties in Silicon Valley. They fractured cleanly in half. There's the ones where every person there will read every single thing that was in the New York Times that day. Which, by the way, is often very different than whatever was in the New York Times 6 months ago. But everybody has fully updated their views for that day, and that's what they talk about at the dinner party. And I no longer invite to those. Nor do I want to go to them. And then there's the other kind, which is, David Sachs and like all these guys and all these people, and just this growing universe. It's a microcosm of what's happening more broadly in the culture, which is like, hey, let's actually get together and talk about things and have fun.
Right, but it's so much more comforting when it's you guys and not the My Pillow guy. You know what I mean? It's like, no disrespect, Mike, to the My Pillow guy, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I want people that are smarter than me to be saying these things. That's what helps. It helps when you say, well, this person actually knows what they're talking about. They're very well informed, and they understand the repercussions. They understand what's been coming their way, and there's people like yourself that can speak about the plans that you're laying out, what they were trying to do with AI, is fucking terrifying. That should terrify everybody. Where you have bureaucrats who are now in control of potentially the biggest agent of change in the history of the human race. It's potential. And you're going to let what? The people that can't even balance the budget? People that don't know what the fuck is going on? That sounds insane.
This shit is just the worst.
I think under Clinton and Gore, I think that they dealt with it very differently. I mean, they dealt with the internet very differently than the current crop are dealing with these technologies.
Well, it was very different.
It was very different, but also they were much more, Clinton and Gore in particular, were much more understanding that you could actually. So there used to be this thing I called the deal with a capital D. The deal was this is what I was. You could be a tech founder, you could start a private company, you could create a tech product. Everybody loved you, it was great. You go in press coverage, the whole thing. You take the company public, it employs a lot of people, it creates a lot of jobs, you make a lot of money. At some point, you cash out, and then you donate all the money to charity, and everybody thinks you're a hero. Right? And it's just great. Right? And this is how it ran for a very long time. And this was the deal. The deal was just Clinton and Gore was 100% supporting that. They were 100% pro-capitalism in this way and 100% pro-tech. And they actually did a lot to foster this kind of environment. And basically what happened is the last 15 years or so of Democrats culminating in this administration basically broke every part of that deal for people in my world. Like, every single part of that was shattered, right? Where just like technology became presumptively evil, right? And like, business person, that person, and then regulating you, trying to kill
Then the kicker was philanthropy became evil. And this is a real culture change in the last 5 years that I hope will reverse now, which is philanthropy now is a dirty word on the left because it's the private person choosing to give away their money as opposed to the government choosing to give money. So I'll give you the ultimate case. Here's where I radicalized on this topic. So you'll recall some years back, Mark Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla, they had a ton of money in Facebook stock. They created a nonprofit entity called the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, which the original mission was to literally cure all disease. So this could be like $200 billion going through all disease, right? So a big deal. They said they committed to donating 99% of their assets to this new foundation. They got brutally attacked from the left, and the attack was they're only doing it to save money on taxes. Now, basic mathematics, you don't give away 99% of your money
to save money on
taxes, right? But it was a vicious attack. It was like a very, very aggressive attack, and the fundamental reason for the attack was how dare they treat that money like it's their own? How dare they decide where it goes? Instead, tax rates for billionaires should go to 90-something%. The government should take the money. The government should allocate it, and that would be the morally proper and correct thing to do.
What do you think is the root of that kind of thinking?
Utopian collectivism. It's
socialism that works.
Socialism. Yeah, it's the core idea of socialism. Like the core idea is this sort of this radical egalitarianism. Everybody should be exactly the same. All outcomes should be exactly the same. Everything should be completely fair at all.
And some root of it has to be an envy.
Of course, yeah, envy, resentment.
Yes.
Nietzsche had this great term they called resentment. And it's like turbocharged resentment. And so the way he described it is resentment is envy, resentment, and bitterness that is so intense that it causes an inversion of values.
Ooh.
And the things that used to be good become bad, and the things that used to be bad become good.
Ooh.
Right? And that's how
philanthropy becomes bad.
Philanthropy becomes bad because it should be the state operating on behalf of the people as a whole who are going to have the money, not the individual.
I was not aware of that blowback. I would have loved to read some of those comments. I would like to go to their page and see what else they got.
I'll give you another example. Here's another radicalizing moment. Okay. So my friend Sheryl Sandberg, who I worked with very closely for a long time on Facebook, and by the way, Democrat, liberal, and by the way, endorsed Pamela on point, very much not on the same page as me on these things. She actually worked in the Clinton administration. Diagonal Democrat. She wrote this book called Lean In, 12 years ago. It's this sort of feminist manifesto, and it basically said
Lean In.
And the thesis of Lean In was that women in their lives and careers could quote unquote lean in. She said what she observed in a lot of meetings was the men were leaning into the table and sitting like in front, and then the women were like leaning back and waiting to be called on. She said that women should lean in. It became a metaphor for her for women should like lean in their careers. They should like aggressively advocate for themselves to get like raises and promotions.
Like men do.
Women should basically become more aggressive in the workplace and then therefore perform better. And so it was like there's a manifesto of women basically saying be more confident, be more assertive, be more aggressive, be more successful. And I read the draft of the book when she was writing it, and I said, well, you realize you've written a right-wing manifesto. Right. And she looks at me like I've lost my mind, right? She's a lifelong lesson. She's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, this book is a statement that women have agency. Right? This book is a statement that the things that women choose to do will lead to better results. But that's what people believe on the right. On the left, what people believe is that women are only, always, and ever victims.
Wow.
And if a woman doesn't succeed in her career, it's because she's being discriminated against. And so I predicted when this book comes out, the right wingers are going to think it's great, and you're going to get it. Like the left is going to get mad because you're violating the fundamental principle of the left, which is anybody who does less well is a victim. Which in that case is exactly what happened. By the way, the reviews were all by women, and they tore into her like in every major publication. They just like completely ripped her.
Wow.
And they're like, how dare this rich entitled woman be telling us, telling women that they're not victims and they're, that they have all this agency because everything this denial of sexism, right? This denial of oppression.
Wow. Because imagine if a man wrote a book like that for men,
right? That was patriarchy, right?
But I mean, but men wouldn't attack it.
Oh, right, exactly, right.
It would be a guidebook.
Yeah, that's
This is how you kick ass and get ahead.
Yeah, what do you call it? Self-help.
Lean in, bro.
Lean in.
Just call it lean in, bro.
Exactly right.
Wow, that's crazy. To get attacked for that.
So again, it's the inversion. It's resentment. It's the inversion, which is like advocating on your own behalf and choosing to do things that make you.
What was her reaction to that?
Well, I would say she was. I don't want to speak for her, but she was not pleased. I mean,
also, was she shocked that you were correct? Did you have a follow-up conversation with her?
Yeah, we talked about it a lot.
Like, God damn it, Mark, how did you see that one coming?
So she was in the, but the answer is her worldview of how these things work was from a different, it was from the Westport era,
Right.
in which you could talk like that. You could talk like that.
Yes.
And by the time the book came out, it was already into the second Obama term, heading it right, and the woke stuff started, and then at that point, you could no longer say things like that.
Wow.
And everything got classified through this very hard-edged, right? Us versus them, right? Oppressor versus oppressed.
Boy.
So
it's such a contrast to what we hoped would happen when Obama would be president. My thought was, okay, look, there's still some racism, but clearly, if you're the baddest motherfucker, you can get ahead. Like, you could win, the country will vote for you. It's not what happened. No.
and you win again.
You do it twice.
You win twice.
And be like, I've always said, that up until I've lost a lot of respect for him from some of the things that he said during this election cycle, because I think they got desperate and they just resorted to actual lies. And I thought, this is crazy to see him lying, especially the very fine people hoax. And we played the video back and forth of what Obama said he said and what he actually said, and it's pretty shocking because he's very explicit. You know, he's saying not white nationalists, not neo-Nazis, they should be condemned. He says that very clearly. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who are protesting to take down the statue. And when you see a guy like Obama do that, it's such a bummer because he was the guy for me that was like our best spokesman. He was like, here's a guy that came from a single parent household. He wasn't some rich entitled kid who was given everything in life. He's this brilliant speaker. He's handsome. He represents like what we're hoping for. We're hoping for a colorblind society that just treats people on the merit of who they are, and anyone can achieve. Look, here he is. He made it. And then all of a sudden, identity politics goes through the fucking roof, and victim mentality becomes a thing that people choose to side with. It just gets real weird for a long time.
That's right. And like I said, I hope they can find their way back.
So, but this lady's still on Team Kamala.
Oh, yeah.
She got a few lessons out of that, but not all of them.
Well, no, this is if you've been a lifelong Democrat, if you've been a lifelong Democrat, if that's, if that is, it's sort of like the political value system says, it's a real challenge.
Oh, yeah, it's my parents.
Your movement.
They're all in.
Goes in direction.
Oh, yeah.
And there's, right, and you can choose to follow into the, the racist version of it, or you can choose to say, you know what, like, I'm still not going to switch sides, but I'm going to advocate for my team's back.
Yeah.
This is Richie Torres. This guy is a congressman in Queens, I think, or the Bronx. But he actually started out, everybody thought he was going to be a part of that because he's gay, he's black, he's Latino. He was at least associated with the squad early on, and he's like one of the guys in the Democratic Party who has now stood up. And he's been doing this for the last 2 weeks, saying clearly we have to get back to sense. Like we have to get back to common sense. We have to get back to moderation.
Yeah.
We have to have law enforcement. We can't have crime in the streets. We have to have a border. We Democrats have to get back to moderation and sense. And so he's hoping to lead the party. That's great. I think we support him. I think he's like he's a very impressive guy. So there are people like him. He's young and very energetic. I think he has a very bright future. But that's the kind of person who would lead the party.
Well, the big key change shift was when Dick Cheney endorsed Kamala and everybody cheered. If there's not a better example than that, please tell me what it is. Because that one was fucking nuts. Like, Dick Cheney was always the hard right. Like, during the Bush administration, all the lefties looked at him like that was Satan. He was the profiteer. He was the manipulator. He was the guy pulling the strings. He was the CEO of Halbert that came. The whole thing was so crazy. And to see, Dick Cheney just endorsed Kamala. And everybody's like, yay! Look, Dick Cheney's on our side. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? This is the best shift of it, right?
Yeah, that's right. All of a sudden we're all neocons. All of a sudden, as you said, all of a sudden we're pro-war. It's like wait, because like as you know, the Democrats used to be the anti-war party.
Yes,
the anti-war party for a very long time.
Yeah. Except back when they were trying to keep slavery in. That's part of the problem.
That was a different.
People don't realize that.
That was a different era. But coming out of Vietnam, they were definitely the anti-war party for like 30
But
years.
isn't that a shift as well?
Yeah.
But the shift of the Republicans from back in the day being Abraham Lincoln and that trying to get rid of slavery, and the Democrats fighting to keep it. Like these weird ideological swings, they happen, and we're still attached to the idea of being a Democrat is like being a Clinton Democrat. We're in this weird sort of
denial of what the ideology actually stands for versus how we think of ourselves when we say, I'm a Democrat, I'm a good person. You know, I support civil rights, women's rights, blah, 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 blah. Down the line, I'm a Democrat. And if you go against that, well, now you're against all these things that you know to be inherently important for society. They got you. They wrote into some crazy thing where you support the war. And then there's the big faction, right? There's the big Free Palestine versus support Israel.
Yeah.
Because the left always supported Israel.
Yeah, 100%.
And then all of a sudden there's this Free Palestine movement which divides the left even further.
There's a book written some years back by this guy, Norman Podhoretz, and it's good. That's just why are Jews liberal? Right. And he was a right wing Jew, a very important Jewish thinker, American Jewish thinker, like in the 60s, 70s, 80s. And it's like he had this thesis that like these Jewish liberal voters in the U.S. like basically are voting against ultimately voting for the wrong team because what they don't understand basically is that this is sort of a path number one to anti-Semitism, which is what's happened. But number two, that basically you're never going to have long-term support for Israel from the left because Israel, the basic concept of Israel violates the idea that Israel is like literally a religious ethno state.
Right.
And that's like inherently a right-wing idea.
Right.
The left doesn't have room for
that. And a military superpower.
And the military, right, is able to.
And it's run by a former special forces operator.
Very capable. Yes, capable soldier.
It's a fucking assassin.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, he argued that it was like whatever 20 years ago, like this is headed in the wrong direction. But the argument was ignored at the time. And then, at least a lot of my Jewish friends after October 7th, they were completely horrified, to find out, for example, that DEI was actually anti-Jewish, right, which is what everybody learned with the scandals at the universities.
Right.
And it's like, and there's two ways of looking at that. One is, oh my God, DEI is anti-Jewish, therefore we need to add Jews to the DEI scorecard, right?
Well, when we saw the heads of Harvard and was it Yale? No,
it was Harvard, MIT, and Columbia.
Yeah.
That's right.
That was just so in everyone's face and so bananas.
Well, and then we saw that, and then what we saw is that the same sort of radicalized left had actually slid into not just anti-Semitism and not just anti-Israel, but also ultimately pro-terrorist, pro-Hamas. The new acronym, LGBTH.
No. Right. But there's a bunch of other stuff in there now. There's Q, there's Two-Spirit.
There's an H in there now for Hamas.
Oh, boy. Really?
Yeah, of course. And so like, I bring it up just as an example, just as an example of it's the kind of realignment. Yeah. A lot of Jewish Americans now are having to kind of rethink fundamental questions about political structure and alliances, who they should be part of and who they shouldn't be part of. So I think to your point, I think like the whole country is going through. I think we're going through the first like profound political realignment probably since the 1960s.
Yeah,
which is when everything shifted between Johnson and Nixon in the South. I think we're going through like the most profound version of that right now, and I think it's something like the multi-ethnic working class coalition, that came together around Trump. Basically again against this sort of super exaggerated elite plus underclass kind of structure that the Democrats built for themselves, and it just turns out there's just a lot more people in the middle. And so I think, but by the way, including like a lot of black people, black vote for Trump is way up, Hispanic vote for Trump is way up,
right?
Vote for Trump is way up, gay vote is like all of the identity groups the Democrats relied on all these years, or the union vote is for Trump.
I'm sure you've seen the electoral map of California, 2024 and 2020.
Yes.
In contrast, it's a crazy red wave. It's going across the whole. Most of the state is red now.
Those of us on the coast are going to get pushed over the ocean.
Yes. Well, I think maybe the other way. We were talking about the hopeful way, right? That the Democrats will wake up and come up with a more reasonable. I mean, there's obviously clear cultural pushback on all these crazier issues. Like the giant pushback from women about biological men competing against women. I mean, this is a giant one where women are like, listen, we created Title IX for a reason. Like we want women's sports to be for women. You can't have it for mentally ill men that think that they could be able to just decide they're a woman and compete against women, which is what it is in a lot of places. You don't even have to get tested. There's not like some sort of a hormone protocol. It's just what your identity is, which is just nuts. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of people on the left are having a really hard time justifying.
Yeah. Because how can you deny a victim group?
Right.
You can't. Right. I mean, in the full version of that ideology, the extreme version of that ideology, you cannot deny victim claim.
Well, it also comes with this weird caveat where you have to deny the existence of perverts.
Because a pervert, all they have to do is say, I identify as a woman, throw on a wig, and now you can go hang around the women's room and no one can say anything. Well, you've emboldened and empowered one of the worst groups in society that we've always protected women from. And you have to pretend they don't exist if you just want to base it solely on identity, especially like a self-described identity. You just decide, and then that's it. And there's states that have that now with prisoners. That all a prisoner has to do is identify with being a woman if you're now housed in women's prisons. California has 47 of them when the last time I looked at it. And there's hundreds that are waiting on like a waiting list to try to get in. So you have women who, especially if you're someone who's dealing with, if you've ever been raped or sexually abused, and now you have to share space with a man who might be a fucking pervert. And some of these men even have some crimes that are along those lines that they're in jail for. It's crazy. Canada's the worst at it. There's a bunch of different examples of these type of people getting in female prisons. And it's insanity. And I think the left rejects that too for the most part. This is the sensible version of the left that is like, hey, yeah, I'm pro-gay rights. Yeah, I'm pro-women's rights. I'm pro-civil rights. I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-this. Anti-war law. But also, you can't let psychos just put on a fucking dress and hang out in women's rooms just because we want to be kind. Like, that's nuts. So there has to be some, and then there's legitimate trans women. So like, how do you make the distinct? Well, clearly we have to have a fucking conversation. And if you don't allow that conversation to take place, like if you go to Blue Sky and you type in there are only two genders, you're banned. It's right there. People have done it. There's a bunch of people who've done it. It's fun. It's fun. They create a little sock puppet account and they say some shit that should have been a reasonable thing to say just 20 years ago. Yeah. Well, you make me hopeful, Mark. You do, because you lay things out in a really well thought out way that is not hyperbolic, and you're making a lot of sense. So I'm glad we talked. I feel better. Good, fantastic. I think the world does too. I really do. I've talked to a lot of people, even people that are Democrats, who say I feel better that Trump won.
Every day you feel better. It's just like it feels like just things are.
It's the Obama campaign. It's hope and change.
Yeah, hope and change.
Never?
It's hope and changing.
This is kind of actually hope and change.
Yeah.
This is actually it.
It feels like oxygen return.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Mark. I really appreciate you. Tell everybody your Substack, how to find you on social media.
Oh, I'm on X under PMark. I'm on Substack. Google me.
All right.
Ask Perplexity.
All right.
Ask ChatGPT and it will deny it. No. It will happily tell you that I exist. At least last time I checked.
What about Wikipedia?
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know if Catherine is still working.
Always a pleasure, Mark. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. So what are you doing on QVC? What are you selling?
Greatest line from Blazing Saddles, by the way, with Gene Hackman.
Which one?
He says, cigars? Remember, Peter Boyle has come. He had just left, and Gene Hackman is there after getting the soup spilled in his lap. And he's basically saying, I had cigars. The creature stomps off. And,
I don't remember that.
Tiny little moment.
Too long.
That's
He's a little bit of a fucking distraction. Did he calm down? Trank him. Over here. We don't have our headphones on.
I thought you were talking about me.
No, Carl.
For an awful moment.
We wore him out. Jamie was blowing the way for Carl.
He's such a great dog. He's got, it's such a personality thing that for me with dogs and pets in general, right away if this thing has a personality.
Carl's got a lot of personality.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
Yeah, and
He's like a little kid.
person name, which I think is super interesting. Mine's Freddie. He's a terrier.
I like a dog with a person name.
Yeah, me too.
Like Fido? What the fuck is a Fido?
No one knows.
Well, actually, oh no, that's Philo. I was thinking of Clint Eastwood in Every Which Way to Lose. Philo Beto.
Could also be Philo Farnsworth, who created the television.
For real?
Yeah.
Did only one guy do it, or was it one of those like light bulb type deals where like a bunch of people were scrambling for it?
What do they call that? Like a hive mentality.
Right? Yeah, right.
Like that happened with the integrated circuit, right? When Kilby at Radio Shack was doing the same basic work, I think, that Robert Noyce was doing for Intel. And one was here in Texas, and the other was in California. And they had never met, and they had never compared notes, but the work on the circuitry was so close that they wound up sharing the Nobel Prize.
Oh, that's interesting.
Super strange. But that, I don't know.
A common thing with human beings, and it's this concept of morphic resonance. Have you ever heard of that concept? No. Rupert Sheldrake, he wrote about this, and the idea is, and it's based on some actual facts too, about there's some real statistics about rats. Like if you teach a rat how to run a maze on the East Coast, a rat on the West Coast will run it faster. It's like they learn the pattern somehow or another. It's very bizarre. There's like information that's apparently shared across species. And the idea is that somehow or another they're quantumly entangled. Like that the entire group of these specific types of animals are quantumly entangled, or it's entangled in some way that we don't understand.
So it's a kind of, I would think biological evolution might flirt with that. I read a paper a guy wrote, his name was Patrick House. This was his PhD, and he was talking about Toxoplasma gondii and histoplasmosis. And it's a crazy paper. His real premise was trying to understand the phenomenon of the cat lady and why every culture, like this isn't unique to America. In every culture, you can find a woman who, 2 cats, 3 cats maybe, but like went all the way to 38, right? And just was like this perfectly normal. So his paper was what happened to a person's brain to tell it it's normal to have 38 cats. And then it gets super complicated because he identifies a gondii that lives in the cat's gut and basically breeds there. And what he learned was when the cats were crapping, the gondii would come out. And then the rats and the mice that ate the cat crap, something was happening to their brains on a neurological level. This gondii basically disabled the part of the brain that would tell an otherwise sentient rat to run from the cat. But suddenly they weren't running. They became prey. They became docile, and the cats started obliterating the mice and rat population because this thing that was breeding in its ass was effectively making its prey easier to catch. So Dr. House thought, well, we've all heard about why pregnant women should stay away from cats, because that can have an effect. And a rat's brain and a human brain have a surprising number of parallels. So he basically postulated that, Doris the cat lady was living a fairly normal life until she got just a little bit of catch on her fingers and ate it. And the gondii disabled the part of her brain and said, hey, maybe 2 cats is enough.
It's worse than that. It actually makes the rat sexually attracted to the smell of cat urine.
Exactly, right.
Yeah, it actually makes them aroused. Yeah.
Now, I don't know if Doris went that far.
Have you ever seen them, run up the cats? The toxo-infected rats?
Yeah.
Bizarre.
Yep.
They run right up to them. The cat's like, what the fuck is going on? The cat's mounts away from the rat.
It's like watching the Beatles at the Sullivan Theater. Like, what's wrong with you? Why?
What's happening? If you can hear me, I normally
talk.
I'm working through a project though. I don't know why, but not all my streams are streaming. Most of them are, but not all of them. And it's frustrating to me. I had to email their customer support, and please just know when I'm focused on that, I don't have time to be answering all kinds of questions, but I will answer any
I
question
read.
that you have. And the ask Rabbi anything. So
I don't want to appreciate I'm going to lose, but you'll love this.
Nice.
You probably already know it.
Just know I'm working through this project, and it's not something I want to be doing right now, but it's something that I have to do.
Riders that emanate from safety
So you guys are
protocols.
really sweet. Thank you.
Yeah. So like if you study,
I'll tell you this. The second that I can talk to you guys and everything's working, I got all 8 of my streams going.
measure every decision
I will.
that you make.
So just know, if you catch me on another day, I'm much nicer than this. I apologize. I'm not normally a mean person. I'm just frustrated why this doesn't work.
Including a helmet.
I mean, to the point where I'm emailing YouTube and Twitter and Rumble. I mean,
You take more chances.
that causes a lot of frustration.
Equilibrium that we all have in our brain is different from one person to the next, but what's the same is our desire to compensate for the environment around us. So compensatory risk and the subconscious decisions that we might make behind the wheel when we're buckled up versus not buckled up. When we have ABS brakes as opposed to not having. They did a big survey in Berlin years ago where they took half of the taxis and they put in state-of-the-art braking systems, and half of them left the others the same. And then they hooked up the cars to monitor every driver decision, and in virtually every case, the drivers with the better safety gear took more chances because their brain is subconsciously compensating.
Okay,
right?
That's good.
It's the same. I mean, it's controversial, but I understand it. It's why the most dangerous intersections have signs that tell you when to walk and when not to walk, and have crosswalks because the little man is walking. It says go, so you step off, and there's the big blue bus, and then you're spattered. So the unintended consequences of following traditional safety protocols, has always really been interesting.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. It takes a lot of hard work to put this show together, which is why I'm grateful for the small circle of people that work behind the scenes. A team effort is what makes this show successful, just like it takes a solid team to make any business successful. If you're hiring and you want to know how do you find the best person for your team, I think the answer is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter is the hiring site that employers prefer the most based on G2. You'll immediately get your job posting in front of qualified candidates. And then you can invite top candidates to apply. See why so many business owners and hiring managers are thankful for ZipRecruiter.
No way.
4 out of 5 employers
No
who
fucking
post on
way.
ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to this exclusive web address right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Look, it really makes sense if you have a vehicle that's more able and capable, you're going to probably drive it faster. And you're probably going to take more risks. Because it can do stuff. Like I used to think, I used to have a Lexus SUV, big boat Lexus. And you know what I loved about it? I drove slow in it. I was just like real, because it doesn't stop that good. It's not that fast. But it's big and comfortable, and it just chilled me out. And then I had an M3. I had 2 cars, and my M3 was a zippy little thing, and I was flying around that thing. I was like, why do I drive different in the fucking car than I do in the big car? The big car was just get in that big old boat.
Sure.
The world was like quiet out there, nice and relaxed.
I think it's a slightly different analysis. Like if you're going to adjust your behavior consciously to adapt to the externality, right? Like you're going to drive faster if you have a fast car because that's why the guy built the thing.
Right.
And it would almost be rude, right? It would be rude to drive a hot rod like a boat.
Right.
It's the unconscious things that you do when you assume or mitigate risk as a result of employing an externality that I think is just super interesting.
It is interesting.
Well, because if it's right, what it does is it turns all the safety first not necessarily on their head, but this happened in dirty jobs. I did a whole special called Safety Third because safety isn't really first, not really, ever. And
Because if it was, you would never get a lot of things done.
well, you'd never get out of the studio.
You would definitely never do construction.
No, you wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do anything. It's
How are you gonna move steel girders if safety's first? You'd be like, the first thing you should do is not move this fucking girder.
that's right.
This thing's too big.
That's right. Look, I mean, for me, it was really it took 2 years to kind of puzzle it through because on dirty jobs for the first 2 years nobody got hurt. We were and we sat through probably 50 mandatory safety briefings, whether it's mines or confined spaces or high spaces or lockout, tag out, all those protocols and procedures were super intense. And we were really, really focused on coming home alive and in one piece. So we really paid attention. But after 2 years of these mandatory compulsory meetings and all these procedures, we all started getting hurt. I mean, nothing serious, but broken fingers and cracked rib and singed off my eyebrows and my eyelashes and mild concussions and things like that. It's like, what the hell's happening? What was happening is the safety experts in all of these mandatory meetings started to sound like, remember Charlie Brown's teacher?
Yeah.
This is Oak Bar. We were just falling asleep.
Right.
So it was like, holy crap, we're in compliance, but we are not out of danger. And so that begs the question, what happens to a normal person who actually comes to believe, either on the job site or just in life, that somebody else cares more about their well-being than they do? And it's like, that's when complacency rears its ugly head. So on dirty jobs, it was just shorthand among the crew, but it was always safety third, which meant heads up, man. Keep your head on a swivel. You can be as compliant as you want, but in the end, if you don't want to fall off the bridge, it's kind of on you.
Is there also a factor when you have a person who's the safety officer who's kind of annoying and they're really super interested, and maybe you kind of pawn off the safety aspect to them, and then you don't think about it as much because someone's supposedly looking out for you?
How much do you think about proper driving technique when you're sitting in the back on your laptop, or even up front? That
Depends on the driver.
For sure.
If I was driving and my wife was in the back seat, she'd be paying attention to that.
Shout out that your guy was named Ashton. He picked me up. Excellent driver.
And you're happy with it.
Just so you know. Yeah, I know he drives a lot of your guests, and this is a feedback I want to pass along.
Good job, my bro. Shout out to Aston.
But yeah, look, I think anytime.
That motherfucking Aston Martin. Why isn't he like a fucking Aston Martin spokesperson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's going to be, it's like whack-a-mole. It's going to pop up someplace else.
Hi, I'm Aston for Aston Martin. No. Hi, I'm Aston for Aston
Well, your
Martin.
show
Why isn't
sort of
Aston
illuminated
Kutcher
a lot of
fucking
really crazy jobs that people probably weren't aware of. That you go, oh yeah, if this guy didn't do this, we'd kind of be fucked.
Yeah.
And you don't even think about it.
Yeah.
It's just a thing that's going on behind the scenes or, out of your radar.
Yeah. That was it.
What the fuck is that ugly ass shirt?
How did you get started in that? Who came up with the concept?
Well, I mean, technically, I guess I did, but I honestly, there are no ideas. I stole this from George Plimpton, Studs Terkel a little bit, Charles Carrault, some, Paul Harvey a little bit. That kind of storytelling was always kind of interesting to me. And I freelanced for years, probably 20 years in the entertainment business, working pretty much whenever I wanted on shows that I didn't care about at all. And I was taking my retirement in early installments and really happy with the model. I'd been fired a few times from QVC and hired back, and it was 1993 when I finally left. I had a decent toolbox. I was great in auditions, so I could get cast. But I didn't really much care about the nature of the work, and had a pretty pretty good balance.
I've tried it on multiple devices, including PCs and Chromebooks.
For PBS on a show called Evening Magazine. You know, the show comes on after like the local news. And I was a host, and I would go every day.
Especially
cushy gig. Nobody watched the show.
recently, Rumble Studio will be streaming, and it will make it look like you are still streaming on YouTube and Twitch, but when you look at YouTube and Twitch, they both time out after very few seconds, sometimes 4 or 5 seconds, sometimes 3 minutes, and they time out simultaneously, which tells me that it's probably on the Rumble Studio end.
I was in my cubicle at CBS. Your grandfather will be 90 years old tomorrow. And not my granddad, by the way. 7th grade education. Electrical contractor by trade, but also a plumber and things that are piping, fabricate, fix anything. He had that chip, you know. And he grew up next to him on this little farmstead north of Baltimore. I knew I was going to follow in his footsteps. I knew it. But the handy gene is recessive, right? I didn't get that. And it was my pop who got me. He basically said, dude, just get it different. You can be a tradesman. I know you're enamored of being a tradesman. Just get a different toolbox. So that's what got me into entertainment. And 20 years later, I had completely run amok. I'd sung in the opera. I'd sold stuff on QVC. Opera? 8 years, man.
Were you classically trained?
Not really.
How did you get involved in the opera thing?
Well, it's a weird sidebar.
Additionally, I get the opposite effect sometimes when I will have a 12-hour YouTube stream through Rumble Studio, but Rumble Studio only records 7 hours or so.
They're in an opera. Most of the big moments are arias, right? And most of the arias are, they're sung by the main characters, and they're lots of ones that you would recognize. They're in German, they're in Italian for the most part. This one was Italian. It was from La Boheme, which is just another version of Rent, essentially.
Thank you so much for your prompt reply. Period. Please let me know if you have any other questions.
Italian, so I walked around Baltimore with remember the Sony Walkman?
Yeah, I remember. I had one of those.
I had one too, and I listened to a guy named Samuel Ramey singing the Code aria, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And the words didn't mean anything to me, but the sounds did, and I can carry a tune, so I just memorized the sounds. And then I crashed an audition for the Baltimore Opera in
So no classic training at all, just a Walkman and a cassette.
Yeah, I'd had a music teacher prior to that, like a Mr. Holland type of guy, who actually changed my life. He kind of fixed a stammer that I had, and then he forced me to audition for plays that I didn't really want to be in. And then the craziest thing ever, this guy, his name was Fred King. He was known as King of the Barbershoppers. He was like a legend in this weird world of a cappella singing. And he put me in a barbershop quartet when I was in high school. And opened up like this very weird world of music written long before I was born that I found super interesting. And so my best friends and I, we just started learning these ancient songs and singing for people, usually unsolicited, from nursing.
What kind of fucking dudes are you hanging out with that were interested in doing this with you?
Well, one of them is basically my producer, a guy called Chuck Klausmeyer, who I went to high school with, produces my podcast. And we still write, we'll write unauthorized jingles for our sponsors and sing them in 4-part harmony. I'm not saying it's cool. I'm just saying it's a thing that I did when I was young, and I never really shook it. Because like way leads on to way.
Right, so you knew how to sing.
I could carry it too.
So you had some experience singing, kind of.
Yeah.
And then you decided you were going to learn how to sing opera.
Well, what really happened was I decided that my toolbox wasn't going to let me work in the construction trades or do anything my pocket did. And he really was a magician, and I really took his advice seriously. So I wanted to be in entertainment. I didn't want to be in the opera. I wanted to be unless I had an agent. So I couldn't audition for things that I wanted to do unless I found a way around this weird tautology. And a friend of mine, a guy called Mike Geller, told me, he said, hey, so there's the Screen Actors Guild. There, at the time, there was AFTRA. I'm sure you were part of both.
Yeah.
The thing you didn't know about was AGMA. The American Guild of Musical Artists is a sister union to the Screen Actors Guild and to AFTRA, since combined. And the rule back then was if you could get into any of them, you could simply pay your dues to the other, and then you were in. So for me, it was easier to kind of fake my way into the opera than it was onto a sitcom. So my plan.
This is all diabolical. Well, I mean, great plan. I mean, it's like that kind of strategic thinking. Very valid. You should be in the Navy or something.
Well, look, I was just trying to get a job.
I know, but it's clever.
But there's always a stage door, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's always a back way in.
Right.
And so I thought, I memorized the aria. I auditioned. I was stopped halfway through it by the musical director, a guy named Billy. Let's see, he was like, Mr. Rowe, you have no idea what they're saying. It's all to you.
When you saying the words wrong, you're just repeating the sound.
I was singing it loud, and I was singing it like I understood what I was saying.
Right.
All I really understood was the repertory company was desperate for young men with low voices. I knew that, and so I kind of looked the part. So, whatever, I got into it, and my plan was to do one production or one season. Like, they would do 3 shows in a season. And I had some friends who were in the chorus, and I was just a chorus member. I was just holding the spear and just singing along with the rest of the chorus. And my plan was to do 1 or 2 of those, get my card, and then buy my SAG card, and then go about the business of being a TV star. Right? Simple. Well, the music was so much better than I imagined it might be. And like when you get up in the catwalks of a real theater, you've done shows in these theaters. Nothing magically different about them, but when there's a full orchestra playing the hell out of Verdi or Rachmaninoff, and you're looking down on the scene, you're looking out at the audience, and the sound is just amazing. And the girls, so like there were 80 people, I guess, in the rep company, more or less. 45 women, 35 guys. 30 of the guys had zero interest in 100% of the women. And of the remaining 5 straight dudes, 3 were married. And the only other single guy had a mole the size of your thumb on his eyelid with thick black hair growing out of it. It was just, I was really the only straight dude. He was the belle of the ball. And I'm dressed like a Viking. Or a pirate. And I'm going on stage, and I'm a fake. I mean, I admit it. I barely learned the language enough to kind of keep up. And people in the chorus took pity on me. It was a world.
Huh.
Really, it was a world that I didn't know existed. And once I saw it, I didn't fall in love with it, but I fell in love with the idea that there were worlds out there that I didn't know anything about, and that were maybe more interesting than I thought. And so I stayed for 8 years. Yeah, I mean, I never got out of the chorus. I never had like a featured role. I had a couple lines here and there. But the Baltimore Opera was a big deal, looking back at it, and that was for me 83 to 90. Yeah, and then since we're talking about it, it was a Sunday.
This is the worst.
During the intermission of something, I think it was the Ring the Snivel Luncheon, this giant Wagner epic, torturous thing, and the chorus didn't have to be. This is the one you saw on Bug.
There he is.
Build a web, build a web. Is that one?
Yo, dog. I hope you didn't get banned from there, did you?
I did not. No, dude, I slept in like a motherfucker. I'm sorry.
No, you don't need to apologize. You're good as fuck.
Yeah, I slept in. When I woke up, I saw your message, and I was like, well, I'm out of bed then. I'm only in there to hang out with Rabbi.
I appreciate that. Okay, so let me explain what happened. Everything worked really well last night, where I got like a dozen people in there, then 14, then 16, then 20, and once that happens, I got tired from singing and doing all the other shit, and so I decided, okay, now I'm gonna just chill and listen like anybody else. The fact that I have my camera on should make no difference so long as I'm not violating any of the rules. So I turned on this robot that I made that whenever anybody kicks me out, it lets me back in. And that pisses off mods more than anything because it's like, they're literally up against a fucking robot now. So kick me out. Do whatever the fuck you want. It's just going to let me back. And I woke this morning, did all the morning shit that I had to do. And then I saw that there were some people in there, and I went and I started singing, and I did. And then I sang in like some other Discords, and okay, everything was fine. I was really surprised that I hadn't been banned last night, but it's like, okay. So then I noticed that somebody had met. I noticed so what happened was I wanted to rest my throat. No one was in there, so I started streaming a Coldplay concert, which is normally what I do when I'm not doing anything. And it's not like I'm forcing everybody to watch Coldplay. Go watch whatever you want. But if you want to, you can click on the thing and then hear it. But you have to click on the thing and watch it. So then I did that, and I'm like, okay, well, that seems to be fine. And somebody comes in and they're like, yeah, can you please move? They don't think they say please, but they said this. Somebody different said this to me yesterday. Maybe they said, please, we're going to move you to the chill box. And I said, look, I don't want to move to the chill box. I'm in here. I'm just waiting for people to come in and sing. I've already sung in here today. And this person's like, I've been watching you for the last hour, and you haven't sung in here. And I'm like, dog, I sang all fucking morning. I don't know what you were watching, but like, what, now do I have a singing quota? What's your deal? Like, why are you picking on me? I'm obviously following all the rules. In fact, I'm going above and beyond and following even more rules because I'm wearing headphones and nobody else is forced to do that. And then I noticed Blue, the guy who banned me last time, the moderator, comes in, some other guy comes in. And this other guy's like, look, I don't care what you want to do in here, but we're not going to let you stream all the time. And I'm like, okay, well, just tell me where in the rules where you can't do that. They're like, it's not in the rules. And I said, well, then you're discriminating against me. You're picking on me because you are enforcing you are enforcing a non-existent rule, and you're just forcing that on me. And I said, look, talk to Blue, because Blue knows I'm following all the rules that they set up for me. And this guy's like, well, I'm higher than Blue. And then all of a sudden, it's just, I was banned. And so I'm like, okay, fine. So I have my like Sarah Singer singing account or whatever, Sarah Shines. And so I went and I messaged the owner of the karaoke with like a really formal message that I put through ChatGPT that just basically says like, look, I'm being picked on. As I was leaving, everybody, like this one guy's yelling at me, N-lover, like N-word lover, like, dog, nobody fucking needs that. That's just terrible behavior. Nobody needs to be picked on like that. And then I posted it on his YouTube channel, like, hey, this really long message. Hey, I want to make you aware of what your mods are allowing. Basically, they allow people to come in and say whatever they want to anybody that they want, and they are selectively enforcing rules. And then on top of that, they are enforcing non-existent rules. And I said, I politely request that you reinstate me. I don't think they ever will, and that's fine. It's just what happened in the dark will be seen in the light, and all these people will be seen, and I will sit them down at a table when perhaps I have the ability, and I will say, okay, so why did you do this? Well, we just didn't want you to stream in there all the time. Okay, why didn't you put it in your rules? It's as simple as that. Like, anytime anybody says I'm doing anything against the rules, okay, but aside from that, you're picking on me. And now the whole world will know because it's all recorded for not just a day, not just a week, not just a year, not just a decade, but perhaps centuries from now, they'll be like, oh yeah, that was that asshole server. Rabbi does a really good job in there. He was following all the rules, and these people just decided to be selective. And I get what one guy said. He said, look, we're getting so many complaints that people don't want to stream or don't want to sing in this Discord or in this karaoke box because you're streaming in here. And I'm like, look, I did what you told me to do, which is put that you live stream, and also I'm using headphones. I'm doing all the things that you told me to do. And I did everything that the other moderator told me to do. I followed the rules exactly. And then this guy was, the last words that I said were something along the lines of, look, if you're just going to pick on me, then this is discriminatory behavior. You're not focusing on what rule I've broken. And the guy's like, well, if we want to discriminate against you, we can discriminate against anybody we want. And then that was the last thing. So, the world will see that perhaps someday. I've run into. Go ahead.
Did they say that to you in words, or did you get to save that as like text?
They said it to me when I was in the VC and I had my earphones in, so like only people with like superhuman hearing could be able to hear it. But I'm it's like a thing with, you have like a child who is beaten enough, it's just like they say, okay, what's the next thing? Like I'm just or like an animal that's just been abused enough. Okay, fine. So then so I mean I really am just like at a loss at sometimes because I cannot believe how many different platforms just like literally just don't want you to stream all the time, and I don't understand what the issue with it is. To me, there's no time limit on these things, so why wouldn't you just want people to have as much content as possible? I don't understand it. Okay, so then what did I do? I wish there was a way. I think like in the future, Discord could do this. That it tells you can get like a transcript of everything that happened to you, so that you can later prove what happened. Because if not, if they kick you out of a Discord, you're just done, and you have to like sneakily get back in and get everything. And so, I just kind of think that that's a little too harsh. Now, I say that, but then if somebody comes in here and I'm asleep and they're loud, they're gone. I mean, it's like, okay, well, where's your warning system for that person or kicking them out? So I get it. Really, Discord should have some kind of system that's like a volume maximum. Like, hey, if you're louder than this, the sound will not go louder unless you have been vetted to some extent. I get all that. Okay, so what else happened? Well, I've been fighting with Twitter, as you know, to get my accounts back, and hold on a second. So Discord got back to me. So they're you can't really complain about an individual. Well, I guess you can complain about an individual Discord, but I don't want to fuck around because I don't want to lose this Discord. So it's like I won't fight it anymore. But I'm surprised that they did get back to me. What did they say? They said, you didn't like. We don't have anybody who is under that name. The name of my email to them was discord.gg/karaoke is discriminating against people. So at least they know, hey, nobody else is going to complain about this. I get it. I got my fucking my 2 cents in, but I don't want to fight them anymore because then they're like, if I use my real accounts, then they'll be like, okay, well, why are you in 12 different Discords right now? And they'll find that that's against the terms, and the way that they'll say it is like they'll say like an overuse of platform resources or something like that. They'll just come up with something stupid, and I don't want to risk that. Okay. So with that, the thing that normally works for me just about all the time is Rumble Studio. And that's the thing that I use to multi-stream. And for some reason, it has not been working. And it's strange. It's like on some of my devices, it works fine. But on other ones, or other accounts, it will do a very strange thing where it will be recording on Rumble, but for YouTube and Twitch, it stops at like 5 seconds in or 3 minutes in. Just a strange. I can't really tell you like exactly what the timing on it is. So I emailed them. Like I've been emailing motherfuckers all fucking day today, and because I have no other way to communicate these assistance and these issues. So Rumble support got back to me, and they needed more clarification if I was just using Rumble Studio or something else. And I explained to them like the situation. Usually, like let's say I have a 12-hour YouTube video, or let's say I have a 12-hour Rumble Studio video, then my YouTube video should be exactly 12 hours. And my Twitch should be exactly 12 hours. I'm not finding that though. I will have a 12-hour, or let's say I'll have like an 8-hour kick, or an 8-hour Rumble stream and a 3-second YouTube stream and a 3-second Twitch stream. And it wasn't always like this. I mean, it normally works like every single time. So, but they got back to me and they're just asking for more specifics. So hopefully they're able to fix this. It's not that I'm not streaming right now. In fact, I'm so fortunate. I'm streaming on 5 different channels right now perfectly. It's just I've got this other 3 that I want to work like the other ones, and for whatever reason they're not. Okay, so then what? So then I went to Twitter. I was like, hey, oh man, I created a meme. I created a couple memes on X or whatever for the people at Team YouTube. I've gone after them. I also tweeted the Rumble Studio on X, and they got back to me, so that's for Rumble got back to me. Okay, so what did I say? What's my tweet? It's not anything amazing, but okay, what did we say? Here we go. Replies. Where's my tweet? Here we go. I love this tweet or this like format with exhibit, and mine says, "Yo dog." Well, I'm gonna have to read it. It goes, "Yo dog, heard at Team YouTube likes to lie, so we ensured we attach your lies with this meme so everyone, including your shit CEO at Sundar Pichai, to ensure your stock price tanks." And then I put my other one that I made, which is just this lady yelling liar at Jerry Seinfeld. And then I
love that one. That one's great.
I'm surprised that that's not a meme format. That to me is like the perfect meme format. It's like a lady yelling at a dude, and she goes fucking nuts on him. And yeah, but I truthfully could see the way that memes work is like, it all kind of has to filter through certain groups. It's hard to just have a meme on your own. And I feel like the ones that are established memes have to go through essentially producers and perhaps like these different platforms. And I could see somebody saying, look, we don't want Jerry Seinfeld being a negative meme. He's worth too much to us. His Seinfeld as a show is worth a lot to us. I mean, he's a billionaire, and the show I think is worth billions itself. So if anything, do another, like, we have enough things where you can have them seen in a positive light. But yeah, to me that's a perfect meme where that woman just goes off. Truthfully, I was reading a bunch of comments on that YouTube video of that scene, and everybody's like, this is the best 40 seconds of acting we've ever seen. And it really is. This woman just knocks the shit out of the park. So then I put just their messages. Literally they say to me, looks like your channel was suspended for circumvention. If you think this was a mistake, fill out the appeal form for your original terminated channel. So I say to them, looks like you need to check your facts. You don't seem to be doing a very good job at your position. You keep telling everyone that it's for circumvention when here is the evidence that it says it's because of the sex and nudity policy. And then I send them that email. So, I mean, I still haven't gotten that account back. I understand. Okay, now we've got it's so funny that I have to complain using a a platform on which I'm banned, which is X. And the way that I complain is, well, then I've been just going in this fucking constant loop with them where they say, I say, I'm going to appeal a suspended account. And they say, okay, please tell us the reasons why you think your account should be unsuspended. And then I put all the reasons, and then they're like, they sometimes they get back to me and they just say, like, this case is closed or whatever. If you want, you can reopen another account. So I reopen another account, or not reopen another account. They don't say that. You can reopen another complaint. So I open up another complaint and say, you know, yo, what's going on, Massive Glob? Oh, I'm my man. I'm talking to somebody else. Apologies, I wasn't talking to you. Hope you're doing well. So, excellent. So, long story short, I finally got these guys back to the point where they say, if you change your password, we will give you your account back within a few hours. But they've said that before. They said that on Monday, and nothing happened. So, I just take that. Hey, what's going on? I take that screenshot and I send it to them and make sure that they're aware of what I'm doing. And
Can you hear me?
yes, we can. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Excellent. What's good in your neck of the woods, Lo? What's good in your neck of the woods? How are you? Okay, that's all right.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm well. Apologies this morning. I've just been busy with, I was just telling Caspian C, I've emailed Rumble, I've emailed YouTube, I've emailed Twitter, and I've emailed Discord. Like, that's a bunch of emails to just have to go through. So, aside from that, I've been busy with that kind of stuff, but living the dream, man. Lo, how did you find out about me, if I may ask?
Just some friends.
Okay, cool. But I haven't given you my spiel. You don't know too much about me, do you?
No, not too much, no.
Excellent. Okay, well, first and foremost, Lo, I'm a much nicer person than I come off this morning. I was very, very frustrated with all of the different kinds of issues. I mean, again, YouTube, Discord, Twitter, and Rumble all in the same morning is no fun. So what do? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days for world peace. We got a peace. We don't quite have peace, but we do have a ceasefire in the Middle East, which is definitely a positive, and I hope to see that continue. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I essentially have made my life into a fishbowl for the world. Anybody can watch me whenever you want. And I think in the future this will be studied at an academic level for perhaps the health benefits, the behavior patterns that people see, bathing patterns, my eating habits, all of the things about a human we have more content on, and it's from 360 degrees. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society, well, are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction, essentially bringing back animals that were once extinct. Specifically, this occurred in 2003 with the pioneer ibex. And fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific out of Dallas, Texas, has made it their goal to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle by the year 2028. So, like, within the next 3.5 years or so, Lo, you might be able to see a woolly mammoth in the Arctic Circle, which should be really exciting. Additionally, exactly. Additionally, things that we talk about are life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells, and things like nootropics, cold shock therapies, cryogenics. We talk about things perhaps like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. And essentially, Lo, when you were born, the average life expectancy, if you're in the Western world, is probably about 80 years old. But I think that we'll be able to extend that to age 100, 120 eventually with some of this technology, but I think we all know that that's not good enough and your body will eventually break down. So that's where the next type of technology comes into place. Lo, has anybody ever told you they don't think you're going to die?
Well, maybe in certain circumstances.
Okay, like what, if I may ask?
Maybe. Have you gone skydiving before?
I have not. Actually, I had set up an appointment to go skydiving, and I was at the airstrip, and it was too cloudy to go.
Yeah, well, I was just there, to be honest, because to cure someone's fear of heights.
Sure.
It wasn't really for me, to be honest, but they thought he kept screaming that you're going to die, but obviously I didn't. That's pretty much one example.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Well, I actually, that's the reason why I wanted to do it as well, is just get over that fear. And I can tell you that I am in agreement with what you had said, is I don't think you're going to die, but for different reasons, perhaps. And what do I mean? After life extension technology, there's another type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer. We scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, like a CAT scan or an MRI for later download into an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. Essentially, though, what I'm saying is that you may be able to experience perhaps a digital immortality, which is quite interesting, meaning you'll be able to live as long as you want for in as many different ways as you want. And if no one's ever had the opportunity to tell you that, it's a privilege to be able to say that to you. What do you think of that, Lo?
Well, I don't know if that's scientifically possible, but I love the idea.
Excellent. Well, with enough time, essentially everything is scientifically possible, including time travel and faster than light travel. Some other things that we talk about on the stream that are, I feel, important to the world are things like disclosure, alien disclosure. So that's an important aspect, I feel, to for the world to be, of which the world should be aware. And if you didn't know, at least in the United States, within the last 2 weeks or so, we have had congressional hearings on the UFO subject, specifically UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, USOs, unidentified submersible objects, and also aliens and extraterrestrials, EBEs, extraterrestrial biological entities. So disclosure may be right around the corner. And essentially what I've done is create a time capsule for society. Now, Lo, you may say, look, Rabbi, all of that with all that science sounds great, but I'm just a normal person and I can't afford any of that, or I'm perhaps. I understand. And you should know that Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, the content is king, and I'm making it true today. Additionally, I have more data online than any person ever. And in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, gold, water, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever. And when this goes viral, and like just like what your friends did, they told a friend who told a friend who told a
Can I
friend.
ask a quick question?
Well,
Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
How do you intend to make people time travel and great?
That's a great question.
Basically, how long people want to live? Can you elaborate on that, please?
Absolutely. Okay, so that one's easier. So basically, once we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or MRI, we're going to know where every single atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. It'll be a complete, exact copy. So it will know where all your memories are, all of your feelings, all of your emotions, everything that makes up your personality, basically everything but your skin and bones and muscles. And we will have that stored in a computer, and at any given time, you'll be able to transfer that information into whatever type of being you want. A cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an android, an ethereal being, an avatar. These are all options. If you've seen the movie Avatar, it's very similar to that. If you haven't seen that, essentially it's an idea that you could take all of this information in a person, scan it, and then put it into another being, which we just call avatars. And then those avatars can live a life, and if they ever die, we could go back and get that original state where we downloaded you and bring you back for whatever else you want. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now
That
you-
makes sense.
you-
Can you explain
You raised
about
it.
aliens being real?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of evidence of this. Do you want to see what an alien looks like? Lo, do you want to see what an alien looks like?
Please show me. Please show me.
Absolutely. This is what everybody wants to see. Okay, so I can tell you this. This is a very famous video. Let me just tell you what AI says about it. Please tell me everything you know about the Skinny Bob video and the fact that there was a Reddit reward for anyone who could debunk it.
No, I did not know that.
No, I understand. No, I will show you. So what it says is, I was talking to AI. Apologies. I use AI all the time. All right. So the Skinny Bob video is a footage that allegedly shows a real alien known as Skinny Bob from the planet Serpo, which is claimed to be the third planet orbiting the binary star system of Zeta Reticuli. The video is said to have surfaced on the internet in 2011 and has been a topic of debate among UFO enthusiasts and skeptics. Authenticity of the video. Oh wow! The authenticity of Skinny Bob video it is
Whoa, good
welcome.
people.
No, Gustav, can you not cut him off? Can you not cut him
Yeah.
off? Thank you very much.
Has many people believing it to be real, while others consider it to not be real. Some experts have weighed in on the video, stating that it would take an incredible amount of expertise or significant amount of money to be able to fake it. The Reddit reward. There's a Reddit reward offered for anyone who can debunk the Skinny Bob video. The reward was $30,000, and no one claimed it, or the reward had never been paid out. There were several attempts have been made to debunk the video, with some people pointing out some areas of the footage. However, this could not be proven. Others have noted that there was film grain is inexact in all the videos. There were counter arguments. Despite the debunking attempts, some people still believe that Skinny Bob video is real. They argue that the video's authenticity cannot be proven or disproven with certainty, and that the footage is real. And then, so do I know this to be real 100%? This video is, I'm going to say what I think that these aliens look like, but I can show you other videos of what a UFO on the ground looks like. That is from the KGB that I'll show you, which I can say even more so. I have more credibility to that. So, with that being said, here's Skinny Bob, and this is what an alien looks like. Yeah, so just one moment. This is like seeing, like, it would be like we went to the zoo and I showed you like a new kind of animal. Okay, here we go. Here's Skinny Bob.
Oh, good. That's kind of cool. Yo. What the?
Dude, what
There's more.
Bob, get out of my room!
There's more than that though. Oh yeah, here. Apologies. It was showing. They just review it with. Okay, you'll see. It goes up and down a few times. It's the normal video that you see does not do this 4 different times or whatever. They just want you to get a good view at it. But you'll see it moving, and
Wait, so that's Skinny Bob?
yes, that is Skinny Bob.
Well, Gustav, do you have any questions for Rabbi right here?
So here you can see it moving,
No question.
Hold
and
your tongue.
you can see it walking.
Just got back, Rabbi. I went to go get something. I'm playing around with that.
Hey, oi,
You're good.
stay quiet, boy.
Hey, don't tell him what
Hey,
to
don't
do.
call me boy.
Yo.
What's that?
Okay.
Don't
So
be saying that, man.
So that's essentially
Respectful.
what an alien looks like. If you want to see what a UFO, a crash UFO looks like, just for a moment, and I'll get you that
Dude,
information.
this is really cool.
Thank you. Top secret KGB UFO files. All right, so
Yo, Bo Guslar, you got any questions?
Let me me see. Ooh. You're gonna have to get back to me on that one.
All right. So, if you just bear with me a moment, I'll show you. Top secret KGB UFO files.
Wow.
This is a very famous documentary that came out at the end of the 90s. And here we go. So this is a UFO crash.
Love this off the game.
Dude, you gotta be careful, otherwise the government might try to wipe you out.
Already,
Might send somebody to silence you.
already happened a bunch of times. No big deal. Okay, so here's the video. So it's there in the background. You'll see it up close, like where these guys are touching it.
How dare you meet me? Afternoon, guys. How are you today?
Well, how are you?
Doing very good. We're looking at aliens right now. I am very good. I just want to talk about Asian Texas and Asian Mesopotamia. So, how was your day today, Mr. Rabbi?
Amazing. We're watching some information on UFOs.
Proving that aliens are real.
So there's a crash disk.
I did watch this back in food class with Miss Evans. Oh, next up, thanks.
Been too much.
Caspian. What? So aliens are real this whole time.
Absolutely. 100%.
That is sweet.
So you're going to see it from a different angle. So there are two different cameras that they're using, which gives it more credibility.
Rabbi, can you please turn this off because it's making me anxious. I got anxiety.
Dog, if it makes you anxious, that's on you. And you can mute me.
Niggers.
Okay, Dave Blunt, you're done.
Dave, please. Dave, sir. No, please, Dave. Dave. Put it on. Niggers. Dave, sir. Dave, get out, niggers. Dave, get out. Dave, get out.
That's a man of color.
What is that? That is not actually acceptable. That is really racist, and it can get Rabbi's stream banned. Right, Rabbi? Right?
Color myself.
That person is just not allowed here.
Probably how they
Fine.
got themselves kicked.
That's exactly,
Bro,
or banned.
so this is
They
what I
got straight
mean.
up banned. Okay, so see, here's the thing. I want to have normal conversation, but I can't talk over everyone. And
Yeah.
so, in the
Sorry.
meantime, and Lo, I want you to know you've done a wonderful job. You've been very respectful here. And Lamine, I expect you to do the same. Essentially, we have the ability to communicate with aliens. We have reverse engineered.
I've been disrespectful.
I didn't say that.
You saying that Dave was because Dave was being a racist, and we don't like racism, and we are peace, love.
Absolutely.
Rosie.
Absolutely. So here's the thing, guys. I have lots of really good information that I can teach you, and we can review. But I need you to be respectful. And so in the meantime, we're going to watch some Joe Rogan, and when everybody is cool and wants to chill and be normal, then we can do that. Here we go.
Everything getting too political.
So there's an intermission, and I'm not needed on stage for like 40 minutes after the intermission. So I go across the street to the Mount Royal Tavern to drink a beer and watch the football game, dressed as a Viking, which I recommend, by the way. When you walk in a bar with the horns and the spear, the bartender knew me. Everybody laughed, and I sat down. And the game wasn't on. The bartender was watching. Back guy in a shiny suit. Don't it was the early days of QVC cable shopping. I'm like, Rick, why are we watching this? He says, because I'm auditioning for that guy's job tomorrow morning. QVC was doing a national talent search. Anyway, we had a conversation about the end of Western civilization and what it meant for polite society to have a 24-hour commercial that just never went away, and whether or not there was any honor at all in auditioning for such a thing. And at that point, I thought it'd be great to have some money. I hadn't had any before, and I'm sitting there drinking this beer dressed as a Viking, thinking I could probably do that job if I had to. So I went with him the next day and auditioned and got hired.
Wow. Was he mad?
The bartender?
Yeah. Did you got the gig?
I
didn't even know about it.
Well, it's a good question. I don't know what became of him. We had a friend who had a fucking voodoo doll, my bro. Well, a bunch of pins in it. We had a wager. I said, look, I don't know if I'll get the job, but I bet I'll get a call back. I think I can get a call back. We were just actors at the time, or like people pretending to be actors. I made it. He was nice enough. He sang in the opera with me too. Actually, he also tended bars. He just wasn't in that one. But it was a very strange thing, man. That was my first job in TV. Like, I've done some minor local commercial stuff, but I talked about a pencil for 8 minutes. That was the audition. It was so strange in those days. They didn't have there's no playbook to see who can sell stuff on TV, Do
you have a script, or you kind of like give this facts about the pencil? No, nothing.
Here's what happens. It's probably changed today. I think QVC did $8 billion last year. Back in 1989, 1990, nothing like that. And if they hired a salesman, that didn't mean you had anybody who understood.
Oh my God.
If you hired a TV person, that didn't really mean you. That's the cat sack right there, too. That's a sack for your cat.
You hear this? Sack for your cat. What the fuck? So the cat play with it?
Yeah, they crawl inside it.
And they just go nutty because it makes a lot of noise? That's $25. So this is like sort of just personality, fucking around, having fun with the toys and selling it.
Well, that's what I did. Remember.
That's what you did. Was that novel that you were doing it that way?
In relative terms, like, that was actually one of the true great life lessons. You don't have to be outrageous to stand out. You just have to be relatively outrageous. So QVC was a steady diet of men and women doing the same exact thing all the time.
Right.
And then at midnight or 3 a.m., I showed up and put a cat bag over my head or busted open a lava lamp.
So you were like a morning DJ.
Kind of, except...
Right, because they're kind of fun, and that was different than the regular radio guy.
For me, I thought of it more like my favorite comedians. And by the way, I saw one last night. Thank you. Ron White was over at the mothership.
He's there tonight, too.
I stopped by last night.
Are you around tonight?
No, I gotta get back tonight. Something about Thanksgiving. But I watched the set last night.
He's awesome.
He was great. And the thing
he's never been funny. He's in top form right now.
And he's gone full Messiah. I didn't recognize him.
Oh, the look, yeah.
He said hello, and I'm like, hey, how are you? You're back. Jesus, good to see you. He was great. And as I watched him do his thing, it reminded me, like, my favorite comedians, I never get the sense that they're trying to make me laugh. I get the sense that they're trying to amuse themselves.
Right.
And that's what makes it comfortable for me to be in the audience, to see somebody who, hey, if I laugh, that's just a happy symptom of whatever it is you're going to do. It makes me comfortable. And that's why he's fun to watch. That's why this podcast is fun to listen to. Same reason. I could have articulated that 35 years ago, sitting there selling a cat sack.
Well, you intuitively knew something.
I knew in the middle of the book, like everything that it turned out that I needed to know about this crazy business, I learned in the middle of the night on the QVC cable shopping channel.
You're good, baby. Hey, Caspian, I'm gonna ban that guy.
Over the course of 24 hours. So
you would be on 3 hours at a time?
Yeah.
Would you come back again, or would you only do 3 hours?
I do 3 hours, and I go home. And
was that human being?
Have you done overnights before?
Yeah, very disrespectful.
There you go.
I guarantee you there are a lot of people listening who have worked an overnight shift in their trade, in their vocation.
Mm-hmm.
It changes you just as surely as Doris the cat lady's brain was scrambled by the Gandhi eye and the toxo. It does something.
Circadian rhythm. Yeah.
It's not just that. It is that, but it's something primal, even more primal than that. It just messes with you, and it forces you. For me, it like changed colors. It changed taste. It changed. Yeah, because I'd never. I mean, I was upside down. After I talked about a pencil for 8 minutes, I was on the air 48 hours later at 3 in the morning, trying to make sense of the health team infrared team and the Amcor negative ion generator. Like, what the hell? Like,
did they give you a rundown of what these products were at all?
It was up to you. If you came in a couple hours early and you took the time to look through, like there was a table like this with all of the stuff on it that you were going to be selling, and you could take the time to prepare.
But there was no Google back then. It's not like you could just watch a YouTube video that would explain what this thing did.
No, what you got was a blue card, usually from the manufacturer.
If you have any questions for me, just there's a spot above. Ask Rabbi anything. Put your question in there. When I have time, I'll review it and I will answer. It's as simple as that. Nobody else is going to give you that kind of service on the internet.
All the stuff, right? But it was just a blue card, and then you would kind of go off and think about how you would make sense out of this skull and where it came from and why it's interesting. And it's feature benefit selling, and if you understand that, you can talk about anything for as long as you need to. Never talk about a feature without talking about its benefit. And so that's kind of how that world works. So you don't say it's a pencil for 99 cents. You say it's a yellow number 2 pencil with an eraser that is of the exact proportion necessary to last for the life of the pencil. So when this thing is down to the nub, you'll still have enough eraser left. It's really a monument to efficiency and ingenuity. And it's not just yellow. It's yellow because you're a busy professional. When you need a pencil, Joe, when you open up the drawer, you don't have time to root around for some vaguely beige colored writing instrument. You want that canary yellow to pop and you can pick it up, right? And it's a number 2 pencil. It's not 3, that thin, twisty line that you can't read, or that thick, disappointing skid mark of the number 1, right? So it's like train yourself to fill dead air with nonsense
While you're fucking up your circadian rhythm.
Yeah. While you're wondering, like, when your next meal is, who you're going to have it with, and you wind up making friends and essentially hanging with other people who live in that same weird, like, shadow land.
Yeah, shadow land. That's a good way to put it. I have kind of an experience with overnight. That's not the same. I deliver newspapers, and so at least one day a week on Sunday, I would basically show up Saturday night at 3 in the morning. Okay, because I would deliver Sunday papers. The Sunday papers was a huge. I think you could flip the top. Oh, I forgot to flip the top. And so I was all fucked up from that. I would get up every day at 5 o'clock in the morning. Normally to deliver papers that are a large route. Yeah, it was my way to make money without having to do a job where I had to listen to anybody.
It's also a perfect example of a kind of job where you always know how you're doing while you're doing it. Like lots and lots of little visual, undeniable cues. right? You got your bags or your baskets full of paper or your car or whatever you were doing. You're tossing them out one at a time. You know, you're making progress. You know the progress you're making as you make it. Right. You know, it's
You only have 120 houses to go.
that's right. And then it's 110, and then it's like people
always go to Dunkin' Donuts. Days overnight donut, a coffee, reward yourself. Days over. Yeah, my day would be done work-wise by 8 a.m., 9 a.m. on Sunday. 9 was rough.
Yeah.
Occasionally they would make enormous Sunday papers. They'd have that'd be a real problem. You have to make multiple trips. And I bought a van, so I had a big cargo van, and I drove that around for a while. That made it a lot easier. So I could stack 350 Sunday papers in the back of that van.
And see, you remember and you knew. 350, that's an interesting
yeah.
number.
I had bigger routes, but 350 was manageable.
How old were you?
I started when I was just driving, so I was in high school still, so I think I started delivering papers when I was 17 or 18, whatever legal age they allow you to do it.
Yeah.
So it was probably 17 or 18. I started driving, and I drove till I was 22. I just started doing stand-up comedy. I drove all throughout my competitive martial arts career. I drove in the morning. It was good because it gave me discipline. I had to do it 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Did not take any days off. Didn't matter if it snowed or rained or fucking frozen rain on the street, black ice. It didn't matter. You got to deliver newspapers. And if they did delay it, it would delay your delivery of paper. So you'd have to call the depot. Hey, are we delivering yet? Because they didn't want to be responsible. There was a blizzard for people dying, get lawsuits. So they didn't make you deliver papers. It was unbelievably bad out. But for the most part, you drove every day.
So you had a sense of consequence.
Yeah.
Like you know.
Discipline, consequence. You didn't deliver papers. You didn't get paid. It was very simple. It was a very simple job. You would show. I don't even remember how they trained us. I think that maybe they trained us for like one day. You were taught how to fold the paper. 1, 2, stuff it in the bag. You have plastic bags for break because you can chuck them out the window and it never damages the paper. Rubber bands are a real pain in the ass. You could hit a corner on the concrete, it would rip the corner of the paper, and then the customer would complain because they're trying to read what was going on in Syria, and then there's broken piece of paper. I delivered the New York Times only because it was cool. Like I delivered the Boston Globe because that was the biggest distribution, like the biggest route, and then the Boston Herald because I wanted more papers to deliver, so I did 2 papers. And then the New York Times was a pain in the ass because it would be like 1 every 10 blocks. You'd have an enormous route. If you had 150 New York Times,
Finally,
did you start to equate the type of home you were
Zuckerberg, you suck cock, dog.
oh yeah,
Your shit hasn't worked until like all fucking day today. Good job getting your shit together.
They would ask me what I'm doing with my life. I remember this lady. I was taking courses at Boston University just so people wouldn't think I was a loser. This is literally the only reason why I was going to college. And she would ask me, "What are you planning on doing for career?" I'm like, "I have no idea." And she didn't like it. She didn't like that I had no idea.
Yeah, it makes people
She
uncomfortable.
liked me, but she didn't like that I had no idea. She was like very motherly, I guess.
It's funny. We had the Baltimore Sun, which was the paper of record, and then we had the News American, which was sort of like the upstart. And I never thought too much about the difference between the two until summertime and crabs. Like Maryland blue crabs are a big thing. They're a big thing in my family, big thing where I grew up. And everybody who eats crabs in the summer eats them outside on a picnic table.
And you lay the newspaper out.
Well, which one?
Oh, it matters.
I don't know why it does.
So, is it disrespectful to use paper note? No, better.
No, it's. I think it's a mark of respect. It's like, oh, we're having crabs. Get the News American.
Oh, that's so silly.
Get the News American. Because, it's all spread out in front of you. I mean, you got the crab guts and the Old Bay and the Jail No. 2 and the National Bohemian Beer. And maybe you can glance down and get informed.
Isn't it interesting that there are newspapers like that, right? Like there's the New York Post. You want a fun headline. You want all the crazy shit. Like, what happened? Who got pregnant?
Right.
What's going on with this? What's going on with that? And then you have the New York Times where, it's a poor
gossip and the craziness, and
Back
this person's getting arrested,
right.
drunk driving, and hookers.
They have a hallway. It's like this place in the sense that there's so much on the walls, but it's all front pages, and it's the best headlines.
So it's the best one they've ever come up with?
The best ones ever. Starting with the classic headless body found in topless bar, which is still tough to beat.
That's great.
But so many of them.
I love the Post. Yeah, I've always loved the Post. I love the just the fun nature of the news. That was like the working person's newspaper.
This is the point I was trying to make about the comedian who entertains himself first and the schmuck on QVC who tries to keep himself awake before he sells the thing. That's how I felt reading the Post. It was like, these guys, somehow, I'm imagining
They're laughing.
They're laughing, they're cigars, and they're all in on the joke.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we're going to report the news, but, you know, it's a lot of sharp elbows out there. It's a very competitive world. So what can we do to maybe get the stick a little, you know, out of our ass? Just a little bit. You know, how can we be different? That's what fascinates me.
Yeah.
How can, whether you're publishing a paper or eating a blue crab, you know, or writing a book or a song, you know, how can you in relative terms distinguish yourself, not from these other worlds and other categories, but from your friends?
Right.
That's the trick.
Yeah, that is the truth. And then there's people that want.
Yo, Doug, I've got my volume down. I'm working on something, so feel free to watch Joe Rogan and Joe.
Very serious.
Joe,
very smart people.
Dirty Jobs guy.
Yeah. I said to Ashton, a very excellent driver who brought me here, I said, you know, it's been fun watching Joe do this thing over the last 5 or 6 years. And then I kind of stopped myself in the middle. I said, actually, no, I take it back. What's been fun is watching the world catch up to it. Like watching the headlines catch up to you or whoever. You really haven't changed. And man, it's so interesting to watch people realize, oh, we're going to do it this way now. You know, we're going to do it this way. And that's good. Whether it's comedy or whether it's music, you know, it's when culture changes, it feels like there's some instigator, some jagged little bill who's pushing it forward. And I guess maybe that's true. But I also think there's this larger hive mentality in the audience. And they start to realize, oh, there's another way to deliver a paper. Another way to do a thing. And it feels new. It's probably what you've been doing for the last 12 years.
Yeah, it's definitely the same way I've always done it. It's just having conversations. I like talking to people. It's fun.
Yeah, but I
enjoy it.
Good.
I'm a curious person. I like talking to people. But it's real simple.
Yeah, but it's just because it's simple, right? You make it sound like a parenthetical. Oh, it's just a conversation.
Yeah.
That's only just the hardest thing there is to do.
It's not really. It's not.
Then why don't more people do it?
Because they don't enjoy it. They don't enjoy it like I enjoy it. Like some people genuinely don't like talking to people. You know why? Because they're interested in themselves.
Mm.
You have to be interested in other people. I think we're all connected. I really firmly believe this in a non-hippie way. I think it's like a scientific reality. I think if we could figure out a way to study it, we would recognize that we're psychically all connected in a strange way. And I am curious as to how someone with a different biology, different life experiences, a different geographic location in which they were raised, like how are they navigating the world and why are they interested in opera? Like why? What is it? Why? What got you to be a beekeeper? Why are you so fascinated with painting? What made you start writing music? Like I'm interested.
Yeah.
I like talking to people. So for me, it is easy. It really is. It's just talking to people like I would talk to people. Like you and I could have the same exact conversation if we were having dinner somewhere.
For sure.
Same conversation. Yeah.
But again, it makes perfect sense, and it's not that it's difficult. It's just that very few people do it. And if your explanation is because very few people genuinely enjoy it, I can't disprove it. You're probably right.
I think that's what it is.
You're probably
I
right.
just got lucky. I think I just got lucky and I found a job that I would be doing anyway.
Well, here's what I don't understand. And maybe this is not even relevant, but we did 350 dirty jobs. Probably 60 some of this thing called Somebody's Got to Do It. I don't even know. Returning the Favor. I think we did 100 episodes of that. I couldn't tell you how many things I've narrated. Hundreds. There's a wildebeest trying to get across the vast reaches of the barren Serengeti, right?
Right.
Like, if I could remember every episode of how the universe works, 10 years of this stuff, if I could remember half of what I narrate, that would be something. I can remember a chunk, but my sense is that like, I can't even remember the last 20 guests I had on my podcast. And the reason isn't because I'm not curious. And it's not because because I lack the requisite
Micro. How the
intelligence
fuck
to
did I think
remember.
this motherfucker's
For
name
me,
is Joe?
it's so
Micro.
much. There's been no time to think about what I'm going to do next, and even less time to think about what I just did.
Right.
So you just talked to Josh Brolin, and then you talked to the musician guy, Stuart?
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Scott.
Yeah, Scott.
Stuart.
And then before that, our friend Evan was in, right? So, like, I have a better. It's easier for me to remember what you've done in the last 2 months than it is for me, and that freaks me out. And I wonder if sometimes you get over your skis to the point where you've started to forget what you've done yourself.
Oh yeah, there's no way to keep it all. I have a bucket that's overflowing with information. It's overflowing. My hard drive is not capable of retaining all of it. It's not possible. I retain a lot of it. There was a lot more than I ever would know. I got an unexpected education doing the show for sure. Like I never anticipated it.
Is it conscious? Like, can you choose to be interested in a thing enough to know that you're not going to forget it? Or does the interest just kind of bubble up and certain things stick to you?
The interest bubbles up and they stick. Yeah, totally. Yeah, like my daughter asked me a question today. I don't even remember what the question was about, but it's a very technical thing. And I said, no, that's not exactly it. It seems like that, but this is the reason why. And they figured this out because of this, and they started rattling off it. She's like, how the fuck do you know this? She was laughing. And I was like, I don't know everything. I forget things. I forget my own birthday. But I do remember things that are fascinating. I remember most things that are fascinating. I have an unusual recall, but I've always had an unusual recall. It's like I think it's a genetic thing.
Yeah.
I think it let me get really good at things too, because I can remember like technical. Like it was really good for martial arts. I can remember technical details. Like really, like I don't forget things.
See, you to me are the deeper end of the pool. I'm more the shallow end. Not I don't mean to that sound comparative so much, but like with martial arts, I'm interested in martial arts. I'm interested in Ultimate Fighting. I narrated The Ultimate Fighter. Right? I did. Yeah, 10 seasons of it. But like that's sort of the extent. Like I don't go very deep. I've seen a couple, but it's like,
well, there's a big giant difference between being a former competitor and also like dedicated decades of my life to martial arts. It's not as simple as like I go and I do commentary. Like I started doing martial arts when I was 15 and it changed my life. It just gave me discipline and a will to overcome discomfort, and to push myself and to overcome fears and to do something that's very scary and to compete. And that was like, it formulated me as a teenager. So I started competing competitively, like serious shit when I was like 15 years old. And so we were traveling all over the country. And so my social life from like 15 to 21 was completely retarded. It was like retarded as in slowed down, like the real term. And it was mostly just training and competing. That's all I did. And when the downtime, I was tired. So I would just sleep a lot. I was like eating, sleeping, working, and competing. And then I started teaching. So then I was making my living off of teaching, but not enough money, so I was still delivering these services. I
Caspian, see if you can hear me. Just know I'm here.
University, I had my own school.
We get a, I mean, I don't want to have to come in and ban every single person who comes in, but so I let them play around a little bit. But eventually, if they're just being annoying, that's what happens. And
No, I know.
exactly, you know better than anybody.
No, I know.
All right, I just didn't want you to think I was mad at you. I know you didn't, but yeah, that's just how that works.
Wando. Yeah. So this is my point. You take a deep dive when you get interested in a thing.
Yeah.
You go into the thing. Comedy wasn't a hobby. It became, I think, as important.
It becomes everything.
It becomes everything. Almost nothing I do becomes everything.
Nothing?
Almost nothing.
Well, what are the things? What becomes everything?
I'm not sure yet. Let me think about it.
Is there one thing that if you have like 3 times you super look forward to doing? Like do you have a hobby? You play golf?
No.
Nothing?
I don't have hobbies. I don't
No
collect
hobbies?
things. No hobbies.
Nothing?
I don't collect.
Wow.
I own very little. I never have.
I wish I had 100 lives to live simultaneously. I would do 100 different things.
This is the difference. You're insatiable in that way. You get a thing, and you nail it to the wall.
My late great friend Anthony Bourdain, his headline, his bio on Twitter, it said enthusiast. I really wish that I'd come up with that. That's what I am. I'm an enthusiast. I wouldn't say it now because I've ripped him off, and also now my bio says dragon believer.
Yeah, congratulations on that. The ladies
very
with
much.
you.
They said I believe in dragons. She triple checked.
It was great.
She triple checked mine.
Got to be true.
But I'm an enthusiast. That's what I am. I am a person who is very fortunate and that I have a love of a lot of things.
Well, you and Tony were similar, obviously, in that way. He took big bites. He took big swings.
We became good friends when we really got into jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Because I kind of got him into it, and then his wife really got him into it. But he started going to the UFC. His wife was training in jiu-jitsu, and she got really into it. She was really loving it, and then she was like, "Let's go to the UFC." He's like, "This is fucking great." And then he came to one of my comedy shows. We became friends. Started going to dinner, by the way, with Anthony Bourdain. Coolest fucking thing in the world. Because you go to dinner with him, and all the chefs freak out, and so they just want to feed you.
Yeah.
They just want to don't touch the menu. We got you. And come on.
I wrote a eulogy for him that crashed my website.
Oh, wow.
It's really funny. I met him twice. And each time it was fairly brief. But there was a time when he was doing No Reservations. Dirty Jobs was early on. I bet your Fear Factor was still in production then, too.
Yeah, Fear Factor was, maybe. It was probably, Fear Factor stopped in 2007. And No Reservations, I think, was around that time.
Yeah, he was on at 6. Mm-hmm. For sure. Dirty Jobs went on in 03.
Yeah, and then the CNN show, which is, I think, like CNN's highlight of their time. And I think he really changed that network. Because all of a sudden, that network was this fucking cool show where this guy had this brilliant narration and he had this wanderlust, but also with this like real fascination with people and cultures, and we just really loved it. He just loved going to Vietnam. He loved going wherever he could go. He loved to eat their street food. He loved to talk to them. He really wanted to know what these people were all about.
I've never, with the this will sound vainglorious, I don't mean it to, but with the possible exception of me on Discovery in 2010, narrating half their shows and hosting Dirty Jobs, which was a thing, I felt really triangulated then. But then when I met Tony, and I had a show on CNN at the same time, actually it was a computer show. What was your show? It was called Somebody's Got to Do It.
Oh, that's right.
It followed Dirty Jobs, and Jeff Zucker wanted something with
Yo. If you don't want to get banned, you'll be respectful. We're watching a show. Okay, then you're going to get banned. It's as simple as that.
What did I do?
You're super loud. We're watching a show.
Sorry.
It preempted Tony, but it preempted me a lot. And I was commiserating with Tony about this once, and that's when we had the conversation where I said, "Look, I just got to tell you, man, I've never in my life seen anybody doing the right show for them at the right time on the right network for them.
Yeah.
I've never seen that like that before. I mean, and then never mind the award. They have Peabody. It was the Peabodys that got it, actually. I don't know who cares about the Emmys. They're easy, but Jesus, it was one Peabody Award after the next.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a huge. The audience wasn't as big as people think, but they were engaged.
Well, that's what's important. I mean,
Please be respectful. We're watching a show.
for you rather than if they're just.
Be
What are you
respectful.
doing, brother?
I know you are. We're watching a show. It's obvious.
Sure.
Well, we used to, when I was on news radio, everybody wanted the spot.
Yo, Goof Star, I just wanted to say how sorry I am for everything I said in the
Seinfeld and
past.
Friends were on the same night, and it was just this murderous.
Thank you.
It was an unbelievable lineup. And if you got lucky, you were Sex in the City.
Gaston, can you hear me?
And when Paul
He's
sent
busy
his
right
producer
now.
of, news radio called a shit sandwich.
Oh,
Because you had your brilliant show.
I'm his friend, and I'm telling you, he's
You're
busy right
starting
now.
here. Yeah, dude. Oh my gosh.
Is he your slave?
Actually, I don't even know.
Dude, Doug, you need to be respectful, okay? We're watching this. So that means,
You're not being respectful.
Doug, hey, you know what? This isn't your show. It's my show. I'm giving you one more warning, okay? If you would like to watch this interview, you can. If you want to have a conversation, go do it somewhere else.
The writers would show up. My friend Lou would
What's
wear
the
a
point of this?
t-shirt, and he would write the number that we were.
You know,
We'd do the
conversate
table
with
reads,
each other?
and one day it was 88.
There are a bunch of other VCs you can go in, but as of right now, my friend.
This is the only one that has people in.
Okay, well, if you're cool like I am, you can get other people in it as well.
Year after Phil died, and then John
Yeah, dude,
Rogan
you know what?
of course,
Okay, Tim Burrow, you're bad.
and like
Yeah,
the perfect thing
yeah,
for our show,
absolutely.
we never even hit 100 episodes.
That was a bit rude.
They had to sell it like
actually
so that was like
really
like we were always like barely hanging on. You know, it's just
Oh,
it
it
was
was
a funny show. It was a really good show with talented
I
people.
love that show.
The people I was super lucky to work on, and it ruined me because I could never work on another show after that.
What did you learn? What was the big lesson from news radio, if there was one for you?
Well, it was just fortune. The lesson is that you can just be fortunate. You know, because I was not a trained actor at all. I
Where is
did
Coleman Square?
a set on MTV, half-hour comedy hour. They had this comedy show. I did a set, and then MTV offered me a development deal. And then my manager said, "This is terrible money. They're going to lock you up for like 3 years, like $500." It was like crazy, ridiculous bad money.
Wait, Gaston, you know who
He said,
Coleman
"I'm
Square
going to
is?
take your tape and tell all these other production companies."
He's a good friend of mine.
Wanna know who he is?
Wants to sign a deal with you, and it'll start bidding. And he was brilliant, and he did it, and that's exactly what happened. And the next thing you know, I couldn't answer my phone because my phone was just calling. People with agents, people would just call me. Like some guy called me from Universal. I was like, "What? I'm in this shitty apartment on my way out the door to play pool." And this guy's telling me he wants me to get on a flight that night. We have a flight at 10 p.m. leaving out of LaGuardia. I was like, "What are you talking about?" And so then I called my manager. Hey, this guy just fucking called me. He goes, "Hey, don't answer your phone. So go play pool. Get out of here. I'll take care of it." Next thing you know, I was in Hollywood. It was like that quick. And I was on a show called Hardball. It went 6 episodes. And the only reason why I stayed in California, I wanted to go back to New York. I hated it. I hated actors. I just couldn't deal with being around these weirdos. There were these weird, phony people. They would say, "Good to see you," because they couldn't remember if they met you. So instead of saying, "Nice to meet you," and fucking up, I go, "I'm sorry I met you. I'm sorry I fucked up." They didn't want to be real. So everyone said, "Good to see you." Everyone was good. And it was super unsincere. Like, this is so weird. Yeah. It was a super uncomfortable experience. And it was the worst experience on a show because the people that ran the show, Jeff Martin, Kevin Curran, super funny, talented guys who worked on Married with Children and The Simpsons. Brilliant. But the studio didn't think that they were good enough to run a show, so they brought in this hack. And this guy comes in and just butchers all the scripts. It was horrible. That gets canceled. The only reason I stayed is because I had a lease. So I got a nice apartment. Like, the first apartment I ever had. I was like, I thought I was going to be on TV forever. Like, this is going to be easy. And now, fuck, I got to get out of here. I was like, wanted to go back to New York. I thought about breaking my lease. But then NBC contacted me, and they said, we have a show. It's called News Radio, and we're recasting one of the roles. Do you want to come in? So I came in and auditioned for it, and next thing you know, I'm working with Phil Hart. Bizarre. Yeah. No aspirations whatsoever to be an actor. Never wanted to be on TV. And then I'm working with Andy Dick and Phil Hartman and Maura Tierney, Andy Alexander, Vicki Lewis, and Dave Foley. Like, this is crazy.
The kid from Second City.
Yeah, he was brilliant. Dave Foley, by the way, was the secret producer of News Radio because they would give him full autonomy, so he would completely rewrite scenes, like on the spot, come up with punchlines for everybody. We all did that for everybody. Like we would all come up with, maybe we should say this, maybe we should say that. It's like super collaborative. So just fortune, complete, utter good fortune. Because I have friends that were on terrible sitcoms. They were living in hell. Yeah. And we'd hang out at the Comedy Store, and they were living in hell. And I was like, look, I'm on a show that nobody watches, but it's fun as shit. And I can't believe we're on TV. This is nuts.
Yeah. And on the joke.
Yeah, it was fun. It was really fun, but it was just fortunate. I could have easily never done any of those things. Easily.
I thought for years that really a sitcom had to be the best gig in the world. To do a play every week.
If it's a good sitcom.
If it's a good sitcom.
If it's a bad sitcom, it's hell.
Sure.
Those guys do a lot of coke and buy nice cars. They're all bad shows. They just want to give themselves something to reward themselves for fucking slavery. Not slavery. I should say, like, you're a slave to money. It's not you're compromising who you are for money. You don't really want to do that show, but you're on it and it sucks, and you have to repeat these terrible lines.
That's what I'm getting at. See, for me, it came down to that. I finally got a chance to do one. I played Tim Allen's younger brother on Last Man Standing. Return.
I never saw that show. That was a weird one, right? Because they got mad at him because he was right.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. Did they cancel it?
It was the number one show they canceled, and Fox picked it up.
That's so nuts. They canceled it because they didn't like his politics.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that basically happened to Dirty Jobs too.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's mind-boggling. But the point was, I finally got the chance to.
I don't want to gloss over that. I want to back it up.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No, that's great. But it was great. We became friends. Chemistry on camera. Everybody loved it. And when it was over, I was like, well, do an honest inventory. Like, what did you love? What didn't you love? And really, the only thing I loved was seeing people who loved each other and being welcomed into their little world.
Plan. That's it. Yeah.
Everything. Like the idea that somebody else is writing lines for me. I know that sounds possibly arrogant, but I was so used to somebody writing for me. Dirty Jobs was truly unscripted. Everything I ever did, there were never any lines.
So that's an alien experience for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've done plenty of plays as a kid and stuff, but that's different. That's different. Once you're in Hollywood and once you're sort of in the machine, it still lingers. I mean, it's the whole reason I crashed the audition for the opera. I was just trying to find a sitcom at some point somewhere. And then when I finally got it, I realized just how lucky I had been prior to that, and how crap, man. A thing can live in your mind so much bigger than it is in reality. And so while I loved doing it for that week, I said to my business partner over that this thing that I used to think of as the single most efficient way to make a living was so wildly inefficient. It takes 4 days to rehearse for a half-hour thing. You got to be kidding me. I could do 5 one-hour shows in the same period of time.
Yeah. Completely different experience that way. It's a collaborative, fun time, and you do become like a little bit of a strange family. We all hung out together and talked together.
And that's important.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is important. It was like it was a lot of fun. And meeting people like Steve Root, who, went on to do a million different things. Brilliant guy. You get to see people that are really good. Like, he was a character. He was the only one of us that wasn't really himself. Like, he was this one guy. It was like a super sweet guy with me in real life. And then he was Jimmy James. Yeah, he becomes. Did you see, what was that one Coen Brothers had some Netflix thing, like a Wild West Netflix thing? He played on that. He fucking genius.
Wasn't he in Oh Brother?
Yeah, I think he's in Oh Brother. He's been in everything. He's in a billion things. But just being with these people that, like I said, I had no aspirations to
shows ever I got both of them. Those were the only 2 shows I ever auditioned for.
What was the other?
Hardball, the first one that I auditioned for. It was terrible. Yeah. That was the baseball show. That got canceled. And then I auditioned for these radio. So it was nuts. It was just, I was just stepping in shit every step of the way. It didn't make any sense.
So I never had an agent except for a very brief period. I did. And it was, Sean Perry over at Endeavor. You guys ever crossed paths?
I know
His former assistant turned out to be his wife later, Nicole Taylor. They're living great. They live up in the hills somewhere.
How's it work with your former assistant?
That's none of my business.
That's a dangerous undertaking.
She called me one day, and I was in my full-on freelance world. I hadn't had a job since QVC, so this is like 1999. She says, I just want to send you out for something, because I know you're going to book it. And I said, well, actually, I could use a gig. So she sends me out. In the same week, she says, you should read for Craig Pelichian over at Billboard Films. He's doing something called Worst Case Scenario for a host. And so I auditioned for that. And then later that week, she says, this guy from Nashville, Michael Organ was his name, who I had worked with years earlier, not Nashville, Memphis. He was hosting the EP on that Evening Magazine thing that I mentioned. And he's ready to hire you based off your blooper tape. I never had a tape either. My whole audition reel in those days was a compilation of every moment that went off the rails at QVC. All the things that led to my eventual firings, as well as the cat sack and all the other crap. I dare you to hire me. I got hired for both jobs that week. Both jobs. And so suddenly I'm working for TBS hosting Worst Case Scenario, which lived up to its name. And then I'm up in San Francisco hosting Evening Magazine.
And there was no conflict of interest?
Oh, no.
Like you totally negotiated both of them at the same time?
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. And then Nicole switched agencies, and I never really had an agent. Prior to that,
That's fortunate.
It's super fortunate.
Financially, it's great.
It was fortunate, man. Remember? Okay, so my mother calls me on an Evening Magazine, sitting in my cubicle. My granddad's 90 years old. Remember this? I didn't close the loop on this. But that's to answer your first question. What happened was my mom called me and said, your grandfather's going to be 90 tomorrow. And before he dies, wouldn't it be great if he could turn on the TV and see you doing something that looked like work? Whoa. Yeah. My mother's a savage. She just finished her 4th book, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, she's written 3 bestsellers after 80.
That's incredible.
She's out of control.
That's incredible. So she was like, she wanted you to do something impressive.
My mother wrote every day for 60 years.
Wow.
No agent, no. Got published in like the News American and the Baltimore Sun, local stuff, some horse magazines. We were horse people kind of growing up, and her dream was to write. She finally got a book deal when she was 80. Went to a number 4 bestseller, and everything she's written so far. So that's recently. Back in whatever it was, 2001, she was just a pain in my ass, and she called me the same. Wouldn't it be great if your granddad, this guy whose shadow I grew up in, could see you doing something? Because like my pop, he'd seen the opera, he'd seen QVC, he'd seen every godforsaken infomercial, he'd seen, I've done a lot of things, probably 200 jobs in the whole freelance world. And so I was 42, and I took my cameraman from Evening Magazine in the sewer of San Francisco the next day to host the show from a sewer. And what happened in the sewer just was, I wrote a book about it. It changed my whole life. The roaches, the size of your thumbs, there are millions of them. They crawl all over you. The shit comes at you in a chocolate tide of unending disappointment. And it's filled not just with all the stuff that comes out of your body, it's filled with stuff that comes out of your medicine cabinet and plastic products and rubber private condoms stuck to your rubber suit. It's unspeakably vile. You can barely breathe. And what happened to me down there is stand-ups went wrong, laterals exploded. We were all getting hit in the head. It's like a shooting gallery. There was a rat the size of a loaf of bread that crawled up I lost my footing, fell into. I was baptized. I was baptized in a river of crap. And at the end, my cameraman threw up at one point. An enormous puke. And I'm squatting in the film, looking at the camera, trying to open the show. And when you see your cameraman vomit float past you, as you're trying to articulate a thought.
Oh my God!
And meanwhile, the guy who was like my minder was an actual sewer inspector, and he's in the background trying to do his job, which is to hammer out the old bricks that are rotting and replace them with new ones. Now it's 105 degrees. It's the seventh level of hell. It's clear I can't do my job. So I go over to this guy. His name is Gene Cruz, and I say, "Hey, what are you doing?" He's like, "Bricks in. You need a hand." So I start mixing the mortar, and we start talking, just like people, not like a hosty thing, but like what you were saying. Just what would happen if you had an honest conversation, totally unscripted, with a guy who didn't really know he was going to be on camera? But what if you filmed it and put it on TV anyway? What would happen? What would happen a week later when this thing finally aired was I was fired because people sitting down to hear their heart-tugging story of the three-legged dog up in Marin overcoming canine kidney failure. It's me, a smart-ass 42-year-old crawling through a river of crap. I mean, they're trying to eat their meatloaf. It was the wrong segment for that show. But talk about fortunate. The mail that came in as a result, some people said it was funny and they liked it. Some people were repulsed. But the letters that changed my life were the ones that said, "You think that was dirty? Wait till you see what my brother does. Wait till you see what my cousin does. My mom, my sister, right?" I'm like, oh my God. If the Bay Area is any kind of a microcosm for the country, and I'm not saying it is, but from a TV standpoint, I was like, this is new. No, I've never seen feedback like this. I've never seen curiosity among the viewership like this. And so that's where the idea came from. It's like, what if the viewer programs the show, A, and what if B, the host of the show is the person that I meet who welcomes me into their shithole or wherever they work. And what if I'm not a host after all? After 20 years of impersonating a host, what if I'm a guest or an apprentice or an avatar or a cipher, right? Like what if I just think of myself differently than this guy who hits the mark and looks at the camera and tells you the Cats Act is 29. I mean, right. What if you just let all that go? And I don't know that I would have thought of it like that at 20, at 22, certainly not even at 32, but at 42, I was entering a more introspective kind of phase. And so I was really just curious to see what would happen if I thought of myself as something different.
Well, if we think about the history of just media, it's very recent, right? You have radio, which is like when did people start listening to radio? It was the 1800s, okay? And then you have television, which kicks on in the 50s. And everyone's a presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles, right? Everyone's Ed Sullivan, everyone's Jack Parr. Like there's these type of people that do this job. It's like you ever do a morning radio show?
Oh,
I'll show you out. Yeah. Morning DJ boys. Hey, 5 o'clock on the hour. Let's go with Bon Jovi. There's a voice that they have. Strip club DJ seminar. There's a voice.
Anchorman.
But no. Yes.
The news.
Especially local. They
have a very specific thing that they're doing. Okay? Yeah, well, it's fake. It's not a person. No people act like that. If you had a guy like that over your house for dinner, you'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with Bob? Bob's a psycho. The guy's got people buried in his fucking basement. Who talks like that, right? And so I think the internet opened up a lot of room for unprofessional people to thrive. That's me. So like I can't do the host, but that's what it is.
You're not unprofessional.
But it's like, I mean, in that regard, like I'm not. So I wasn't trying to do something that had already existed. I was just doing like a guest on Opie and Anthony show. That's what it's like. Like when you're a guest on Opie and Anthony, that's how you talk. Everybody would just hang out and talk.
That's a fun show, wasn't it, anyway?
That opened my eyes up to podcasting. And then, Anthony Cumia had his own show that he did in the basement, live at the compound, where he would sing karaoke over the machine gun, that fucking maniac. And then the other big one was doing a Tom Green show. Tom Green had his own sort of internet talk show they did out of his house.
Sure. I remember that.
Yeah.
That was huge.
So that also helped too. And I actually was in negotiation with the people that were doing his show, and I was thinking about doing something my own. Then I was like, I gotta do this with my own.
Quick sidebar. I don't know if this is of interest. Jamie, forgive me. I don't know if I'm supposed to ask you to do things, but I sold the first karaoke machine
Ever?
in this country.
On QVC?
Yeah.
Oh, let's see that.
It's out there. It's out. I'm not proud of it.
You can't be proud of that.
But
That's a statistic.
It was like 12:15 in the morning, and they sent me one of these things to my apartment. Is this even like? Look, they're everywhere now. Obviously, we've gone through.
Kind of crazy though that you're like the godfather of karaoke.
Well, I'm among them.
So what year is that? We were talking about you.
91.
Wow. 99, 95.
95. Yeah.
It's hard to see. It's so blurry. Isn't it interesting, like how bad television looked back then in comparison to now? Like just the resolution.
Yeah, but you know what? There's something more trustworthy about rudimentary production value.
Right. You can't
I was talking to your guy Bruce about this earlier. He was saying how much he loves like an antique roadshow and this old house.
I love this old house.
I was on this old house.
Were you?
Yeah, man. They invited me on. They wanted to raise money to reinvigorate the trades. They had a very similar cause as I do today, and they got all these advertisers lined up, and then the guy in charge said, "Well, Mike's doing the same basic thing. Let's call him, and maybe we should just give him the money and let his foundation give it away. It'll be simpler than starting a new thing." And they called, and I said, "Yeah, I'll do that, sure, but I'd like to be on your show." They went, "That'd be great." So they invited me on, and it was awesome. But my point is, part of the charm of those shows is the almost remedial simplicity of the production. It's old. It's like there's an entrance,
Right.
there's an exit.
Right.
When's the last time we saw it dissolve?
Right.
Like all that stuff, and I used to make fun of it. I used to make fun of QVC. I still do, but in reality, man, that there was something strangely comforting about that kind of production value, and everything I learned that turned out to be useful. I learned in the middle of the night.
Yeah, there's a thing about something that's overproduced that kind of dissolves some of its authenticity because there's too much thought put into each and every shot, everything about. There's too much coordination. It's almost like you lose I might be entertained by it. It might be fascinating. Like keeping up with the Kardashians. You ever notice they change scenes every 5 seconds? Keep you tuned in. There's something smart about that because it does keep you engaged, but it doesn't feel as authentic as if it was just like one person following them around in real time with no edits at all, just one camera on them.
Here's a thesis. At least in the world of nonfiction, this doesn't apply to scripted, but production is by definition the enemy of authenticity, right? It's the enemy of it. You need it in order to have a finished product, but when you get in your own way, then you get in the viewer's way.
Right.
And one of the things that kept Dirty Jobs on the air for 20 years, early on, I kind of realized that, and I wasn't sure what to do about it, but I thought maybe we need to think of a show like a documentary. So we got a behind the scenes camera that never stopped rolling. And so if my mic pack went out, or if a plane flew over, or if somebody screwed something up, or if we had to stop for whatever reason, I always knew there was a truth camera. That's what I call it. And I could always look good, and I could say, all right, well, what happened here? Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And so it was those moments where I think the viewer realized, oh, he's not trying to sell me anything, at least not here. You know, he's letting us see the sausage.
Yeah.
And that was new in nonfiction. You know, that was a whole new way to think about authenticity. Vivek Ramaswamy was the only candidate I invited onto my podcast because I read somewhere that he said if he was nominated, he vowed to never use a teleprompter to deliver a speech.
Well, he could pull it off.
Whether you can pull it off or not, I just thought that was so interesting. And I wanted to talk to him about that specifically. And then it's funny, a year later, you know, I think the teleprompter is probably the best example of one forced error after the next. Like when you think about the anchor who just wants to be believed, the spokesman who just wants to be seen as credible, the politician just wants to be, just wants it just so. It's like they want to be authentic, and yet they do the single most inauthentic thing you can possibly do, which is pretend to not read a thing that everyone can see you're reading. And so, like, the cognitive dissonance is rich, you know, and I just think we've entered into this world where, like, the least persuasive thing you can do is say, trust me, or take it from me. You know, people have just been burned so much that they're going to we need a truth count. We need it in the newsroom, not just in a sewer. I mean, it worked there, but we need it everywhere.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Bill O'Reilly, all people.
Live! That's the real Bill.
Yeah, that's the real Bill. That's it.
Yeah, that's what's interesting about social media and social media. Right, like there's this giant resistance right now to the idea that X is the news source of the world.
They're the mainstream.
It is.
They're the mainstream.
It's the news source of the world. You and these people that want to cling to authority say, no, you're not. You're goddamn it. You're not a journalist. You're not this. You guys fucked us too many times, and we don't believe you anymore. And so the only way for us to find out what's real and what's not real is someone posts it online, and then everybody looks at it, and then you get the community. And that's way better than the New York Times telling me that the Fruit Loops in Canada are exactly the same as the Fruit Loops in America, except for a bunch of shit that's banned. And that's the whole point of the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, they're fact-checking RFK Jr., so now I don't trust you anymore either.
You can't,
so it's like that's what's going on.
you can't gloss over the community notes.
You can't.
That's it.
It's it.
That's the truth cam
What's the solution?
on Twitter.
It's the solution to this thing that we're trying to figure out how do we know what's true, what's not true. You get a consensus. There's enough people that actually can read scientific papers. There's enough people that know the field that's being discussed. Or you're going to get, out of the hundreds of millions of people on X, you're going to get an expert who's going to say, this is why, this is incorrect, and this is how you're supposed to read it. And then everybody goes, oh, okay, this is wrong. But now you know. And if you can just do a little research and go through that paper or go through that thread, you'll if you're an objective person, you'll probably get a good sense of who's right and who's wrong.
It's a weird dichotomy, though, right? Like skepticism. Look, we have to be skeptical.
Yeah.
But part of the reason we have to be as skeptical as we are is because so much of the media has abdicated on skepticism, and they've become something else. Something else. And so, you can't really blame people for, considering what we used to dismiss as a conspiracy theory when the theories start to get borne out and when there's such a level of eroded trust in once credible institutions.
Well, that's also the whole reason for the disdain for conspiracy theorists in the first place. Is that no, you're not an expert. I'm the expert, and you're wrong. But then when they're wrong, there's no repercussion. They never want to say, we were wrong about all this.
Yeah.
We're sorry. We were wrong about masking. We were wrong about social distancing. We were wrong about all of it.
Where's
Bullshit.
the humility?
Yeah, no humility. Because they're not human. And that's why you don't believe them. Because you know they're just people reading off bullshit off the teleprompter. That's it. That's all it is. Nobody wants that anymore. You don't have to have that anymore. And that's why X has emerged and Substack and all these different things as like the place where people go to get actual information. And that's why they like podcasts. Because it's just the three of us in this room. That's it. The numbers of people, and Carl's that full now. But the numbers of people that are listening, it's just this crazy number that are all just listening to three people. So there's no producer, there's no all that shit that gets in the way of things has been removed.
It's actually for people when you think about it that way. Like if the audience becomes its own amalgam, I think of it like that. I think the audience gets short shrifted a lot. I thought of it last night in your club. It's like the audience is. Without the audience, what are you doing?
Certainly at a club. Yeah, at a club, it's everything.
It's everything, but why is it different?
Well, because you can't think about it that way. Because the best way to do it, in my opinion, the best way I've found to do it is to never think about the audience. All I'm interested in, I think about it in terms of if I'm bored, they must be bored. Let me move this up a little bit. Let me move this around a little bit. Let me figure out a way to. You got to move a conversation. Sometimes I've talked to very old scholars, very old. And it's sometimes right, you got to here. I'm going to get you on this.
We're going to land this
with
plane,
Trump
baby.
a little bit in the beginning when he was telling me the story of the biggest bedroom. I was in the bed with he was a long man. He was very tall. Very tall. So I was like, okay, we got to figure out a way to, what's it like to be the fucking president? What does that feel? I'm like, how crazy is it on the first day? That's what I really wanted to know. So it's like you got to kind of move people around. But that is for me, as an audience member. I'm not thinking about the audience because I feel like the best way to do it is for me to actually 100% be engaged and interested in what this person's talking about.
But don't you think that's you are the proxy for the audience when you're at your best?
Yeah, for sure.
In my view,
yes,
when I'm listening to you, when I high five you virtually, it's when you ask the question I was thinking, and I really tried to do that in the sewer. I really tried to do that on Dirty Jobs. I really tried.
I think you did. I think that's why it resonated so much with people.
Well, I hope so.
But for sure, because you didn't ever seem like a fake guy doing a thing. You seemed like a fun guy, a regular guy who's doing this thing where you're interacting with you. Like, what? How do you do this? What is this?
So yes, thanks. But then all of a sudden, I look up and Donald Trump's in the sewer with me. Oh shit! And there's an election in a week. Oh, the stakes around me, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden have changed. So it's so interesting that he was sitting right where I'm sitting, and you feel the need to kind of put some sides on this thing because you understand first and foremost that as an audience member, right? As somebody who's just listening to this as a fly on the wall, I'm getting a little lost.
Yeah, I'm a little bored. Let's move it along.
Right. So, you can say that, hey, that's Joe being a good host, or that's Joe being super honest in a conversation where he's starting to drift a little bit.
I'm most certainly aware that people are going to listen to it, don't get me wrong. But I don't think, the questions, maybe the audience would want to know this. I do this one thing, even if I know that I know how a thing works, I will ask a person how a thing works so that the audience can hear it from them rather than from me. I don't want to be Mr. Smarty Pants. Sure, I don't have to be. But that's one thing that I do where I'm aware that people probably don't know what we're talking about. So could you explain where this came from or why this? Because sometimes people, especially if they have an area of expertise, they just assume that people know what they're talking about when they're talking about specific techniques or ways they do things. So that in that way, I do think about the audience. But most of the time, that's just like I'm just doing my job. But mostly, all I'm trying to do is be 100% locked in.
Yeah.
Just locked. And I feel like if I'm locked in and I'm just real honest and just try to like be really curious and really just try to get the most out of this person, that's going to be good for the audience.
What was more consequential? Him coming on or her not coming on?
Him coming on.
Why do you say?
Well, because realistically, like, okay, my thought about her coming on was I was going to be very nice. I wanted to have fun with her. I wanted to just be able to talk to her and ask her questions. I want to get a sense of her as a human being. And if it's policy talk that bothered them, like there was a few things they didn't want to talk about, marijuana legalization. They initially didn't want to talk about internet censorship, and then they changed their tune. They wanted to talk about internet censorship. Great, internet censorship is important. Let's talk about it. But whatever, she wanted to talk about fucking riding bikes. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck what you want to talk about. I want to talk about cooking, rock climbing. I just want to just get a sense of her as a human being, just as a human being. What is it like? Like, does it freak you out when you get mad at you? Does it freak you out when you fuck up a sentence and you ramble? And you know, I know what it's like. You know, when you don't, you know the people are listening, and you're like, I gotta fucking bring this home, and I don't know how to. And you sort of repeat these key lines or this maybe it's a new word you become enamored with. You know,
When
you
you realize
over and over again.
When you realize you're in the middle of a sentence with no obvious ending,
Yes.
That's QVC in a nutshell.
Yes.
Okay, that's what it is,
Yes.
right? And when the teleprompter breaks, that's when you get to know the person,
Right.
And so that's why I'm asking. I wonder. You know, I mean, I listened to the interview and I ask myself, well, is anybody going to vote differently as a result? I don't think so. Are some people going to vote who otherwise might not have voted? Maybe. But for me, when you started to talk very casually about the fact that her campaign had stipulations, they had
I think there was a lot of that were she had made a bunch of blunders, and there was a lot of concern that she could make blunders here. This is what I was going to get to. She might have. It might have been a mess.
Yeah.
I might have asked her about immigration. We might have had a conversation about like what is the goal? Like why hasn't this been? This doesn't. If we can, you know, launch rockets and land them at the same time as we can't control border, that seems not real. That doesn't seem real. One seems way harder, and that's happening. He's fucking catching rockets with robot arms.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's happening, how come this can't be fixed? Because this didn't used to be like this. So why is it like this now? Why does the Red Cross have these stations set up where they give people maps and instructions? Why does China have these places in Mexico where they only have Chinese menus, Chinese writing, Chinese everything? And these people are coming from China specifically to the spot and then making it across the country. Like, what's the purpose of this? Has anybody ever examined what these people are up to? Why they're doing this? How is it so organized? Like, what is that about? Maybe that would have been a disaster. Because that's something that I felt like if she didn't want to talk about marijuana, didn't want to talk about internet censorship, immigration is an interesting one, right?
Yeah.
It's very interesting because, like, first of all, I am pro-immigration. I am the grandson of immigrants. My grandparents came over here during the Depression. If they didn't do it, I wouldn't be here. Yeah. Entire country, other than the Native Americans, are immigrants. That's all of us. We are a country of immigrants. And so we should have some stipulations, though, about who gets in and how you get in and where you're coming from. What is your past like? Are you a murderer? Are you a gangbanger? Have you been selling fentanyl for the last 20 years? Like, what are you doing with your life, Bob?
Inquiring minds want to know.
We want to know. And I think that's reasonable.
Do you see a difference between an immigrant and a settler?
Well, it all is the timeline, right?
Yeah.
It's the timeline thing.
Yeah.
I mean, not only that, you're an invader. Like, if you're one of those people that comes over in 1820 and you're making your way across the plains and you encounter the Comanche, you're the piece of shit. You're not supposed to be there. That's where they live. You're in their yard. You're some fucking weird, scruffy American looking for gold. Right? You know, what are you doing here, bro? You're the problem. You know, and now all of a sudden, that's Texas. Right? That's where we are. We live here now. This is my land. This is where I live.
Right.
I got this now.
Well,
you know,
look, I mean,
we're all invaders. At one point in time, every human being that's a nomadic person that's made their way across the country probably entered a place where people were before.
decide all that?
Sure, if we didn't actually, if the founding fathers didn't pull it off, we would be these wild, renegade English people that decided to come over here and fucking create havoc.
So, yeah, man, there are a lot of ways to go with all this, but I'll just come back to the teleprompter and say, if that's an essential part of how you communicate, and if that's if that's part of your image,
Right.
then you can't be on this show.
Right.
You can't. You can't join me in the sewer.
Right.
There's no room for the contrivance. There's just no room. There's just no time.
I just wonder if that's what they make them do. Like, if you make me do that, I'll suck too. I can't read off a teleprompter.
Yeah,
I'm not interested in doing that. It's not my thing. But if you make a person do that, like if you're going to be a politician, right? Okay, and you were a senator, and which is you don't get that kind of exposure that you get if you were a vice president or you're running for president initially, right? Like that's a totally different scene. And there's probably a bunch of people that coach you how to do it right, and you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And if you're not a powerful person, like a big personality like Donald Trump, who could just do it, but also coming from a world of entertainment for most of his life, he's been the public eye and hosting The Apprentice for 14 years. He's used to being in front of the camera. It's a normal experience for him. He has a massive advantage.
That's what I meant by production becomes the enemy of authenticity.
Yeah.
When you rely upon it to the point where you can't function in the midst or in the wake of a glitch, well, in a world of glitches, you're in trouble.
Right.
And I think the audience, not just yours, but the country, I just think they're just exhausted by people who have been managed and focus grouped and weighed and measured and tested and then put out there.
I think it's also the evolution of culture in general, because if you just go back to, we're talking about media, go back and watch a film from 1950 versus a film from 2024. The way people communicate now is much more realistic. There was a way of talking, like, Hannah, what did you do? There was a weird performative aspect to it because they didn't know how to do it right.
In sitcoms too.
In
right.
everything.
Father Knows Best.
Yes,
all that stuff.
And then as time moved on, it changed. Like All in the Family was all of a sudden this realistic portrayal of a family. We got a racist dad, and the son is, the meathead, the son-in-law, and the daughter's a hippie, and the mom just can't. What are you doing? What are you? It's a fucking amazing show. It was an amazing show. You had Sanford and Son. Sanford and Son is another one. It was a comedy, but people talk like people would talk in real life. And then as culture moves on, songs change, books change. Everything sort of like moves into there's a much greater understanding. If you had a show and you tried to do Father Knows Best today, it would almost be like you were putting on like a parody. Like it would be weird. You would be like a weird Tim and Eric type thing. If you're doing something weird on purpose, right? And that's not acceptable anymore. So the culture's moved on.
So for sure, but it moves on in fits and starts, and it's not a line.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Just
So,
like the climate.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So like even the changes in podcasting, like it's happening right now, right in front of us. You can see so many different types of podcasts.
Yeah.
See so many different kinds of scripted dramas. I mean, oh my God.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Breaking Bad?
Right.
30 years ago?
Right.
It's impossible.
Right.
A whole lot of things had to happen in front of that for that thing to.
The Sopranos had happened.
That's right.
Yeah.
And something had to happen before that.
Yeah.
Well, in my world, and in the world you're describing, that was the age of authority. That's when Eric Severai could talk to you like this. That's when, like Discovery is a good example. You asked about it, and I'll tell you, first of all, John Hendricks, a friend of mine who created that channel, you would love. He did this in his garage, basically. The story's incredible, how he talked Malone into getting some transponder space, or maybe it was Westinghouse, and mortgaged his house to buy some documentaries from Australia and started beaming all that stuff down. I asked him years ago, like, what was the guiding principle behind this business model? And of course, Discovery has since purchased Warner Brothers. You know, they're the biggest entertainment company in the world today. And it started with John Hendricks saying one goal: to satisfy curiosity. That's it. Everything I do must line up with the traditional definition of what a discovery is. It's the satisfying of curiosity.
Yeah.
And so when I pitched Dirty Jobs, I was coming in on the heels of what you're talking about. There was still in nonfiction, it was Richard Attenborough, it was Jacques Cousteau, it was Jane Goodall. It was, you know, the Discovery brand was very much a reflection of some of the greatest naturalists and historians and astrophysicists in the world. They deferred to experts, and then they hired guys like me to narrate shows that we could sound even more official. And so you had this dance, this production dance, where you had a credible sounding voice and an expert at the center of the thing. Dirty Jobs was not that. Dirty Jobs was, what if the expert is a septic tank technician or a welder? What if the expert is a skull cleaner or a golf ball retrievist? It's a job. Or a sheep castrator, an oral sheep castrator, which we can get into if you want. Like, what if they become your source of credible information? And what if the host somehow morphs from this authoritarian expert into a guest with a bunch of questions? So this conversation happened between me and some of the guys over there in 2003, and they bought it. They didn't buy They didn't like Dirty Jobs. They took it really to shut me up. They wanted 3 episodes and out. The deal I made with these guys was rooted in this paradigm of me saying, send me out into the world to go on adventures. And don't ask me to know more than I know, but just let me look under the rock and let's learn together. And so they said, okay, we're going to, you'll go to the Titanic with James Cameron, you'll climb Kilimanjaro.
You went to the Titanic?
No, and I'll very nearly. It was canceled a month before because Dirty Jobs finally hit. But prior to that, I went to Egypt. I was exploring tombs with Zahi Hawass. I was at the pyramids. I was in some of the greatest, the largest undiscovered graveyard in Bawiti, the sands of the dead, where they found the mummies with the golden mask. And nobody knew who the hell they were because it wasn't attached to any dynasty. And who are all these people with golden masks on their faces? And so Discovery would send me to do these shows, and they were great. Meanwhile, this hot mess that looked like a German porno called Dirty Jobs winds up on the air, and it rates like through the roof. But the problem in 2004 was that, and this is a kind of cognitive dissonance that always is super interesting, right? When a big company or a brand or a political party or really anybody realizes that the thing their audience wants is not the thing they want them to want. That's amazing.
Right.
And it happens all the time. And
Sure.
And most of the time when it happens, you just walk it behind the barn and shoot it, and you never hear about it. But Dirty Jobs actually got on the air before it was shelved for a year. And it was during that year that I went on a series of adventures for the network, doing this other
Why
thing.
was it shelved?
It was shelved because it was deemed off-brand. It was shelved because I was biting the testicles off of lambs with ranchers. And that's how they castrate their lambs. They have for hundreds of years. It was not that specific episode. That got me in trouble later. But it was shelved because it was an unscripted, random romp. We never did a second take on the show. It didn't look
Like everything else on the network.
It didn't look like anything else on the network. It was just a jagged little film. But they liked me, and they liked this idea of a more unscripted look at the world. And so we reached this kind of détente, and I started narrating all their tentpole shows. And then I went to Alaska to host Deadliest Catch, which is a whole other story. That crab fishing show.
Yeah.
That's 21 years now, right? And up there, people died. You know, people died. And I went to 6 funerals in 6 weeks. And when we looked at the footage of that, and somebody up the food chain eventually decided, okay, this is a world we have to get into, but Mike, you're not hosting 2 shows at the same time, so pick one. So Dirty Jobs came back, went into full production late in 2004, and Deadliest Catch went in full production about the same time, but I just narrated. Moral of the story is, everything that happened after that and around that, I'm not saying because of it, but right around that same time, I think the media world, in nonfiction anyhow, began this migration from the age of authority into the age of authenticity. And ever since, nonfiction has been grappling with that just as surely as every other vertical, because people want to see something that feels like the truth, and that's a slight.
Yeah. That's interesting. And that is what people are gravitating towards more today. And I think that's the whole thing we're talking about, what mainstream news is failing. But
You know it when you see it.
Yeah.
You know it when you see it.
Yeah. You can tell the difference.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I think for me, the moment that crystallizes all of this, and he and I were on parallel paths, I think. He was dealing with his network, the Travel Channel at the time, the same way I was dealing with Discovery. We were constantly at each other's throats, trying to navigate this weird line of reality and authenticity. And there's a scene in Parts Unknown. I think he's in might be Sardinia, diving.
Oh yeah, on the throne that big octopuses in.
That's one of the single greatest moments in the history of
It's amazing.
nonfiction.
It shows you exactly how the sausage is being made, but it's also like now you can trust him because you know he's kind of sabotaging the narrative that they've created for his own show for his authenticity.
I would do that for a scene, maybe even for an act, maybe even for a whole segment. Maybe if I got a bee in my bonnet, and I really just couldn't,
Right.
I got angry every now and then, and but Tony, dude, he went out and got front. I mean, front, and shot the whole show smash. And he made them cut it in, and you can see it.
Yeah.
He's so disgusted. Just so the audience understands.
Right.
They're supposed to be spearfishing for octopi, and the local handler wasn't sure that they were going to find any, so he bought some at the market, but they were frozen and dead. And so Tony's down there with his spear gun with some other diver, and these frozen squid, right, just start to come by him. And in narration, this is where he really owned it, because he owned that show. Like, he could, nobody's going to tell him what to say. So his real rant happens months later in the VO booth, when he's just describing the heartbreaking insincerity. Don't they know who I am?
Right.
What did they think I was going to do?
Right.
So it's like he says something like, in the face of this kind of wanton deception, a reasonable man can turn to nothing but the elixir of distilled alcohol. And he just drinks for the rest of the show. And it airs.
Yeah.
It airs on CNN.
Yeah.
And I think it won a Peabody.
Was that the CNN one, or was that No Reservation?
That was CNN.
Was it?
Yeah.
It was Parts Unknown?
Look, I'm pretty sure it was Parts Unknown. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but
I think you might be right.
yeah. And God, that's what I wrote about when he died. It was because I've been sitting on a Zodiac. I've done that. I've been in this world where you're nervous. You've got a lot of stuff to worry about. And then somebody just comes along and tries to produce a moment.
Yeah.
You try to produce a moment.
Well, also the guys are probably guys like fuck guys aren't gonna find the octopus would kill them.
You're right, but I gotta think there's somebody there in his crew, somebody over from 0.0, a production company.
Yeah.
Somebody must have,
Who knows?
who knows?
Who knows?
But look, the fact that that happened is wonderful. The fact that he was able to insist that it air, that was important.
Yeah.
That was important.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly important for how you trust them. You had to trust them. That was his whole thing. You're coming with me. This is actually me. Here we go.
Fly on the wall.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a very unique show too, because the topic of food is art. I really learned that from No Reservations, but followed over through parts of my own. Food is art. I didn't think of it as art until I saw his show. And then I was like, oh, okay, that's right. Because I just thought of art as being like a thing that people make that you look at or touch. I never thought it would be a thing you make that you hear, right? I never thought it would be a thing you make where you eat. And then I saw, I'm like, well, these are artists. These are artists. All these people that discover these different ways to make things delicious. And, okay.
Their medium's different.
Yeah, it's just different. It's a different kind. But then hanging out with them, it's like, yeah, they're all artists. They talk like artists. They're covered in tattoos. They're fucking weirdos. Like to do drugs. They're all listening to crazy music.
They're also craftsmen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, to me, yeah, food is art. It sure can be, and it can also be fuel.
Yeah.
It's actually both. It's kind of perfect.
Yeah, you could have both. It could be art if you want. Just gotta pick what you eat.
Is hunting art?
It's a discipline. It's a primal discipline. The discipline that connects you to life and death in a very unique way that I don't think anyone else does. Where if you do it correctly, right? I'm talking about like mountain elk hunting in particular, which is my favorite. It's very hard to do. I train for it. I have to get in really good shape. I practice. I practice so much I fucked my back up. I was developing like tendonitis in my lower back. That's
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
We got work to do. And so it's a discipline more than it is anything. But it's like I don't know. Some people call it a sport. I find that wrong. It's not the right. It does take like physical energy. You have to be in shape to do it. You have to be in great fitness. But it's not a sport. It's a discipline. It's a discipline that's very, very, very primal. It taps into something you didn't even know was there. It's like people who've ever gone fishing. There's a thing that happens when you catch a fish, this excitement that you're not prepared for. It's a weird excitement. That excitement is you're going to feed your family and stay alive. That's what that excitement is. Because that excitement's like hardwired into your human reward system. And you don't know it's there until you go fishing. Oh, here he is. Get him in that. Oh, we got him.
Yeah.
And hunting is that sometimes. Hunting is that. Hunting is way different. You're flying, they're protective senses. Make sure the wind is going in the right direction. You go all the way around if it's not. You gotta figure out a way to move through the trees. You gotta move very slowly, only moving their heads down.
I think that's art.
I mean, it's a shot. It's art. I'll tell you that. Archery is art. A good archery shot on an animal, I watch it with art because it's hard to do. It's very hard to do. When I see someone who's got a perfect 50-yard shot in the vitals, and that broadhead sinks in, I know that animal's going to die very quickly. It's a quick, humane death, and that's what you practice for.
Josh Smith over at Montana Knife, by any chance?
Sure, very well.
He sent me a video the other day. He went on a big hunt with his boy.
Moose hunt? Yeah.
His boy got one at a few hundred yards.
Fucking huge. For a first moose, that's so crazy. That kid hit the jackpot.
But the excitement on the video that he sent me. And
It's
Josh.
primal.
Yeah.
And bow hunting is even more primal than that. Bow hunting is that type of hunting. So it's regular hunting is fishing times 100, then bow hunting is regular hunting times 100.
I just think, if you're whatever canvas you're in front of, whether you're painting or whether you're cooking or whether you're stalking, like you can, the muse, like does the muse come to you when you're stalking? Does it come to you? You know, I don't have an answer for it, but I know that people talk about it. Like some people say, well, you're in the zone. You know, sometimes when I write, I'm surprised. Like just the other day, I started writing something on the tarmac of SFO, and when I looked up, I was at JFK. It was like that.
Yeah, you got into it.
Yeah,
Airplanes are great for that.
they're the best.
They force you into that seat.
They're the
You
best.
can't get up because there's a guy next to you. You get that laptop open, and it just comes out of you.
And I like a
A
little
couple of
distraction.
Budweisers. Let's go.
I wrote a book on a plane.
I believe it.
I really did, and I did it mostly in moments that I don't really remember when time gets compressed. And I think that can happen when you're fabricating something, when you're hunting something, when you're painting something, maybe in the middle of a set, maybe in the middle of a fight.
Yeah.
You know, I talk to boxers who say that it's so odd the way things will sometimes almost feel like they're in slow motion, even though they're happening so fast.
Some fighters is art. Well, I think martial arts are art for people that understand it. If you watch, it's beautiful. But there's some fighters that are just so artistic. You know Emmanuel Augustus is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That guy is an artist. That guy's an artist.
What makes him an artist?
Because he's, first of all, completely unique. Okay? Doing a thing in this beautiful, deceptive way. He's dancing. But he has an understanding of distance that's fantastic. So he's really good at avoiding punches. His head movement, even with this unorthodox dancing style, is fantastic.
He's stalking.
He's doing something. Like here's Emmanuel. Like look at him.
Yes.
I mean,
Right.
imagine you're fighting a guy who's moving like this. It's so crazy. He was so hard. Floyd Mayweather said he was the most. He just punched him with two hands at the same time. Floyd Mayweather said he was the most skilled opponent he ever fought. Wow. And his record didn't indicate his actual physical ability. His abilities were incredible. But it's just like, it was such a wild style, so unusual.
It's like boxing a bobblehead.
Right. Like Prince Nassim Hamed had a kind of a similar thing going on when he was in his prime. Nassim Hamed was very, very unorthodox. See, here's fighting Floyd. He gave Floyd a hard fucking time because he's so difficult to fight. Like, look, how do you deal with that? And when you're a guy like Floyd and you're getting clowned, here he's fighting Mickey Ward. When you're a guy like Floyd and you're, the cream of the crop, Olympian, I mean, you're a fucking phenomenal boxer, just a fantastic boxer. And then you're fighting this guy who's dancing in front of you, like, what the fuck? But also really good. It wasn't just that. Like, you rarely get a guy who's clowning like that, but also like that kind of head movement skill.
Yeah.
Phenomenal movement, but also can dance in front of you and land shit that you don't see coming because it's coming at like weird angles.
Who's his trainer?
Oh man, I don't think anybody trains you to do that.
I don't either.
No.
You remember, like, what does Customato say?
He would never.
Would allow.
No, he was. But maybe if the guy started winning like that, he would change his tune.
So maybe
People change their tune when they see something extraordinary. When they see something weird, they change their tune. Maybe. Fuck. I don't know. Because you don't know sometimes. You don't. There's guys that come along in fighting in particular that have styles that are so weird, so unique. You go, wait a minute. How come nobody else is doing it like this? Is this gonna work? Like, Sean Strickland is? He was UFC middleweight champion. Stands straight up, puts his hand one hand like this, one hand down here, and beats the fuck out of everybody.
Yeah.
Stands straight up. Everybody else is down. Everybody else is moving. Sean straight up, moving towards you. Phenomenal head movement. Awesome timing. And
They're out
walks
there, though.
people down in a weird style. There's a bunch of guys that fight weird, but they're really good at it.
Well, think baseball too. I mean, it's everything. Louis Tion. Remember the pitcher?
I don't really follow baseball.
You'll love this, James.
I know almost nothing about sports. Believe it or not.
You will. One day, you're going to look at a baseball game and go, hey, you know what I need to do? I need to play professional baseball. And then 5 years later, we're going to be reading about it because you're going to go crazy with it. The
I'm
same way
too
you did
old
everything.
for that. But this Louis Tion, what did he do differently?
Louis Tion was a pitcher, and his windup was such that it looked sort of traditional, but then he turned his back to the batter without leaving the rubber, right? So this guy spin all the way around before he's through. And he'd go further than that sometimes.
Is that really unusual?
Yeah, it's unusual. That's unusual.
Oh, so it freaks people out a little bit?
Well, so yeah, because he just breaks. He stops looking at you. Look, his back.
Look at his ankle. That's crazy.
That's exactly it. So it's like, if you're a batter, you're like, all right, there are a lot of different pitchers. And I'll get used to this, and I'll get used to that. And then this guy comes in.
That dude has flex for me.
Like hilarious.
Because look at the angle his knee is in before he turns. That's crazy.
Yeah, you would actually. I'm surprised you're not into baseball
I
because
can't.
It's
I don't have any room.
I know the bucket's overflowing.
That's it. Yeah, it 100% is. I watch football now. My wife's into football, but I can't. I can only pay attention so much. My head is filled with combat sports. I have to follow jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, MMA in the UFC, MMA in the PFL, Bellator, ONE FC. I have to keep track of 1,000 fighters, like literally 1,000 fighters.
Right.
Maybe casually, some of them, like some of the kickboxers, casually I'm watching. Is fighting. Oh, this guy's fighting. That guy's fighting. I know who these people are. I watch them fight. I'm watching fights. Just hours and hours in a day. I might watch fights 2 hours every day.
Is it work or fun?
It's fun. Yeah, it's only fun. But I do feel obligated to pay attention. Like, there's guys that are coming up in other organizations. I see guys have, like, a specific skill set. Like, I contacted Conlon regularly. Now, he was fighting in the Cage Warriors. I reached out. I said, dude, you're fucking super talented. Go see something. And then there's, like, kickboxers like Alex Pereira. I follow him in Glory. And then finally comes over to the UFC. I was like, God, I see this guy. This guy's fucking insane. It's like, you have to have some sort of an understanding of what's coming, and also you have to kind of be tuned into the state of the art, because the state of the art is very different in 2024 than it was in '97 when I first started working for the UFC. The state of the art is elite now. You're getting these 18-year-old kids that can do everything at like a super high level, and they're like these phenomenal athletes that instead of going into baseball or instead of going into football, now they're only focused on becoming a UFC champion, and this is their goal in life. And they're 18, and you get to see them in amateur organizations, you get to see them in foreign organizations, you get to see them travel overseas, compete in Japan. So to me, it's like I don't have any room. I don't have room for baseball.
It's interesting, man. You had a front row seat to watching that sport become as dominant as it is. At the same time, you're watching the podcast world blow up.
Well, the UFC really blew up first. See, I was a fan of the UFC in the very, very beginning, and it got me into jiu-jitsu. So in '96, I started taking jiu-jitsu. '94, I found out about the UFC. I kept it in my head for a little bit. I was still kickboxing at the time, just not fighting anymore, just training. I was training at a bunch of different places in North Hollywood. This place called the Jet Center in Van Nuys. Put that one under. So I was just interested in martial arts always. And then the UFC came along, and I was super interested in it, but I didn't really have a lot of notes on news radio at the time. It was very difficult to have the time to start training. And then in '96, I started training. And so I started working for the UFC in '97. And that was when it was banned from cable. You could only get it on DirecTV. And we had to do these shows in like Dothan, Alabama, where you took a propeller plane. It was fucking hell. It was no money.
This is '97?
Mm-hmm.
'97. And is Dana?
Bare knuckle. Dana was not involved yet.
When did Dana get involved?
2001. So I'm on Fear Factor at the time. And one of the things me and my friend Eddie Bravo, who's also a big fan from back in the day, talking jiu-jitsu. When we were first really into it, when we would go to like Louisiana, the only places that sanctions fight. They were bare knuckle. People wore shoes. You could grab their shorts. It was like crazy rules.
Yeah.
And we said, what would we take these billionaires who love the sport, dump a ton of money into it? That's what it would take. Like someone would have to dump a ton of money. And then along comes Lorenzo and Frank Fertitta in 2001. These billionaires, that happened to get in love with the sport, and so they buy the UFC. And then they started putting these shows together, and then I meet Dana. And then I started asking Dana, like, have you ever heard about this guy? Did you ever see this guy fight in Japan? You ever heard of this Russian dude? And I started asking him about fighters. Like, you should try to get these guys. And he's like, do you want to do commentary? And then next thing you know, I'm a commentator for the UFC.
Okay, this is very weird triangulating, but
They didn't even have any money at the time. They were hemorrhaging money, so I did the first 13 shows for free.
and back to the art thing, you must be willing to give it away. Whatever it is you love, you must be willing to give it away for a time at least.
Well, for me, money has always been fun coupons. So I was on Fear Factor, so I had plenty of fun coupons. So my thought was like, oh, I have money. I don't have to worry about money right now. Like, I'll just do this. Yeah, this would be fun to do.
Nevertheless, I mean, it was the same thing with Dirty Jobs. Once that thing lit up, I had to be willing to sign a contract. It was probably illegal. I mean, it was such a ridiculous contract, the way they owned you. So,
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
it's like no money, but
Yeah.
but if it's a hit, if it sticks,
We have you for 10 years. Yeah.
or you renegotiate. My ace in the hole with Dirty Jobs was technically I was the host, and I can host that show without doing the thing in the show that made people watch,
Right.
which was actually do the work.
Yeah.
There's no contract that can force you to bite the balls off the sheet,
Right.
right? You have to be willing to do that. And so I was able to fix that. But Dana, I'm trying to remember what year this would have been. When did The Ultimate Fighter?
2005.
Okay, so in 2004, Dirty Jobs was on the air. It was in that weird space where we didn't know if it was going to be a hit or what. But I was narrating all kinds of stuff to this guy, Craig Pelagian. And I walked into Craig's office in Hollywood, and Dana was sitting in there. I had no idea who he was. I just walked in to say hi. And Dana kind of knew me or recognized me. And Craig said, hey, this guy, Mike, he's narrating American Chopper, American Hot Rod. He's narrating, he just goes down the list, and Dana says, say something. And I said, previously on The Ultimate Fighter. He said, fine, it'll be great. I just didn't use it.
That sounds like Dana.
I said, say something.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
It was great. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how things happen like that.
Well, you were gonna, you wouldn't be sitting here now if your lease wasn't up or whatever.
Yeah, I probably would. I would have gone back to New York.
I think the art thing, we should not be done with that yet. There's something, I'm thinking about the clips you were playing. What do they call boxing? The sweet science.
Yeah.
So, like, art and science. I think anybody who's passionate about what they do can approach what they do like a scientist or like an artist, or maybe both,
I think both.
So, I've got this this foundation that evolved out of Dirty Jobs. It's called Microworks, and we award these scholarships to people who don't want to go to a 4-year school but who want to learn a trade. Right? We've been doing it for 16 years, and I started doing it in part for my granddad, but mostly because there are 8 million jobs now that don't require a 4-year degree, and there's $1.7 trillion in student loans on the books, right? That is bananas, and we've got these huge shortages in the skilled trades. So I spent a lot of time talking about how that happened and what might be done to fix it. But regarding art, it's like you're old enough to remember wood shop, metal shop, sure. Before it was shop, it wasn't just Votech. It turned into Votech, but before it was Votech, it was the vocational arts. That's what they called it. And so we didn't just get rid of the vocational arts. We started with a language, and we took art out of it. And that's when it became Votech. And then there were a bunch of other acronyms and abbreviations and hyphenations.
Well, there's also a weird distortion in our society where we have decided that we place a higher value on someone spending an enormous amount on education for a job that doesn't pay nearly as much as the education cost, where you're burdened with debt, doing a job where you have to work your way up a corporate ladder that might be hell, over becoming a carpenter, over building a house. Everybody needs a fucking house. Over being a plumber. And if you're a guy who can figure out how to do good carpentry, if you understand how to use tools, you're taught properly, you have a good apprenticeship, you can make an incredible living. It's very satisfying. It's skilled. It's a job that is creative. It's skillful. And when you're done, you bring satisfaction to other people that live in that house. There's a great benefit to it. But our society has got this distorted view of tradesmen, and it's a really dumb thing because it fucks you up. Because if you're a kid and you go through the university system, you get a degree that's kind of useless, but then you get a job and you're making $60,000 a year, and you're like, oh my God, I have $200,000 in student loans, and I'm doing a job that's not very satisfying, and I'm kind of stuck. I'm working my way up, but it's going to take a long time before I make enough money where I'm not burdened by this.
Yeah.
Or you could have a successful construction company by that. I mean, you could get a small business loan, and you could start like hiring other people. You could have trucks with your name on it. Like, I know people who've done that. They live very well, and it doesn't mean you're dumb. Like, a lot of these people that live very well are very self-educated. They read books. They watch documentaries. They're interesting people.
And they're entrepreneurial.
But we've got this bizarre thing in our head that if you didn't go to a school and get a degree, you must be a dumb person. It's weird, and it's not smart. It's not good for anybody to think that way.
Well, I very rarely play the devil's advocate in this argument, but I do think I know why it happened, or at least how. And I was in high school in the late 70s, and there was a very concerted push for what we call higher ed, which, by the way, already sets the table, right?
Yeah.
It's higher ed over here. I guess we have lower ed over here.
Right. Because
the language is awful. But the PR, and to be fair, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, we needed more doctors, we needed more engineers, we needed more people matriculating through, 4-year schools. But what happens with PR, at least from what I've seen, is that it always goes too far. And it wasn't enough just to make a persuasive case for that path. We had to do it at the expense of the jobs you're talking about. So if you don't go this way, you're going to wind up turning a wrench with a giant plumber's butt crack and some other ridiculous trope. So it's a lot of stereotypes and stigmas and myths and misperceptions that started to swirl around the trades. And that, I don't know when it happened, but
especially where you grow up, like, if you grow up in a place that's highly educated, like Massachusetts, where I was, Boston, very, very educated place.
Yeah.
So if you're a person that pursued the trades, you're probably a failure. So this is like all you can do. You couldn't get to school.
And yet, you love this old house.
Yeah.
Which is a love letter to the trade.
It really is.
Every single one.
I love watching people make them.
Yeah.
Even dumb things. Like there was a guy, I think it was a PBS show, where he would make tools and do stuff the way people did way back in the day. Like he'd make his own planer and
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And he would make furniture and shit.
Yeah.
I didn't have any desire to make furniture, but I loved watching this guy because he was really into making furniture. It was his art. He was an artist. Yeah, and he was authentic. He actually loved it. You could tell. It wasn't like this was like his scam. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like ancient tools. Figure out, no, this guy really was into it.
Well, what's happened there, for me anyway, is that I mean, after 16 years in it, I can tell a pretty good story anecdotally. But now I'm able to go back and talk to people who we helped, 5-6 years ago, with maybe a welding certification. And it's amazing when you say, hey, how's it going? And they say, how's it going? I'll tell you how it's going. $210,000 a year. I bought a van. I hired my buddy who's a welder. Then I hired a plumber. Then I got 2 HVAC guys and an electrician. We're doing $3.5 million a year. Got no debt. And so my job is to talk to that guy do that a lot on my podcast. It's just like, I just want to hear I want to hear stories of people who prospered as a result of mastering a skill that's in demand.
Right.
And then maybe apply some level of either artistry or entrepreneurship or the willingness to move. That's a big one too. You know, we can go where the work is. You know, and so it's really become. It's why Bobby Kennedy called me back in February. You know, he was like, "Hey man, this MicroWorks thing, you want to make it MacroWorks?" And I said, "Yeah, sure. What do you have in mind?" And that's I don't know if you knew this, but we had this whole conversation about like running together.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he asked if I wanted to be vice president.
Oh, jeez Louise. What'd you say?
Dude. I was in Munich. In January, and he had called me earlier just to talk really generally about the middle class. He's like, look, what you've done with the foundation, my campaign is a lot about that, and I'd love to talk to you more about it. So I kind of put him in the category of elected officials, politicians who might be useful. You know, I'm not that guy. But I said, yeah, look, man, I'd be happy to chat. Well, he called back, and Gavin,
Right. Yeah.
So they did a dive. This was very strange for me. They did a deep dive, and when I got back to the Bay Area, he invited me down to his home to meet, the cats. They were all there, and we talked for like 3 hours. And I'm looking over my shoulder, honestly, like I'm being punked.
Right.
Which one of my crazy friends
Right.
put you up to this? But he was serious, and I was weirdly flattered, maybe. Like, I knew I couldn't say yes, but I was so interested in what his thinking was.
Right.
And we spoke for a few hours, and then we stayed in touch for like the better part of the next month. And I actually really, for the first time ever, just tried to try it on, and it didn't fit, I would never do well in an office or in a bureaucracy.
He called me up once to ask me who I thought would be like good vice president. I was terrified he was going to ask me. I was terrified. I was like, please don't ask that. Because I know he asked, he asked Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. I literally heard the sound of my sphincter slamming shut.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
I just tensed up and I was like, oh.
What's that job?
Like, whoa.
What's that fucking job? That job's insanity.
But, man, I'll tell you, man, it was a really, he was very gracious and very direct. And I tried to be too. And I told him, I'm like, look, the infectious disease thing, I get that. The middle class thing, I totally get that. The forever wars, I get all that. And then he's like, Mike, do you understand 77% of the youth today wouldn't qualify to get into the armed forces? Do you understand what the crisis is we face right now? Never mind health. Health is its own thing, and I've got lots of things to say about it, but fitness, just basic fitness, His uncle was starring in commercials 45 years ago that were literally, we call it fat shaming today, challenging. I just talked to him the day before yesterday, and he said, Google any photo of Yankee Stadium, sold out from the 60s or even the 70s, and try and find the fat people. They're not there, but if they are, they're hard to find. Do it today, they're impossible to miss. Something colossally horrible has happened. Anyway, he was very passionate about all that.
Yeah.
And I said, but
It's an important message.
it is an important message.
And it gets lost. That allows people to just be their authentic self. There's nothing wrong with becoming your life of vitality. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry if you're already there, but it doesn't help anybody to pretend that you're not there. And the
only way we get out of this is we try to figure out what happened between 1960 and 2024. What happened? Well, we can figure it out. It's not Columbo. This is like the evidence is all there. We know what the ingredients are that are bad for you. We know we've done the food supply. We know we've done really readily available. What you eat.
When you say we, though, this country, do you
What percentage has been
understand?
informed? This is part of the problem. And this is why it benefits to have someone like that in office. Most people aren't aware of it. You know, I've had a lot of conversations with people who have this really distorted idea of nutrition, what's important and what you need, and what's good to thrive, what's optimum versus what is just going to keep you alive. People think, oh, you just need a balanced diet. No, you need to take vitamins. If you do not take vitamins, you will not have full optimization of your body.
What do I want to take with D, by the way? Is it magnesium?
You want to take magnesium and you want to take K2. You want to take vitamin K, magnesium, and, you know, there's some arguments and other stuff too that would also enhance it. But you definitely need vitamin D. Almost everybody does. And if you live in a cold climate in the wintertime, you know, a buddy of mine would do his residency in, I think it was Boston. And he was saying people would come in and they'd have undetectable levels of vitamin D because they were just never in the sun and they didn't supplement at all. And, you know, just some vitamin D enrich it with vitamin D. But the reality is you need vitamin D and you need quite a bit of it. And if you want an optimal immune system that's really healthy, it's imperative. It's really important. And there's a lot of other things that are important. Vitamin C is really important. You know, vitamin B is very important. A bunch of different B's. You need essential fatty acids. They're very important. You need all these things. If you don't have these things, your body won't function right.
Do you think that the basic fear and conversation around skin cancer and the lotions and the coverings and the sunscreens, and I mean, to what extent do you think people are not getting vitamin D because they've been scared out of the sun?
There's a lot of that for sure. The best way to get vitamin D, most certainly, is from the sun. That's the way your body's naturally designed to get vitamin D. You're supposed to be outside all the time, and it'll make you healthier. Physically, it's good for you. It's actually a hormone that your body produces. Vitamin D is a hormone. It's or a precursor to a hormone, I guess, to the world. But what it's doing to your body, like George St. Pierre when he was fighting would tan, and he would tan specifically not to look good because it's actually better for your health and fitness. You get more vitamin D that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a reality to that. That's why people are really fucking depressed when they live in the Pacific Northwest. It's raining all the time. You're not getting enough vitamin D. It's actually bad for your psyche. It's bad for your mind. It's bad for your health. Again, overall vitality. You want to have strong vitality. You need to eat nutritious food and take vitamins. And you need to exercise. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You need those three things. 100%.
No shortcuts.
No shortcuts.
I don't know that probably not many silver linings to the lockdown, but I did. I started walking. I've always been active, but I kind of backed off of the gym as I got older and started walking every morning for 8 miles. And then, you know, Mike Easter, he became a friend, comfort crisis, and I started rucking.
Yeah.
And so,
that's great.
Yeah,
Mike's a big proponent of that.
big time.
Yeah.
In fact, when Bobby called, it was funny. He's hard to understand sometimes. And I was impossible to understand because I was gasping for breath. I got 65 pounds on my back, walking 8 miles every morning. He was like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Dude, I'm dying. I'm rucking." But yeah, I think there's really something important in that book that Easter wrote, and I think our it's not the specifics of what we can do. This idea of what do the Japanese call it, a misogi, a quest or a challenge of sorts that you should challenge yourself to do every so often.
Yeah.
And one of the criterion is you should have a 50% chance of failure. Right. So it's a real push into uncertainty and discomfort, and that's why I run. It's
Yeah.
it's
Voluntary
uncomfortable.
discomfort.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that is an exercise for that part of your mind the same way cardiovascular exercise works for your cardiovascular system. I think the discomfort exercise is a real thing. And, Andrew Huberman has talked about this. There's actually a specific area of the brain when you enact voluntary discomfort, you do things you don't want to do all the time, it actually grows. Remember what that is? Remember what we call that? Part of the brain? But, he speaks about it, of course. He's a neuroscientist.
Yeah.
Much more eloquent. But I think that's real. And I think it also makes regular life a lot easier. That was one of my favorite things at jiu-jitsu when I found out. It makes regular life easy because regular life is not anterior mid-cingulate cortex. That's what it is. Engaging in challenging activities can stimulate and grow this region, which is crucial for learning, leaning into and overcoming difficulties. Yeah. If your life is super easy and anything that comes up is a nightmare, it's probably because you're lacking voluntary adversity to overcome uncomfortable moments. So uncomfortable moments are rare, and when you encounter rare things, generally people kind of have anxious moments encounter rare things.
Well, anxiety is a form of discomfort.
Yes.
And it's not just pain. It's not, I think most people equate discomfort or uncomfortableness with like physical pain, but the way Easter talks about it, it's also boredom. Like being bored makes people super uncomfortable because we're so not used to,
Especially today. Yeah.
this damn thing up in, instant access to 99%.
But you're robbing yourself of a lot of possible ideas.
Sure. Yeah, because the best ideas come
Where you're bored.
when you're bored.
I used to have some of my best ideas when I had no radio in my car because I would just be driving and my best ideas would come while I was driving. So instead of being entertained, I was just sort of really thinking. You're constantly thinking.
Yeah.
And when you're involved in, an ordinary activity like driving where you're just so sort of like plugged in, like take your blinkers, change lanes, you're so plugged in. So you're in like this weird mindset. And then if there's nothing entertaining you, your mind just starts thinking about things.
Right. Because
sometimes you come up with great ideas.
your mind, your brain will find whatever you send it out to look for.
Yeah.
It'll just search until it finds it. And if you don't give it anything, then it'll look inward.
Right.
It'll find something. Cold plunges, not healthy.
Yeah.
But, if you can find a way to like it.
I don't like it. I do it every day. I hate it.
Yeah.
But I love it when I get out. The moment before I get in, I'm always like,
Yeah.
I don't want to do this.
Right.
It's fucking cold outside. It's 40 degrees outside. I'm flying with 34 degrees water. But because I do it, I know that I've already done something way more difficult than most of my day.
I think there's a difference in knowing what the benefits are of a cold plunge, which would require you to do some research and do some reading and do some thinking and so forth, versus just saying, okay, I know there's some benefit. I don't actually need to know specifically what it is. I just need to know that there's an overarching benefit in embracing the suck.
Yeah.
I need, and if I do that a couple of times a day, I think I'm going to be better for it. And that's useful. That's been useful to me.
That's useful, but it also is beneficial physically. So it's both things. I think that's the case with exercise too. It's also the case with sauna. Difficult things that are also very beneficial physically. They seem to go hand in hand because it's the hormetic effect. Your body's freaking out because of the cold, and that's why it produces all these cold shock proteins, and that's why it produces all these anti-inflammatories. So your body just feels better when you get out. The endorphin rush you get.
Yeah.
The norepinephrine is this flood of these chemicals that lasts for hours. Ramps up your dopamine by like 200%, and it lasts for hours. Like you genuinely feel better. So there's all that. It's also good for recovery, muscle soreness, just general inflammation. There's a lot of benefits. But that's the same with exercise, right? It's difficult to do. It's hard to do. But if you can do it, man, you'll be stronger, healthier, you feel better. It's like you gotta go through that suck to get those benefits. And people don't like that. And so they come up with a bunch of reasons why you don't need that. That's just a fad. That's just this. They all look like shit. Everybody says that. They all look like shit. They all talk like pussies. They're all just
they're cowards. They're afraid to get in there. They don't like getting in there. They don't like that other people get in there every day. They don't get in there every day. So they come up with reasons why getting in there is not really worth it. Yeah. It's all a bunch of hogwash. It's the latest fads. This, that.
And yet, look at the stadium 50 years ago and look at it today.
Yeah.
The evidence demands a verdict. Something awful has happened.
Yeah.
It's like the difference between being hungry and feeling hungry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's something else I think about a lot. I mean, how often do we say, maybe you don't, but how often do you hear God starve? Man,
You're really not.
you can't possibly be.
Yeah. Talk to a fighter that's trying to make weight. Those guys are famished. Those guys they have no water in their body.
Yeah.
For the week before, they're living in hell. They're living in hell. Some of those guys, they start their cut like 4 or 5 days out. Crazy. That's starving.
You
And
gotta really
that's
love it.
only your voluntarily starving. You know, it's not real starving. Real starving is like you might not be able to eat. You might not be able to feed your kids. You're just using willpower to starve. That's so different than any other time in history. It's a different feeling. You know, like if you're a person that's making your way across the country and the wagon breaks.
Donner party.
Yeah, you're
table
like, oh
for two.
yeah. Hey, that's real starving. Real starving.
Did you ever read a book by Nathaniel Philbrick? It's called In the Heart of the Sea. Oh man, this is the true story of the sinking of a whale ship called the Essex, right? And the sinking of this ship inspired Herman Melville to write Moby Dick. And what happened was, I think it was 1821, the whaling industry in Nantucket was so fascinating. This Nantucket back then was basically run by women because men would go out for 2, sometimes 3 years at a time, hunting right whales, which are just sperm whales. They call
Years?
Years. Yeah, they were called right whales because they were the right whales to kill, right? And in that time, it was a great source of energy for the country. All the lamplights burned on whale oil. They were like schools. There were so many. This book will, I mean, it's rich in a lot of different ways. It's where they got the expression Steely Dan, actually. This was just the women. And it was a device used for pleasure. Because the men were all out to sea.
God.
So they'd use a Steely Dan.
Oh,
But
you want to talk about hard lives.
the business, whatever it takes to shoot the elk and get it down from the mountain, I get it. That's a thing. But when you read through the real process of getting a sperm whale out of the ocean alongside the ship and then onto the ship, and the cutting of the blubber and the cauldrons that burn 24/7 on the deck and the blubber that's put into the cauldrons.
So they're just making this rendered fat.
They're rendering the fat and the oil in real time.
Oh, wow.
And
because they have to or it'll rot.
That's right. And so they just load up the boats.
Whoa.
So what happens, and this is not really
they eating the whales too? No. What are they eating?
Oh, they got their hardtack mostly. Hardtack is just kind of like crackers, biscuits with no real taste at all. It was the currency. You used to anything like a scurvy, you know. I mean, but these guys would go all around the world, and this boat, the Essex, was a couple thousand miles off the coast of Venezuela, and what happens is that it's the ship is the main ship with the guys on it, and then when you see a whale, right, you basically put the whale boats in the water. These are smaller, maybe 22 feet long, and men row them, right, and so you harpoon the whale, and then you hang on and go for what they called a Nantucket sleigh ride. So the whale would just drag the.
What whale was under?
Can't go under much further, can't move the boats down, and it doesn't. They tend to swim in a straight line after you've been on boats. You just hang on, and then when it tires itself out, you row it and you back to the whale ship.
Do they kill it first?
Well, no, it's killed back at the ship typically. You don't want to kill it filled with them, and like that.
Because if you look now, they're hard to find, and nothing hunts them.
No,
And I never even really thought about it.
They were
I
everywhere.
mean, I knew about it, but I never thought about it. We've talked a lot about the decimation of the fish population in the ocean. About like 90+% of all the big fish are gone.
Yeah.
Which is really nuts. I never really thought about it that way when it comes to whales.
Well, you can make a really good and really controversial case. Yeah, Ron Howard was in this. Yeah, it's amazing. Look, I mean, they were everywhere. So these guys harpoon them from the whale boat. Then they get tugged along. And then, while they're out, maybe a mile from the ship, the mate of the whale that was harpooned starts ramming the ship. Rams it 3 times.
Oh no.
Sinks it. Oh no. Now, you got a couple dozen guys in whale boats 2,000 miles off the coast of South America with no supplies. So, what happens, and this is all in the preface, but the story basically starts when one of the whale boats is discovered not far from, I think it's Venezuela, and the guys look over the gunnel of their boat, and in the whale boat, it's just like a giant carcass. It's just bleached bones, all in it, except for 2 quasi-humans, one in the stern and one in the bow, each skeletons, huddled up, staring at each other with wild eyes, just waiting to see who would die next.
So they could eat them.
Yeah. And there were rules. There were almost like cookbooks that were very common.
How many people on this boat?
Double check me, Jamie, but I think there were probably a dozen on each one. Many family members. There was a cabin boy named John Coffin, I remember, and there were, a lot of these guys were related, and they were dear friends and family. They lived together on Nantucket.
They ate each other. How long was it before they discovered them?
They were at sea, adrift, I think, for the better part of 3 months. Where did the national? That's in Lake Philbrook. 1820, the Welsh vessel was rammed and sunk by an angry sperm whale, leaving the desperate crew to drift for more than 90 days in 3 tiny boats.
When did this movie come out?
You want to take a deep dive, go to the Whaling Museum up in New England. This stuff is in the day, there were strict protocols on how to eat your friend, how to prepare your friend
Did
for
they devise
consumption.
them on the spot, or did they have them prepared? They devise them on the spot?
There was what rules? No, they were written. It was like a maritime code.
So they kind of knew that this was a possibility.
They knew it was a certainty. They just didn't know for whom. This was common. This to find yourself with a group of people hopelessly marooned, whether you're on a boat or an island with nothing to eat at all. There were protocols, pretty strict protocols on how to draw lots to decide who would go first, how to kill the person who would go first, who not to eat based on the degree of your relation. So like brothers are definitely off, but cousins, not optimal. So like people were being prepared for consumption. I can't imagine how you would make a fire out there. Unspeakable. That's interesting. Owen Chase, right?
The men spent over 3 months at sea and had to resort to cannibalism to survive. Captain Pollard and Charles Ramsdell were discovered gnawing on the bones of their shipmates in one boat. Owen Chase, Lawrence, and Nickerson also survived to tell the tale. In all, 7 sailors were consumed. Whoa!
Dude, and see, this is why nonfiction is the best. I know it's nauseating, but I mean that book.
By the only time you gotta go was, I might wind up in hell before I starve to death because I've everyone else. Right? When you're knowing you're starving to death and you've already eaten everyone else. Oh my God. There's gotta be one last person.
There's gotta be, and then there was one.
Oh God.
I know. I know.
Reality is so terrifying in that regard that we have, we're so fortunate that there's so much food available. The poorest amongst us are fat. But the reality is, if that cut off, it would be real desperate real quick. Most people get really hungry after 5 hours.
They feel really hungry.
Yeah. No. Okay. The crew according to Chase separated limbs from his body and cut all the flesh from the bones, after which we opened the body, took out the heart, and then closed it again, sewed it up indecently, and committed it to the sea. They then ate the man's organs. Soon they began to draw lots to see who would be shot and eaten next, a custom of maroon sailors dating back to the 17th century. 3 men in one boat survived and 2 in another. The 3 men who remained behind on
I want to just take a moment and say to each and every
Son
one of
of
you,
a bitch.
you know that I don't wear a red hoodie for just a...
And this is why we have what we did. Wow. This is why the greatest American novel, arguably of all time, was written. Because Melville came from that part of the world, and he understood the stakes of hunting tales, and he understood the absolute imperative need to get energy. You can make a really interesting and controversial case around how the fossil fuel industry saved the whales.
Yeah, I've heard this before.
Because had that not happened in Pennsylvania, in Titusville, not long after this, we'd have hunted them into absolute oblivion.
Well, we almost did that to mammals North America with market hunting. There used to be elk in every state in the country. There used to be deer everywhere, and we basically hunted them into oblivion. The buffalo is the best example of that.
What the hell is the matter with this guy?
Oh, we're fucked up. We don't see consequences. We see what's in front of us right now, what we need to do. And back then, they didn't really have a real understanding of what would happen. That had never been done before. Nobody had just showed up at a continent filled with mammals and just started decimating them. It wasn't like a history then. There was also the invent of the firearm, which was fairly recent. So it was a lot easier to get these animals. And then they had the Henry rifles, so they had long-range rifles, so they were able to shoot buffalo from a distance. And they, for a lot of them, they only used their tongues. They pickled their tongues and sent them back east.
I was in Custer a couple of weeks ago for Buffalo Roundup.
Oh wow!
This was a kick. This is western South Dakota, not far from Crazy Horse and Rushmore. We worked on Crazy Horse for Dirty Jobs. Did an episode.
You mean the sculpture?
Yeah.
Sculpture's weird because there's no real drawing or painting or anything. No photographs of Crazy Horse.
No.
Nobody knows really what he looks like.
Well, they're working from a model that seems to have been blessed by all the appropriate parties, but they started working on this thing 50 years ago, and it's going to take another 40 before they're done. I worked on the fingernail of Crazy Horse with a whole crew.
What does it look like now? I haven't seen it.
Oh, you'll love this. It's so mind-blowing. You can take all of Rushmore, all 4 heads, and put it on the forehead of Crazy Horse.
Wow.
That's how big this thing is. And
wasn't it like one family's undertaking?
Yeah. Gorchak.
Go to that last picture that you just had. That one right there. So that shows before and after. That shows where it was a while back and where it is now.
Look at his finger in the lower right.
That's what he worked on.
Yeah, and I scaled down his forehead to do basically some tidying up of his nostrils. Wow, over there.
That's crazy.
It's massive. It's absolutely massive. And yeah, there was one guy, Gorchak was his name, and he was an immigrant, and he loved the Indian people, and that's the model there at the right. Yeah, that's what we're shooting for. Wow. And it's going to take another half a century probably, but
that's incredible.
it's funny.
It's very controversial amongst Native American communities, though, right?
I don't know. It is,
I think this
some.
part of it is the thing that Crazy Horse didn't want to be photographed.
Yeah.
He really believed that cameras were like
Stole your soul.
Yeah. That was a belief back then.
Sure.
I mean,
Might be on something.
you have this novel thing where no one's ever seen it before. You take an image of someone like that's
Like it
someone has
diminishes you.
yeah. Also, human beings at that point in time were so horrible to each other, and these settlers had done essentially demonic things.
Yeah.
To the population, just with diseases, just bringing diseases.
Yeah.
So of course they would say, "What are they doing now? Well,
Yeah.
this is the fucking coup de grace. They're going to steal our souls. This fucking box." The thing goes off. You got to stand still.
This guy, Korchak, he was so brilliant on so many levels. He had 13 kids, and that they were basically his workforce. He built into the rock the staircases that they needed to take to get to this space. The work ethic, the mind-boggling that they did. And he was a real friend to the Native Americans, and this was a love letter for them and to them. And who was Crazy Horse's? Was it Sitting Bear? Maybe I forget, but he had he had enough blessings of the requisite players to embark on this thing.
Well, I think anytime you have some enormous thing, you can have controversy.
Well,
You're gonna have people that don't like it, that do like it. It's for sure what you do.
But the difference, for me, I called when we brought Dirty Jobs back during lockdown because I just felt like I wanted to be the first show back on the TV. That we were shooting, and this was one of the first things that we did. But I started by calling Rushmore, and I'm not telling you the story to make anybody sound bad, but it really just was kind of appalling. I said, look, I want to bring my crew, and I want to tend to this statue, this statuary, this monument. At the time, the headlines were filled with statues being pulled down and being disrespected for any number of reasons, right?
Right.
I'm like, look, I think the Park Service does an amazing duty, and I want to meet the caretakers of our statuary, and I would love, to work on this with the people who work on it. And they not only said no, they were like, are you crazy? We would never permit anything like that. Like, I think they thought it was exploitation somehow. I'm like, I want America to learn the story of Rushmore. I want them to learn something about the people memorialized on it. I want them to meet the people who care for it. It's just a love letter to one of our monuments. But it was a hard no. And I really wanted to go to that part of the country. And so I knew Crazy Horse was nearby. And the answer was, oh yeah, come on out anytime. And the difference, of course, was Crazy Horse isn't being built with a penny of federal money. It has no federal oversight. It's very personal to this family, and the people who are still in charge of it are true custodians of it. It's really interesting when you are in charge of a thing that means a lot to other people.
Monumental in reality.
Monumental monuments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people, I think, see it as a burden, some as a challenge, some as a mission. But for me, the vast majority of Americans are never going to see either one of those monuments in person. So to show them.
Right.
More people will have just seen what Jamie put up here as a result of this, probably, than will visit in person. And that's amazing.
Yeah, that is.
When you think about a couple of guys smoking cigars and sipping a coffee, and just passing the time, and all of a sudden you're able to learn about the way they drew lots, and the way where we got our energy from just a little while ago. This buffalo roundup I was telling you about, there were only a couple thousand of them. And when you think about the amounts of the day, but where the buffalo roam was as far as you could see. Just think.
Do you know Dan Flores? Do you know who he is?
Tell me.
He
wrote American Coyote, and he wrote, what is it, Buffalo Diplomacy, Buffalo Ecology? I forget, but the Buffalo premise is very fascinating because the numbers of buffalo, he believes, but they were in such large numbers because so many Native Americans died out because of diseases. So the Native Americans follow the buffalo, hunt them, and kill them. It takes a long time for gestation for a buffalo. So when the buffalo have new buffalo, it's a long time to repopulate. Yeah. But if the Native Americans, 90% of them were wiped out by disease when the settlers came here. So there's no one hunting them for a long time. And so the populations grew immense. And so that this was not something that was reported when the first settlers got here. When the first people came to, the first Europeans came to North America and made their way across the country, never did they describe massive herds of buffalo. It wasn't a thing. It wasn't a thing until after the Native American population had been decimated by disease, and then the buffalo flourished. And became overpopulated in a sense, an unnatural because they didn't have to worry about wolves. They didn't have to worry. So when they first were here, right, buffalo existed far back before there was a mass extinction of like 65% of North American mammals that coincided with the end of the Ice Age. It probably had to do with the Younger Dryas impact, which is a theory about
Cambrian thing, or
it's like 11. Well, there's two different time periods that they attribute to. There's a shower, an asteroid shower that we go. If you really want to get into this, you should really look up Younger Dryas impact theory online, and then there's a guy named Randall Carlson who kind of dedicated his life to showing that this is probably what ended the Ice Age. There's a bunch of science behind it in terms of like core samples and stuff they do that shows that there's an asteroid impacts that happened all over the world during this particular time period. And he thinks that coincided with the extinction of the mammal, the American lion, a lot of different animals that just died off. 65% of North American mammals died off during this time period. And you've got to think, like, when the buffalo existed back then, they existed with the North American lion, which was bigger than the African lion. It's the biggest lion ever. So they're getting jacked by these massive predators. And then you have this extinction event, and then you have humans start hunting them. And so humans, now horses have been reintroduced to North America by Europeans. Humans are on these horses, and then they're hunting these animals. Reintroduced, by the way, because the horses that originated in North America, including zebras, all horse species came from here, but that was the Bering Land Bridge, and things moved around, and when the mass extinction event happened, they killed off all the horses here. But then there was horses over there that they kind of extirpated from America, brought them back in, and now Native Americans have horses. So they are really effective at hunting buffalo. They get the numbers down to a number where when people are making their way across the country, they're not seeing them everywhere. And then you have this mass event where 90% of Native Americans die. Then you have millions of buffalo. This is what the Emperor was about. It's really interesting.
1830, 40?
You have to go to whatever your favorite date is.
Yeah. Here's the tragedy for me. I narrated a special about all that. I can't remember it.
Really?
I mean, I remember enough of it to know that I narrated it. That's what I told you 3 hours ago.
Is it the Ken Burns one? Is that what you
could have been? Could have been. I know if it was Ken Burns, he always hires Peter Coyote.
Oh,
Peter does all this stuff.
Coyote's great. Yeah.
But that's what I meant earlier when I'm like, I feel. I don't think there's anything wrong with me yet, but my bucket's full too, and it's so annoying. Like I was talking to a friend of mine just yesterday about how the universe works, which is a show I've been narrating for the Science Channel literally for 10 years. And, he knows all of the information in the show, but he thinks because he heard me tell it to him that I know it too, but I don't. I'm just adjacent to it.
Right.
I know just enough to keep a conversation on its feet, but it's like, this constant thing, man. I'm older than I've ever been, and it's just nagging at me now. Because it's like, God damn it, I should know. I should remember more of the. I should have remembered more about Philbrick. I should have remembered more about.
I don't think we're designed for it.
I don't.
And I think humans like yourself, this is kind of a new thing. Like in terms of human history, people that are exposed to so many different things, so many different topics, so many different experts, so many different timelines, stories that you're dealing with. It's essentially a new thing. With human beings, you know what Dunbar's number is? Dunbar's number is the number of people that you keep like in your mind, never in your memory. Right? That's essentially born out of necessity and tribal life, right? So we essentially have the same brains, the same capacity, same hard drive as people who lived in tribes 10,000 years ago. Yeah. But we're still stuck with this hard drive, with this world that has an endless supply of information. It's consistently bombarding you with new facts.
I read that like Bill Clinton's number is way high. Like certain people's numbers.
Oh, who they can keep in their head?
Like the number of people you can keep.
It probably expands just like the part of your brain expands when you do difficult things. It probably expands.
There's a podcast, as you know, dedicated to what happened on your podcast.
How did you know that?
Yeah. There's a podcast out there basically called Experience. I don't know what it's called. Experiencing the Joe Rogan Experience or something. Because there's too much information on your show.
Right.
Right? There's just too much. And people who love it get anxious because they can't process all of it. And so, like, there's an ecosystem. In other words, there's a dosage to bring it back to art. This is what we need, I think, more than anything today. We need somebody, like if you're going to go to an art museum, you need somebody to lead you through. I do, anyway. Somebody who can.
It helps.
It helps, man. If you're going to go see, if you're going to go see a martial arts fight for the first time, if you're going to go to the octagon, it'd be better to sit next to you than me, right?
Sure.
So everybody.
But you'd be annoying. I have to say, okay. How much do you know why that hurts?
Here, let me show you. Can you feel that? I'm just saying that I think more than ever before, people need a guide. They need somebody to make sense out of all the information. Because I don't think there's not much new information. It's just accessible that way.
There's new information too. Because information is acquired upon the consumption of all the other information. So like it's all exponential. It's not on top of each other. It's not just now we know because of the new information or because of the information that we've acquired. Now we have a new understanding. So that's new information. You know, nutrition. There's constantly new information on nutrition. How's that possible? Eating forever. Because now we know more about it. So it is new information.
Well, there's no such thing as an old joke if you hear it for the first time.
Right.
So if I just learn that vitamin D is important, but better assimilated with magnesium and K2, I might say that's new information. But you would go, no, dude, that's old information. You're just learning it.
Right, but it's fairly new anyway, because nutritional science has really only been around for, 100 plus years? And the understanding of it today is far greater than at any other time in our life. Because of guys like Huberman, because of these different scientists that have dedicated themselves to educating people about nutrition, the process that your body goes through, and it absorbs nutrients, and what enhances that with enzymes, different things.
Let me say it this way then. There's a body of information that exists that I don't know. And then there's a body of new information that I also don't know because it's new.
Right.
And the body of the stuff that I don't know yet, that's been around forever, is massive.
Massive.
The new stuff is new. And I don't know how big it is, but it's not as big as this incredible repository of stuff. Like when I walk in a library and look at look at all that stuff, man. Look at this cursive thing here in my hand. It's like, oh my God, if I have an internet connection, I have access to 98%
of everything
that we've ever done.
Yeah.
Now, that either makes you intensely curious or like if you're not, like, what are you doing? Like you're sitting on the toilet. Are you reeling? Are you TikToking? Like, how are you spending the one truly finite resource you have? What are you doing with it?
A lot of us get distracted. Yeah.
But they're stories, they're buffalo stories and whale stories. They're out there.
I think that's why people like your shows. You know, I think that's why people like podcasts. I think that's why people are interested in documentaries too. So people out there that are interested in natures.
For sure.
Yeah,
For
that's how we
sure.
make a living.
Yes, yes, Joe, it is.
That's what we've done.
It's a pleasant living.
Listen, man, it's been awesome talking to you. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun.
You know what?
3 hours just fucking flew by.
Full disclosure, I'm kind of relieved now. I was getting so annoyed with friends of mine. I'm like, hey, man, why haven't you been on the show? I'm like, maybe. My mother said maybe he's not that into you.
It's just a time thing.
Oh, we hope he'll call you one day.
There's a lot of people out there, but I really did want to talk to you.
I'll show you a truck before we go.
Sure.
Because I know you're a car guy.
Yeah.
So this company called Sugar Creek up in Ohio made me a truck.
What kind?
Well, it started as a 1964 Dodge Power Wagon. It ended up as this.
Dude, I've seen that online. That's yours.
That's mine.
Oh, that's crazy. I love those old Power Wagons. Dude, that thing looks incredible. What a great job they did on that.
It's unbelievable. 27, it's about 9,000 man hours.
Oh my God, that thing looks fucking incredible. Oh, you got a Hellefant engine in it.
1,100 horsepower.
My goodness, look at that. So it's got a TRX hood. Wow. That's cool. That's fucking great. I know. Oh, did you drive that?
Barrett Jackson is going to auction it off.
No.
In January.
Why?
Because my foundation needs money.
Oh.
And right, so it's going to get a, I don't know what it'll go for. He says a bunch, but
that'll go for a lot of money.
Yeah,
that's probably going to go for $500,000. $2 million? $2 million?
Probably cost $500,000 to make.
Wow.
Beats me. You know, this is another one of those worlds.
Maybe. Auctions are crazy because a bunch of rich guys get in there and go, I want it. And then they start beating up. Just look at this product. That's incredible. $2 million? Geez.
Well, who knows? But I went up to Columbus to see the garage where they make this thing. And you need to put this on your list of stuff to do when your bucket's not overflowing. Because a guy called John Richardson, who owns the biggest bacon factory in the country, Sugar Creek, is crazy automotive freak. He built this giant garage. He hired 27 savants, and all they do is take classic cars from his sort of quasi-junkyard and turn them into gems.
Oh, wow.
So he built this for me, and Barrett Jackson said, yeah, we'll auction it off. So I went up there with my crew just to look at it. These guys, man, it's what we're,
I would never be able to let that thing go.
it's the art we were talking about.
Yeah.
That's artistry.
That's art. Yeah. Oh, 100% that's art.
Yeah.
Mike, appreciate you very much, man.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being there. A lot of fun. All right. Bye, everybody.
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you
Well,
with the
why
return
the
of the
fuck
Rap Tour.
is this
October
stupid
12th,
algorithm like this?
Kansas at the Orpheum. October 13th,
Get your shit
Omaha,
together.
Nebraska.
I don't understand it. I don't understand why they wouldn't just show you all the shit that they already know you like.
Hello.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
And the Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Gentlemen, Mr. Corsetti, how are you, sir? Very nice to meet you, by the way. Nice to meet you. Here we go. Thank you very much for that video. We talked about it before, but I want to say it publicly. The debunking of the debunking by Flint Dibble. You really nailed him on so many of those things that he was dishonest about. And it just, I wish we knew in real time, but unfortunately, you know, it takes a lot of research to be able to figure out what he was telling the truth about and what he wasn't.
Yeah.
You know.
Got to think. Oh, thank you. That was.
Tell me about your site.
Debunking. Debunking the past. That was my email. Debunking on YouTube or on Twitter. That's with 2 D's like my ex. Not debunking. Sorry.
Keep this.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
De-dunking, not debunking.
Yes.
Dan Richards.
Debunking. Dan Richards. Thank you. The thing with Flint, it was actually funny. The moment that I knew that he was lying about the science was when you asked him about the fertilization of plants. That's when they roll back and it's no longer domesticated. He was like, "Oh, it's going to take thousands of years." It's like, no. I've researched this and I know better. And he was just knee-jerking straight in, "Oh, the thousands of years." And when you pressed him, he's like, "Well, I don't know for sure."
Well, that's a bummer because that's his field of study, which is really kind of crazy. It's a really fascinating thing that seeds do adapt to agriculture. They adapt to the fact that it's better for the survival of the plant if you develop agriculture, if they're more robust and they stay on the plant. It's better for the wild if they break off easy and they can scatter better and they can, proliferate.
Yeah, it's really basic if you think about it. I mean, if it stays on the plant after it's ripe, it's just sitting there waiting for the first thing to come along and eat it.
That whole natural selection thing when it comes to plants is so fascinating. But the question was so simple. If you stopped having agriculture and these plants just grew wild, would they go back to the same characteristics of wild plants? And he was like, no, there's no evidence of that. But then I saw your video and then I looked at some other stuff and there's quite a bit of evidence of it, particularly with wild rice, right?
Yeah, particularly with wild rice. Yes, there's that one. It looks like out of any of them, if there's a possibility that one was domesticated and then went back to the wild and then was domesticated again, it would be rice. That shows multiple types. There's different ways the seeds can break off, right? They can break in different points of the plant where they can just fall straight out. And rice shows numerous pathways where wheat only has one genetic pathway to that seed shatter where the seed falls off. So it's they get pretty complicated, but rice does have a lot of genetic possibilities for that. No, I'm not a geneticist, so I'm sure that somebody's going to come and say this is pseudo crap. But ultimately, at the end of the day, Flint was treating it as a debate. Whereas you and Graham were both trying to sift for the truth. And that's why he was not going to give Graham one little corner, one little shred of possibility of being right anywhere, when in reality, it's just like everything else in life, it's a lot of gray.
Well, it's also, this whole subject of the past it's so obviously confusing. Because when you look at, I watched your video today, the Baalbek video, just looking at the enormous size of those stones, there's no reasonable explanation how people, what does that date to? What year do they believe it was made?
This is where it gets fun, is because they credit it to the Romans and the Phoenicians. However, it goes beyond the sophistication, the capabilities what the Romans were known to have, whether it's the existence of a screwjack for lifting the stones. But Baalbek, which is located in Lebanon, and I had the great privilege of going there in September of last year, exactly 1 month before things kicked off in Israel. With the whole Hamas thing. And if I hadn't got there then, I wouldn't have no chance. Like right now, Israel's bombing Lebanon. And so it's a dangerous place. But Baalbek, if there was one example, one ancient site on Earth that is evidence of a lost, ancient, advanced civilization, and by advanced, I'm not talking about space lasers here. I'm talking about more sophisticated than what we were taught in school for the known capabilities. And Baalbek has the largest stones that were ever quarried in human history, the largest stones that were lifted, stacked, and transported in human history, and the largest stone columns in all of classical history. And we're talking, so the trilithon stones, 3 stones, 900 tons a piece, or 800 metric tons, and they were moved a half mile from the quarry. They were lifted and stacked approximately 30 feet off the ground. And when I say stacked, they were perfectly lined up. And Jamie, it's in my folder of Baalbek if you want to show some of these. And they're absolutely massive. So let me tell you right here, and I, of course, have the gentleman there who I'll tell you about later highlighted just to kind of show you for perspective. Like that one right there, it's 5'11". Those stones that are highlighted in red are the trilithon stones. But these pictures do not do it justice because it's taken through an ultra-wide camera lens. From the top to bottom of the red highlighted stones is 14 feet. And they're 62 feet long. Or 62 feet, excuse me. There's me. And
so it's hard to tell because of the perspective, and people need to kind of understand how a wide angle lens sort of distorts things
Yes.
by showing you this enormous field of view. But when you're looking at something that's 14 feet long and 62 feet long and 14 feet high, like what is the weight of that? What's the overall weight?
900 imperial tons or 800 metric tons. And to anyone listening, a metric ton is 2,200 pounds, 1,000 kilograms, and an imperial ton is 2,000 pounds. So that's 1.7 million pounds. Each of them, there's 3 of them. And if you were to go to the quarry, there's ones that are 1,200 tons, even 1,500 tons that are 20 feet tall. This is mind-boggling. Like, Jamie, if you want to just scroll through some of the other photos to kind of give Joe the perspective and the audience the perspective.
And those are clearly cut stones that were moved into place and moved 23 feet above the ground.
Right. And technically 30 feet because there's stones that are actually below the ground there that you can't see because it's submerged under the earth. So technically it was 30 feet, but 23 feet off the ground today. And right there, this highlights, so not only is that 14 feet from top to bottom, which you would never realize when you're looking at this. And these are confirmed measurements, by the way. This is right out of encyclopedias. But notice how they're completely flush, nice and even with each other. And this exceeds the known capabilities of what the Romans had. And it's worth mentioning that this site is some 2,400 miles from Rome, the capital. And if they're going to say that this was created by the Romans, one, people need to understand that the Romans were renowned for documenting everything, yet this site is not credited to anybody. They don't know exactly who did it or when, but yet the academics conclude that it had to have been the Romans or the Phoenicians because, of course, there was no one before them. And with this photo right here, let me say something else. There is evidence of at least 2, but arguably 3 different architectures that were done at this site. And I would conclude that this is evidence that this site existed in prehistoric times. There's also, I could show you encyclopedias that talk about Baalbek being prehistoric in nature, dating back 11,000 years of human history. And what I argue is that it was found by the Romans, the Phoenicians, and built upon later. And right here is evidence for all that have eyes to see. Look how they obviously used broken stones and constructed on top of it. Why would you go from making the most advanced stones in history that far exceed anything you see in Rome? For example, if you were to go to the Colosseum, as magnificent as that is, it is architecture of mathematics and just brilliance. But this right here, why would they for all the feats of Roman history, why would they have the most impressive feats over 2,000 miles away from the capital? In fact, let me just say this. When I'm talking about 900-ton stones, the largest stone in all of Rome is 53 tons. It's the Trajan's capital block to make up the Trajan's column. 53 tons. This is 15 times heavier.
There's a number of things, too. Now, I'm not a huge believer in ancient technology. Oh, sorry.
I know you've heard me talk about AG1. It's an awesome way to improve your whole body health and just feel better in general. But today I have a new special offer for you. If you try AG1, you also get a free month supply of AG's omega-3 supplement. These once-a-day capsules have high-quality omega-3 fatty acids to take with your AG1. Just that easy. Over 80% of people are not consuming the right amount of omega-3s in their diet, and AG's capsules ensure that you'll get the essential fatty acids you need. These nutrients provide additional support for brain and cardiovascular health when taken together with AG1. And if you've ever taken fish oil before, you know that taste. Well, don't worry. AG's encapsulated fish oil actually has a nice lemon taste. Not bad at all. If you're looking for a simple and effective investment in your health, try AG1. And if you've been thinking about it, try it now. This November, you'll receive a 1-month supply of AG Omega-3 when you first subscribe, in addition to the welcome kit with 5 AG1 travel packs and a bottle of vitamin D3 plus K2. So make sure you check out drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan to claim this special offer. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
I'm not a big believer in ancient technology, as Jimmy's well aware, but
which is why it's important that you're here, because people are going to hear multiple perspectives.
Yeah, that's where I can tell you some things about Baalbek that are still interesting to me. One of them is you don't see the Roman foot in those stones, which is weird. You would expect to see some sort of breakdown of the Roman foot in these measurements, but they're not there at Baalbek. They are there on the stones that were quarried
by Roman foot. What you're saying is that there's a different measurement, what they considered a foot. It's not 12 inches.
Correct. There's a Roman unit of measurement that they would use in construction, and we don't see it in those stones in the Trilithon. But there's 3 stones that were
sides of using the Roman foot.
Yeah, Jamie, will you scroll over?
So that right off the bat shows to me that the ones that were installed were not built by the Romans, but the ones that were quarried were made by the Romans. They were trying to quarry out stones to match it.
Right here.
Another thing is that's crazy. Roman architecture always uses the most impressive things right in the front. You walk in the front of the thing, and that's where you're going to see the biggest stones, the most impressive, well, for obvious reasons. These are in the back, completely on the opposite end of the entrances. You have to, like, from what you told me, you kind of to look for them if you don't know where they're at, right? Like, you can't just show up on the side and they say, here's the Philipon.
Well, let me tell you a quick story real quick. So I had the pleasure of going there with some people, and I'll tell you about it later. I won't do the name drop just yet. But Dory, who lives in Lebanon, he toured us around, and he had been to the site 3 times before. When we went, it was his 4th time. He did not know of the existence of the Trilithon stones. They're around back. You got to walk probably a third of a mile to get there. They don't even bring the tours around to the Trilithon stones. He had no idea what I was talking about the night before dinner. I'm trying to explain to him, like, the Trilithon stones, the 900-ton stones. And I had to show him a picture. He had never seen them before.
How did they not show the tourists this?
That's an excellent question. You do have to walk. To be honest, it's like a 12, 15-minute walk to go around to get there. I mean, it's part of the platform, but you have to go all the way around. And some people just don't feel like making the walk. And when we were there, we were totally alone for a half hour with these stones. Not a single person. There was hundreds of people at the site. Not a single one of them came around back.
I have more data online than any person ever.
This is at the quarry,
This
which
gives
is a
me a
half mile away.
wonderful
This is where all the stones originate from.
platform
And
to
this
be
one
able
right
to
here
discuss
is
world peace,
what's called the
period.
Stone of the Pregnant
We
Woman.
need more
It is
people discussing world
1,200 tons.
peace,
As you can see, it's 14
and
feet
I am a
tall,
leader in
which
that,
is the same
period.
height. So those Trilithon stones I was showing
In
them a
order
moment ago.
to
This
explore
the only
space,
difference is that this
comma,
one's 68 feet long.
have
It's
space
virtually the same
tourism,
size,
comma,
except for just a few feet shorter, but it's the same height. So that gentleman
terraform
right
other
there,
planets,
Pierre, who's a
comma,
wonderful man,
and
is 6 foot tall, and look at him just dwarfed by this stone. 1,200 tons.
Saying,
Right.
and
have
it's not from there.
interdimensional
No,
travel.
it is. This was quarry. So this is
This
at
is-
the quarry.
So so this one's at the quarry, but the ones that were placed, where are they from?
This quarry, which is a half
I
mile
feel
away.
we need
So
to
this is-
establish
They moved 1,800,000
peace at home.
pounds a half a mile.
3 of them, and that doesn't include the 2 dozen that are 350 tons apiece. That doesn't include the 9 that are 600 tons apiece. 9 stones that are 600 tons apiece are somehow a side note to the Trilithon stones. And let me just tell you this. This is something, Jamie, if you scroll over a few to articles involving, because this is what the audience needs to understand. A lot of people hear these numbers and they don't wrap their head around exactly how important this is, which is that go to the article involving the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. It's in the same folder of Baalbek. And the largest stone moved in modern times is 340 tons. And we're going to come back to all these photos too, because it's extremely important. There's some details in here.
That's the one at that goofy museum in LA,
Yes.
which is, by the way, a very goofy museum.
Yeah, I haven't been there.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. There's an acrylic box that's on the ground.
Yeah.
That you're supposed to interpret as art. It's just a box that's just sitting there. It's one of those places where you go there and you go, "What is my tax dollars going to?"
Jamie, go
Motherfuckers.
to the other folder that's moving stones. So let me just, while he's looking for that, let me explain to you.
I
So
saw the video on that. So what this is there was a suspended stone. That's an enormous stone that they placed
More than
there as
3
part of
years,
the art
period,
piece.
yeah,
And this thing
since the
was
pandemic.
not that one,
not that
Jamie.
This
Go,
is just fails.
that's it. Yeah, we'll play that video in a little bit. It's pretty funny.
They had to move the stone. It was 4 miles an hour is the fastest they could move it. They had to build a structure around the stone to move it.
Yes.
And
So
this fucking insanely huge truck.
let me tell you. So the details. It is a 200. So they had to custom build a trailer truck around the stone itself.
Tell Jamie what.
Jamie, look under the moving stones folder. Go to, let's see here, scroll down a little bit, go to Ramesseum statue. And you're using a Mac, it doesn't show you the preview of the pictures. Keep looking until you find a big red truck, but I'll tell the audience while you're looking for it exactly what we're talking about here. So, yeah, keep going. Back there we go. If you're on it, go back a little bit. Go back to the article 3, go left like 3 times. Right there. Go back, or right there. So this one stone, 340 tons, they call it the largest operation of its kind since the Egyptians built the pyramids. They had to custom build a 260-foot-long trailer truck that consists of 196 semi-truck wheels. It has 44 axles, it's 32 feet long. It took a year of planning. It cost $10 million. It took 9 days to move this 340-ton stone.
What a great use of taxpayers' money. $10 million. There's no way they needed that money for LA.
Yeah, who cares about potholes and homeless people?
No way. I mean, this is more important.
And so this is what's so important, is that the largest stone moved in human history is at the Ramesseum. It's the Ramesseum statue in Egypt. It's 1,000 metric tons, which is 2.2 million pounds. That was inexplicably moved 170 miles from the quarry in Aswan. And here's the significance of this. Brother, this stone at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art is 1/3 the weight. The stone at the Ramesseum is 3 times heavier.
And how far did they move that stone?
This one at the museum,
the Ramesseum.
170 miles, and the other one was moved 106 miles.
170 miles.
And
it's 2 million pounds.
And so this is where things get really fun, is that they say, the academics, they say that the stones would have been moved on tree logs, because that's their best guess. And it's not an unreasonable guess, but when you look into the nuanced details, so I really nerded out hard on this, there's a lot of people, are you familiar with the Mohs scale of hardness? No. So it's the measurement of stone, and it's often used by alternative ancient history buffs to say that, hey, copper-based tooling could not have been utilized to cut granite stone like that's been claimed. And there's no evidence that the Egyptians never told us they used bronze tooling to cut the stones and make up the granite stones within the pyramid. And so I started asking, I'm like, wait a second. If they're going to say that they moved a 2.2 million pound stone on tree logs, well, they say that it was the cedar, the Lebanon cedar trees. Well, I nerded out on this, and there's something called the Jenga scale of hardness, which measures the hardness of wood, and it's often used for, if you're going to pick wood flooring in your house.
Very soft wood.
It's one of the softest on earth, not the softest, but it's so soft that it would never even be considered for flooring in your house, because your furniture and your heels would dent it immediately. And if you were to put significant weight on it, whatever that weight is, it would either crush it, crumble it, or at least dent it out of a circle, or it being a circular nature to roll on. And so when you look into the nuanced details involving the mysterious accomplishments of the ancients, it becomes abundantly clear. Like, if I had one thesis, it's that the true history of mankind was more advanced than what we were taught in school. Now, how advanced? That's the fun topic. We'll dive into that here in the next couple hours. But the reality is that there's evidence for all who have eyes to see that there, I mean, again, brother, 1,000 metric ton statue, and this is right out of encyclopedias.
Show the statue. So this is the statue. It somehow or another fell.
Yeah, so it was a seated statue. That's me in front of it, and it's broken into multiple pieces.
There's some images, Jamie, of what it originally looked like.
So that foot, it's up to my belly button, like the top of the foot. That's just the foot. There's another picture that an illustration that would show you what it would have looked like when it was full. There it is. Go back one. So that's what it looks like from an aerial shot now. It's completely toppled over. God knows what would have taken to knock this thing over. They say probably an earthquake. It was a seated statue. If it was a standing statue, so that's right there,
what it looked like originally.
That's what yes. And again, 1,000 metric tons is 2.2 million pounds. How it got knocked over in itself, to me, might be indicators of some sort of cataclysm, but that's a side point. But the point is this: it was moved 170 miles. The Egyptians did not articulate, illustrate, or describe how they would have done so. And
that's part of the problem with like the burning of the Library of Alexandria is all that information was lost forever.
Yes. Here's the thing. Well, let me say this real quick. Brother, the Library of Alexandria was like thousands of years before the Great Pyramid. Like, the Library of Alexandria was just after, was it 47 AD or BC that it got destroyed, is believed, something around there, so 2,000 years ago. This statue is 3,000 years old, according to the academics. So this is 1,000 years before the Library of Alexandria. So, yeah, it's not unreasonable to suggest that they would have had information about how they constructed these things. In fact, I want to believe that they did. But it's gone. Yeah, they might not have. What were you going to say, Dave?
When you're talking about we look at the way that they moved the stone, like you're talking about the cedar. They moved one stone in human history that was really big. The biggest stone ever moved was the Thunderstone. It was moved by Catherine the Great's people.
Late 1700s.
Late 1700s. They this thing. I think not pretty far, like 10 miles, 8 miles, something.
9 miles, and it took 9 months.
And when they were pulling this thing on the ground, they had to consistently try metallurgy, different types of ball bearings for it to roll on, because the ones they were moving were being crushed, and then they had to use screw jacks. So just like you jack up a house floor with, like a subfloor, they would use these screw jacks to lift the statue back up and put it on bearings. Well, the Romans didn't have a screw jack. The metallurgy was trying different kinds of ball bearings and shit. That's something way outside. In the 1700s. The 1700s, we're talking right at the cusp of them actually making structural steel. You know, this is the beginning of iron bridges and shit. They were actually making good metallurgy then. And it still took trial and error to move the stone. And that stone's basically the same size as the ones at Baalbek, a tiny bit bigger. But the same kind of issues where they would have had to jack that thing up, they would have had to, which would have took steel or hard metal. They had to have some highly advanced metallurgy for the time. Not as good as we have now, but 1700s level of metallurgy. That's what it would take.
And the Romans did not have that level of skill. So that's the thing. So there's something that you informed me of, Dan, and let me just give you a shout out. Hey, everybody, go subscribe to Debunking on YouTube. Your channel is a gold mine that is you are bridging together the facts that the alternative theorists are presenting, as well as the academics, and you're differentiating the truth. And your channel is so valuable. And what you taught me is that the invention of the screw jack was utilized in order to lift that thunderstone, the bronze horse thing, on top of those metal rails. So with the Romans didn't have that. That wasn't invented until thousands of years later. So without that screw jack, they would have never been able to lift it in the first place.
That stone would have just sat there.
Yeah, you said something that you don't believe in ancient technology.
I don't believe in ancient high technology in the regards that, generally speaking, when you start getting
put this mic on.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
This for your face.
I'm so sorry about that. I'm not a believer in ancient high technology in the regards that I don't believe even ancient steam engines would be like pushing it. When you start talking like really advanced stuff, I tend to look for other explanations. I tend to look for, stone was the premier building material for hominids for like millions of years, literally millions of years. So father passed to his son how to do this sort of thing, and eventually you get to a point where we start working with metal, and that kind of just dies off. We quit doing that for a while, and then 1,000 years goes by, and we look at what our ancestors used to do, and we're like, holy shit. But I honestly think a lot of the stuff, we just saw how they did it, we would just be like, well, fuck, why didn't I think of that? But
wait a minute, when you're talking about moving things that are 1,000 tons, and you're moving them through the mountains, but how? Why wouldn't you believe in such ancient technology?
Well, let's put it this way. I'm not opposed to the idea, but we need to get there first. Like if we're talking about the Thunderstone or the Baalbek stones. Going from, I feel like we need to exhaust every other possibility before we can start hanging our hat on something bigger.
Okay, what other possibilities could you even conceive of?
I've been open to the conversation.
But it is technology, right?
Well, it would be
a form of very sophisticated technology.
It would be definitely something bigger, better than we know, or different than we know. But I give an example that I've used with Jim before was, when World War II ended, America ended all their sniper schools overseas to tighten the budget. And when Vietnam started, we didn't have any sniper schools. And the NCOs on the ground say, hey, we need trained snipers. They had to actually recruit snipers, sharpshooters from the American Olympics team because we didn't have trained snipers anymore. In 20 years, we had better tools, worse results because of the lack of skills. So I'm of the opinion that there's some...
You're right, but the sniper is something that we're all very well aware of. It's conceivable. It's obvious how you would do it. You could explain it to the layperson.
Yeah, you can. But it was something that still there was a skill set that was lost in just 20 years. That's all. I think that like a lot of things, you see a lot of the ideas for moving the big rocks. So some guys will use like they think that like water pressure vacuums were used to pull rocks up tubes and all. You see all kinds of interesting hypotheses that use lower techniques that I tend to think most of them I think don't work, but I tend to think that those would be the direction we should be looking before we go to ancient high technology. And again, the reason that I think that is because if we do get to ancient high technology, we really need to have eliminated everything else by we get there in order to be taken seriously. I guess that's kind of how I look at it. I'm a more skeptical person.
Real quick, like, what's technology? Like, do they have space lasers and hydraulics? I'm not suggesting that.
Is technology.
Right, a horse saddle technology, right? So they had something else.
Oh yeah, they definitely. When I guess like when I get to I think when most people think high technology, like you say, space lasers and stuff, powered things, like something where they were no longer using human power or water power, something they were harnessing energy or doing sophisticated chemistry, things like that's where I start to be like, well, I need more evidence to go that far with it. However, the moving of the big rocks is something that I'm quick to say that in order to do it, we would need. If we were to do it, we would need technology well outside of what they had available to them at the time. And in my opinion, if you look at those, like the Baalbek, to go back to that, you've got the three big stones that were put in a wall that don't have the Roman unit of measurement used. And we got three big rocks in the ground that do have the Roman unit of measurement. I think that they gave up. They realized they weren't able to do it. They had one group carving them, and the guys tasked to move them. Looked at them, what the fuck are you guys on? Like, no way we're moving these things. You're on crack.
And the fact that it's undocumented, like the foundation of Baalbek is completely undocumented. Go ahead.
You were saying something about dating it to 11,000 years.
Jamie, if you go to the Baalbek folder, you'll find an encyclopedia article that describes the evidence of human habitation at Baalbek dating back 9,000 BC, which is 11,000 years ago. And I'm not suggesting these stones were created back then. I'm open to it.
What is the evidence? Like what kind of evidence? Pottery?
Sure. I'd have to go read through the scientific article, but it's humans were there 11,000 years ago.
Yes.
And the fact that they don't document when the Romans were, see right there, and there's another
history that dates back at least 11,000 years, encompassing significant periods such as prehistoric, Canaanite, Hellenistic, and Roman eras. After Alexander the Great conquered the city in 334 BCE, he renamed it Heliopolis, Greek for Sun City. The city flourished under Roman rule.
Now, let me say this real quick, Jamie. When you go to the picture of the mountains in this folder, this is something that's unbelievable. All right, so just scroll through all these photos of the mountains, because here's something that people need to understand that is unbelievably significant, which is that at Baalbek, there are approximately 200 rose granite columns that were transported from the Aswan quarry in Egypt, which is 700 miles as the bird flies. And what's wild is that the only way to get them to Baalbek, because the Baalbek is located in the middle of the Lebanon mountains, and it has an average elevation of like 8,000 feet, with peaks reaching over 10,000 feet. As you can see, there's a freaking ski resort there, which I couldn't believe when I was driving there. There was literally the ski lifts. I went there in September, so they had to bring all of those multi-ton stone columns from Egypt, and the only way to get there was over these mountains, which is mind-blowing.
And what you're saying by how the crow flies, as the crow flies, what people need to understand is that doesn't take into account elevation changes.
Right.
So if you have a flat line like a bird and you're flying from one point to another, that's 700 miles. But if you have to go up and down and up and down and up and down, it's significantly larger. And the measurement, it's not 700 miles, it's probably double that.
Right. That's an excellent point. And it's like, then the question is like, why would they do this? Like, why would they go out of the how and why?
Why is like it's cool, but how is the real question? Like, obviously we build things because it's cool.
Right.
You know, if you go to the Acropolis and the Parthenon, you go, why'd they do that? Well, it's fucking cool. You know, it's like the lead cool shit by.
Right.
When you look at Baalbek, so there's a lot of interesting things about it. Like, it has the largest temple of Jupiter out of anywhere on the Roman Empire. Generally speaking, it's got some of the biggest temples in the Roman Empire, period. But it's a far-flung corner of their empire, and it's not an important city, really. I mean, it's semi-important in the region, but it's certainly no Cairo or anything.
Right.
But it has all these huge temples. My thinking is that they showed up, and there was this massive stonework there. And these are the Romans. They can't have the locals thinking their ancestors were better than the Romans, so they fucking hijack it. We just build big shit on top of it. This is now ours. We plant our stamp on it. This is a Roman building. This is all Roman now. This was never your ancestors. This was always ours. And then the locals can't look to their forefathers or whatever legends they had in a couple of generations. Just the power of Rome.
Well, even the Parthenon is built on the Acropolis. The Acropolis is older than the Parthenon. And it's, who made that? Everybody just shrugs their shoulders. Other folks?
Stay away from the mysteries.
We put up here.
What's interesting about Baalbek as well is that it's in the Bible. The Lebanon Mountains are mentioned 103 times in the Bible. I am not a Bible thumper. I am a believer in a divine creation. I'm proud to say it because I've seen the proof in my own life. However, what's interesting is about Baalbek is that they said that it was created by Baal, which is like this demon entity in the Bible, and they declare it as the world's first civilization after the flood, and it was created by giants as punishment for what their iniquities of the flood. And I have an article about it, Jamie. If you scroll through, you'll find it.
Now we're in the Anunnaki.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
Exactly.
Finally. So hold on. Go back to those cranes. Let me tell you this. So what you're looking at here is the Romans' most sophisticated crane in their history. It had a max lifting capacity of 6.6 tons. In other words, to lift just one of those trilithon stones, you would need 133 of these, which is obviously completely not feasible whatsoever. You won't have the space to do it, and it's just ridiculous to suggest you would coordinate 133 cranes around it. So this is what I'm trying to say, is that it's further suggestive evidence that the Romans didn't build it because they didn't have the capability to lift stones of that mass.
Yeah, that's still pretty fascinating. The Romans were able to build a crane that could lift 6 tons. That's amazing. But not enough to even lift the stones that were inside the king's chamber.
Right? So let me put this into perspective. So the largest stones inside the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid are approximately 80 tons imperial. So actually 78 tons imperial or 70 tons metric. We're moved some 500 miles from the Aswan quarry and stacked hundreds of feet above the ground. But here's what's wild is that those stones, the largest stones in the Great Pyramid, compared to the Trilithon stones are 15 times heavier. Not twice as heavy, not 3 times as heavy, not 10 times as heavy.
As a guy who's skeptical of that stuff, ancient high technology, there's a couple of things that make me where it's like I straight can't explain. Baalbek is one of them. You could use those cranes and lay them on their side and drag that stone across the ground. That's exactly what they did with the Thunderstone, Captain the Great Stone. But then you have tasked with lifting that son of a bitch, and all of a sudden you're right back to where you started. You can drag it across however you want, but when you get to picking it up 14 feet off the ground,
they dragged it on those rails, though.
Yeah,
sophisticated
rails.
More than 23 feet up.
Oh yeah, we went 30 feet, right?
Yeah, it was 30 feet. It's documented. I have 23 feet illustrated because it's where the ground is now.
Right.
But the foundation of it goes subsurface. So it's like, with these details, like there's a reason why there is a growing interest in the mysteries of lost ancient civilizations, because smart people of all kinds of walks of life are looking into the nuanced details and realizing, like, oh, wait a second. Like when Graham Hancock says that there's a missing chapter of human history, like this is reality. We don't know how they built the Great Pyramid. It is a fact that the Egyptians left us with no explanation of any kind. Out of the tens of thousands of hieroglyphs all over Egypt, not a single one of them describes how they constructed the pyramid or how they cut granite stones. Not one.
Yeah, there's big gaps in knowledge where we end up having these kinds of discussions. And I think to go back to where we first started, when we mentioned the point at the beginning, that we have a problem, in my opinion, that most people that see things kind of like I do, as opposed to like Jimmy or yourself does, where they're looking, where it's I kind of need to take my steps to get to that ancient high technology. Right. They end up going that just straight debunker route, and then they get skeptical. That's skeptical. They turn into assholes. They turn into
that allow RTMP capabilities.
I just fuck your idea, right? Your idea is wrong. So I know what the implications are. Instead of saying, well, maybe there's other implications, let's have a discussion about it, they just go straight to, no, this is impossible, this is stupid, make fun of the person, compare it to flat eartherism, compare it to aliens.
Nazism.
Even worse, yeah. Clint's case is even worse. He somehow connects to white supremacy.
It's not just Flint, it's that fucking John Hoops, man. He's the one that started that shit. He's that guy. Wikipedia. We can talk about that for a quick second. John Hoops is a professor at university, and he is been one of the earliest editors of Wikipedia consistently. Graham Hancock's page, Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis page, all kinds of pseudo-archaeology and all pyramids in Atlantis, all that shit. He got locked. It's not just that he edits it. Him and his buddies edit it, and you can't go in it. There's a scientist from the Comet Research Group that tried to edit the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis page and was told he can't because of a conflict of interest. A fucking scientist that works on this shit's a conflict of interest, but a scientist from outside the field isn't.
By the way, John Hoops studied at Harvard and Yale. He got his undergrad, I believe, from Harvard and his PhD from Yale, or vice versa. This is significant because he's controlling the information.
And he hides this stuff too. Like he'll tell you that he'll tell. I watched him tell Forbes, hey, you guys need to cite Wikipedia instead of just because they said the younger guys impact hypothesis and they just made a real quick article about it with no skepticism. He says you need to cite Wikipedia as well. He edits the Wikipedia page and doesn't mention that he edits it when he tells people to go look at the fucking thing.
What's his motivation for debunking this stuff?
He doesn't like Graham Hancock. He doesn't. He thinks same kind of thing. He thinks pseudo-archaeology is all it is. If you believe in ancient high technology or you believe in Atlantis, you must be a white supremacist, a racist, a misogynist.
Let's forget about Atlantis for a minute, but I definitely want to talk about it. But what you're seeing is impossible. It's essentially impossible with today's technology. When you're talking about those stones that were moved 700 miles through the mountains, if you tried to bring some engineers together in the United States in 2024, the best and the brightest, and said, here's your project, they would say, fuck you.
Yeah, you need Elon Musk levels of money.
Yeah,
right.
You would need super billionaire money. And even then, I don't know how you would do it. I just don't, I can't conceivably think of a way. And that's what's so interesting about this stuff is that whatever they did was not just complicated for the time. It was so beyond our imagination of what was possible at the time that it's beyond our imagination of what's possible today. Right. So it throws these facts, the physical facts about the size and the location they were brought from, that fly in the face of logic and credibility and our understanding of what's possible. Not just then, but today. So for anybody to say, oh, we figured this out, hey man, fuck you. I definitely have it. And the problem is that you have these fucking names attached to you, Harvard and Yale. And you've decided because there's a group of people that have been studying this stuff and they fucking wrote some shit down and you studied what they wrote down and you did your own studying, you got a degree, you're the guy. You're the only one. And it's these same fucking weirdo weasels that put their pronouns in their Twitter bio and they're just crackpots. They're crackpots masquerading as intellectuals. Yes. Because the things they're saying are completely bizarre. They're all, 100% of them are captured by this woke ideology. 100%. They're weird people, man, because they exist in this structure that's been completely compromised. And that's our education. Our higher education systems have been completely compromised. And this is not to say that they don't teach you amazing stuff about medicine and science. Of course they do. But they are also in a cult.
It is a total cult behavior, and honestly, it's their religion. That when you ask the motive behind,
mostly atheists. Yeah,
they are. Let me just share this. So, with the biggest critics and the naysayers of alternative theories, there's a common denominator. Like when you mentioned the pronouns in their profile, almost all of them have it, and they're not trans. And if you look at their political ideologies, it is extremely left. And these people are visceral, they're toxic. And let me just make a side point that I almost forgot, is when we're talking about Wikipedia, a lot of people say, well, that's why you don't look at Wikipedia. You don't trust it. Who cares about Wikipedia? I'm like, excuse me, it shows up at the top of Google on anything that you search. So it cannot be ignored. And when you're talking a moment ago about the impossibility of the movement of these stones, I want to just emphasize this point one more time, which is that movement of that 340-ton stone at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art is 1/3 the weight of the largest stones in ancient history, and when you look at what it took to do it, so it's like when you're using the word impossible, it's like, listen, with what it took for us to do that, and it was 1/3 of the weight, and he had to custom build this 260-foot long truck with 196
and
wheels.
you have internal combustion engines,
hydraulics,
and you have roads that are flat,
far better metal, far better ropes.
Yeah,
the roads. The roads. One reason why they had to go 106 miles is because they had to go around different roads because most roads couldn't support the weight. like this one, people that look into this, like don't listen to Jimmy the YouTuber, like look into the details on yourself and you realize that this is completely inexplicable. And it's so important now because we're living in a time where people are starting to realize that not everything we were taught was true. In fact, a lot of things you see in the mainstream media nowadays have been utterly debunked. It's all propaganda. And
about history. About recent history that's easily proven, and the mainstream media will tell false narratives.
Right.
And so we know that people lie. We know that people love to be in a position of authority, to be the only people that are allowed to distribute the truth. We know that.
Do you want to get provocative real quick?
Sure.
So nowadays there's a lot of conjecture about the historical accuracy of different things involving World War II. And Jamie, if you were to go to the Baalbek folder, or in fact, go to the folder called swastika. So this is something that I got tremendous heat for. Whereas that when I went to Baalbek, I noticed that there were swastikas all over the place. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. That's what a lot of people are not aware of is that the swastika is prehistoric. It's found on 5 continents around the world and dates back approximately 10,000 years. It is found in Europe, Africa, Asia, North and South America, all before transoceanic sea travel was thought to be possible. If you scroll through the images, Jamie, you'll kind of give the audience an understanding. Now, let me preface this whole conversation with this. Fuck Hitler. Right? Like, right? He stole the symbol, which was a symbol of peace, and he bastardized it. So this right here, I took this photo. You'd almost think it's photoshopped in. This is a photo. This is real. And I'm like, well, this is fascinating. I put this up on Twitter, and I said, did Hitler know something about ancient history that we don't? And the reason why, and this was a sincere question, everyone started calling me a Nazi. I was spreading dangerous Nazism for it. No. This is a grown-up conversation. Hitler was he was evil, but he was intelligent, and the Nazis were arguably the most technologically advanced country at that time in World War II. The jet engine, rockets, and for some reason, for reasons that I cannot find a definitive answer on, is why was Hitler so into archaeology? They call it Nazi archaeology. And the mainstream people will say, oh, well, he weaponized, he was trying to get this Aryan thing going to unite people and just create an enemy.
Or pick up the Himmler a lot. They'll say that Himmler was the one that was really into that shit.
Yeah. And so that's, by the way, that's Peru, like 800 years ago. You'll find the Native Americans, the Pima Indians, the Navajo, the Apache.
There's actually a Hindu temple in Los Angeles that was near my old house. And we went to visit it. You could actually have weddings there. And they had to have a sign up explaining why there were so many swastikas on the building. The swastikas all over it.
I went to Japan, and it's the same thing there. They got swastikas on different tribes.
Okinawan karate, when I was a kid, Okinawan karate, one of their patches was a swastika. Yeah. And this was when I was a kid. So this is in the 80s when I was studying when I first started studying martial arts. You could get these Okinawan karate patches that had a swastika on it. Had nothing to do with Hitler. It had to do with Japan.
Right.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
All right, so real quick, while Jamie's on this slide, this is from the Hopewell Mountain people, which is in modern-day Ohio, and that dates back 2,200 years ago.
Jesus Christ, this is from modern-day Ohio 2,000 years ago?
2,200 years ago, and so here's the point that I'm making about the swastika, is that people debate on whether it was the Milky Way galaxy, the Big Dipper, whatever you want to say its origins were. I do not think that it's a coincidence that a symbol is so specific as it is found on 5 continents around the world, before transoceanic sea travel was said to be possible. Because just to remind the audience, it wasn't until 1492 when Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. And it's like, no, I believe this is strong suggestive evidence that humans were traversing the continents and the oceans thousands of years before we were taught in school, which is evidence of being more advanced than we were taught in school.
Right. Now, what did they think this thing was?
Well, I have an idea about that. I mean, it's not, it's just Dan's idea, but the four directions across the root of the swastika, that's pretty commonly used even in Native American culture as like cardinal points, right? This is north, south, east,
sure.
So this could be a symbol for the passage of time. This sky is turning. The cardinal points turn.
Rotation of the Earth along with the points of the compass.
Exactly. Now that's what that's just an idea. I mean, it doesn't really add a whole lot of context to it as far as
Why not just have a cross then up, down, left, right?
Isn't it crazy that the geometric pattern is evil? Yeah, not just the geometric pattern, but a mustache.
It's funny. It is.
Like, your beard is fine. Nobody has any problem with it. But imagine, if oh, you have a wizard beard. You believe in child sacrifice. It's crazy. It's very strange what we've done, and obviously that's how horrific Hitler was.
So here's something people need to understand. I want to emphasize this point. Hitler, people need to look into details. He was looking for giants in Africa. They set a mission to
he was also on meth.
Yeah.
I feel like there are giants in Africa too. Bro, we're gonna go find dinosaurs.
Yeah. I love it. The thing is, though, it's like I have not found an answer on why he was looking for the Ark of the Covenant. He was looking for Thor's hammer and the Holy Grail. And the thing is to me, I'm like, I feel like there's something that they knew about ancient history that we don't. I don't know if this is true or not, but I feel like I can't find a straight answer. And let me tell you this: if you go Googling for answers on Hitler's interest in archaeology,
FBI comes knocking at your door.
you're going to find the same article. So this is actually kind of explosive. About 2 years ago, I made a video about Google sabotaging their search results. Because remember how we'll show you, if you Google some topic, it'll say there's like a billion results.
Yeah.
So I made a video on this. And they would max out at, it didn't used to be this way. Because I remember watching a video years ago of people going thousands of pages to find some blog spot and some topic. It then became limited. I did the experiment myself many times on benign topics such as pancakes was one of them. I typed in pancakes. It had like a billion results, like 700 million results. And then it would only go back to page 41. And then it would recycle all those pages before, the dozens of pages, would recycle some of the same exact mainstream articles. And so I did this on all kinds of topics. And now Google has since removed the page numbers. And so you can only just go see more, see more, see more. And so if you Google any type of topic, and if you're looking for answers on this, they're going to keep sending you the same regurgitated mainstream articles. So I can't find a reliable answer on why Hitler was so invested in ancient history. And again, I don't give a shit about his Aryan stuff. Like,
right? Why was he into the occult? Why was
right?
He, yeah.
I want to know why he was looking for the Ark of the Covenant.
Well, obviously, their engineering was insane. I mean, to this, like, look, so many of our best vehicles that we buy today, the most coveted vehicles, came out of Nazi Germany. Originally, Audi, right? Volkswagen, which is Porsche. You know, BMW, Bavarian Motor Works. I mean, all that shit came from the fucking Nazis. I mean, have you ever seen Hitler's race car?
No.
Hitler had an Audi race car.
Really?
Yeah, man. It's worth like a shit ton of money. See if you can find Hitler's race car. But this was, I mean, their engineering was superior. This is the reason why we had Operation Paperclip. And so Operation Paperclip, we brought over all of the best Nazi rocket scientists.
The ones with the
yeah, that's how we got NASA. Yeah. We got NASA essentially from Nazis.
That's so wow.
To put people on the moon. I mean,
oh man, I had a that's his original race car. Isn't that fucking crazy?
That was basically a B2.
That's an Audi, right? Isn't that what was the Mercedes Benz? Did he have more than one? I believe he had a later one. That's it. That's the one.
Wow.
So that one had the Audi symbol in front of it.
Can you just clarify your pronouns so I know not to be offended that you're interested in this?
I'm an American man. We're coming to your town. So look at that photograph. Click on that. Auto Union. I guess that was what Audi's original name was. Isn't that crazy? Look at that car.
It's pretty sharp.
Pretty fucking dope. I mean,
where is it
now? In 1939. Oh my God, it's probably worth. It says it's worth 5.5 million pounds.
And illegal to sell on so many markets.
Is that pounds?
Yeah.
A little sign.
There's so many things. They would be like, "Oh, that's Hitler's car now. Sorry, we can't have you listen to that here, buddy." Sorry.
Well, Tom Segura bought Bert Kreischer a cup that apparently was one of Hitler's cups.
Like one that he handled?
Yeah.
Really?
Allegedly, but you know, how fun.
Let's get him in the studio and see this thing.
Yeah, but if you have that, you're a monster. But if you had Genghis Khan's sword, you're fucking cool.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting. That's a good comparison. Yeah.
Killed a lot more people.
Yeah.
10% of the population of Earth.
But he did long enough ago that you don't hear anybody talk about it.
He raped so many people that his DNA is in the giant percentage of people today.
It's like 20%.
Yeah,
it's something
crazy. We've done it before. I forget what the numbers are, but they're really nutty. But the point is there's something particularly disgusting to us about that one genocide. And it's really interesting. And, you know, you wonder, like, how long it's going to take. I mean, Dan Carlin has talked about this in depth because he talks about the Mongols and that it's so far in the past. You know, we're talking about like 1200 AD. It's so far in the past that we look at it with almost like an objective perspective instead of a moral perspective. So we say, you know, one thing that Genghis Khan did, it was great. He opened up trade to the east, and he was a believer of all religions. He could practice anything. He didn't impose anything on people. But he fucking killed everybody. If you were alive back then, he's way worse than Hitler. He killed 10% of the population of Earth. But the Nazis were so recent. You know, we have grandfathers that are alive today that fought in World War II, and they can tell you, you know, but hey man, I fucking remember this shit. And then we have Jews like Ari Shafir's dad, who's in the concentration camp. Ari Shafir's dad has a tattoo on his arm.
That's wild.
Yeah, his dad's in his 80s, I believe.
Wow, that recent memory is a big part. Like I see the Hunter S. Thompson stuff on your wall. You read his book of Hell's Angels.
Yeah.
You remember him talking about that aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
That the Vipers, the Hell's Angels Nazi memorabilia. He asked the guy why don't you? And he's like, because my dad fought the Nazis. He fucking hates this. So I wear this because I wear this just to piss off my dad.
A lot of that is contrarian.
But but my point is that he would. Genghis Khan symbol wouldn't be doing any good, right?
Right.
This has an emotional attachment. Genghis Khan's mustache would be fine on me, right? People might laugh at me a little bit, but
I don't even know what it looks like.
Yeah, see it. I can see a picture. Yeah, you don't know what he looks like. Yeah.
But then it's the Nazi thing, the fact that it's so horrific. It just like puts anyone who has anything to say that's coloring outside the lines, you get labeled a Holocaust denier, an anti-Semite, the worst labels that they can put on you. And a good example of that is that podcast. Oh God, I forget his name. But it was the Tucker Carlson controversy where he had this guy on his podcast and he was talking about what William Churchill's role in the Holocaust was, because they had put these embargoes on Germany and they were basically starving everybody. And they just started calling to exterminate all these Jews, and part of it because of the embargo, where they were starving people out. What is his Daryl Cooper? And what is his podcast called? Excellent. I listen to it all the time. My brain's not working right now. I just got out of the gym. Come on, meet it.
I know what you're talking about. I'm drawing a blank on it as well.
Martyrmade, that's right. Martyrmade. He's Martyrmade on Twitter and Instagram. And, to call that guy an anti-Semite or a Holocaust denier is so stupid. He's a brilliant guy, and his podcast is excellent. And he's really sensitive and well-balanced, and he gives a very comprehensive view of things. It's not in any way prejudiced. It's a great podcast.
You're not allowed to color outside the lines.
Well, yeah, that's always. He was just saying that Churchill was one of the villains.
Yeah, and that's realistic. Like the multiple different reasons for that. If you tighten up their belt, that's not going to be passed to the top. That's going to go straight to the people in the camps.
Exactly.
It's real. That's no-brainer shit.
Right.
Now you have to
Not
see the podcast.
justifying the murder of all those Jews. That's not what he's doing. That's where it's so crazy about stifling discourse.
Yeah.
Because that was a fascinating conversation, and we should be considering that. Like, wow, that's crazy. There's so many factors, so many horrible things going on all together.
Well, they say you're supposed to learn from history, but how the fuck are you going to learn from history if you actually take the lessons out of it?
Right.
I mean, this is an important thing. If you think about this right now with the stuff in the Middle East in the last 20 years, every time we put an embargo on there, we're not starving Saddam Hussein. We're starving people in his freaking prisons. Remember that.
And I'm not going to.
On a podcast recently that during the Clinton administration, the embargoes starved to death 500,000 children.
Yeah. See, that's fucked.
Yeah.
And that's worth remembering that it doesn't. If having that conversation makes somebody call you a Holocaust denier, that person should be out of the conversation, in my opinion.
Right.
And what you were saying, academia is chock full of.
And they should be shamed. They should be shamed by people who want to know the whole picture.
The opposite of knowledge.
Right. It's certainly not condoning Holocaust. It's so stupid to not be looking at everything.
The good news is that people are waking up to this. A lot of people think just like us, where they're objective enough to understand that, well, that's silly.
Yeah.
And so they're putting themselves in a corner in this echo chamber where people just aren't listening to them anymore. But when it comes to mainstream archaeology, we call it big archaeology, establishment archaeology, they're putting themselves into a corner where people if I'm gonna ask questions about the swastika and you're saying I'm spreading dangerous Nazism, some people will buy into it, but I've noticed that most people are like, no, he's asking a question.
Well, we have the internet now. We have shows like yours and mine where you can have conversations about things, and if people get to see, these people that are in control, they're all loons, and they're all telling us that you have to think this one way, or you're the worst person on earth. And I don't buy it. No, it's a dumb way to look at the world.
It's un-American. Sorry to lie for a second. But yeah,
it really is.
Proud to be. I live in a country where I can
have somebody with their pronouns in their fucking bio and somebody not with their pronouns. We can both yell at each other and not have us end up in jail over it. It's also this position that people have when they're teachers, when they're educators, and they have this position, you know, and I could speak to it a little bit from martial arts, because in martial arts, when I first started doing martial arts, it was in the 1980s. In the 1980s, every discipline believed they had the very best discipline. All the judo people thought judo was the only martial art you needed to know. All the karate people thought karate was it. Taekwondo people, where I came from, they all believed in Taekwondo. And it took the UFC to slam everything together and go, oh, Jesus, half of this stuff is fucking useless. And, you know, some of it's not useless, right? There were some things from, like, John Jones won the UFC heavyweight title this past weekend with a Taekwondo kid.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
And I'm so happy because that was my thing. So me watching him do that was like, yes, why aren't more people doing this? Like, you guys should have been doing this from the beginning. It's the most powerful kick in the sport. But you were in trouble if you trained in other disciplines. Like, Bruce Lee was a heretic. And he's probably one of the most important figures in martial arts, not just because he introduced people to it like myself, who became martial artists because I was a Bruce Lee fan. He also combined all kinds of different martial arts, and that was the Jeet Kune Do. He developed a style that was essentially, he took Western boxing, he took some judo that he learned, karate, and all these different techniques, and just tried to find what is the absolute best thing for just fighting. And that was, he was a heretic. Like, his life was threatened for that. And it's because the educators want to be the only people that can distribute information, and they don't want to be challenged. When I was in high school, I had a teacher. His name was Mr. Holmes. He was a very nice guy, but he was a smart guy that wanted to be the only smart guy. And he was great to talk to me because I was a stupid kid. But unfortunately, one day I had watched a documentary, and I've always had a very good ability to recall things. And we were in class, and he was talking about the pollution in Lake Erie. And I had just watched a documentary about the extensive work that they had done to clean up Lake Erie, and that they'd made these huge strides in removing pollution and crap and all these different things from Lake Erie. And he was talking about stuff that he had learned in school 20 years prior. And so when I said, well, you know, there's a PBS documentary, and I brought this up in class, where there's been this extensive work. They talked about the amazing accomplishments of cleaning up Lake Erie, and he got so mad. I'm like, you're not mad at me, man. You're mad at PBS. Like, I don't fucking do any research. I watched a documentary. But back then, you could say you don't know what you're talking about, and I couldn't pull my phone out and go, oh, but what? Look at that. Right? You can watch it, dude. Like, these people have done amazing work cleaning up Lake Erie. But he didn't want anyone else to have any information. What he should have said is, that's fascinating. I haven't seen that documentary. Could you recall the name of it? And let's see if we can get it, maybe show it to the class. I'm going to try to do that, because that's great. That's a good sign. What I'm talking about is what Lake Erie had become because of industrial engineering, because of pollution and waste that was coming from all these plants. So he was true. He was correct. But time had changed, and he did not like that I knew that. And didn't know that. I remember this is so crazy. This is my fucking science teacher. My science teacher doesn't want details. He doesn't want facts.
This happened. So I was in the military years ago, and it wasn't long after I got into Iraq, and I was going to Warrior Leadership Course, which is to become E5 Sergeant. And back then, they were teaching ABC, which is the airway bleeding, what was the other one? Circulation, whatever, for emergency medical response if someone died. And they had since updated where bleeding is the most important thing to focus on, because soldiers are bleeding out. And during this warrior leadership course, they're teaching the class 30 people wrong information is outdated. And I try to interject to say, oh, this is what they're teaching now. It was the same exact thing that happened. He didn't stop. You know, no, this is what's written down right here. I'm like, no, but that's not even what they're teaching in here right now. Like, I'm trying to. This is medical emergency stuff that could save someone's life. And he didn't want to hear it one bit. I couldn't believe it. I was astonished.
He should have said, that's interesting. I did not know that. We need to update what we're showing you. These three factors are the same, but now we know. Thank you, Jimmy. Now we know that bleeding is more primary. That should be that's the response of a real leader,
right?
And a real leader, like this, you're always going to have blowhards in class. They're going to want to hear their own voice. They want to talk about stuff and chime in and correct people.
But you gotta let a certain amount of that, and that's the internet. People don't like that. That's why they wanted to ban people from Twitter. They don't like these people coming along that have ideas that, like the Great Barrington Declaration, where they, the government actually conspired to get these people removed from Twitter. And we know that because Elon, thank God, bought Twitter and changed discourse. But this was a concerted effort to take these people who were brilliant people, who had degrees, were experts in this field that they were discussing, and they decided they were going to remove them because they didn't go along with the narrative, and they were confusing people in a time where they were trying to force vaccinations and everything.
Right.
The emotion side of it from the individual levels, like what you guys described, you have a teacher, the emotional reaction, that's a huge part of it. But that's a huge part of it when it speaks with archaeology, because a lot of it's not really hard science. A lot of it's like, I've got this arrowhead here and I conjured up this story, and so now it's my story, and you're not attacking the science, you're attacking me. But it gets even worse when you look at it when they get like this hate for Graham Hancock, in particular Graham Hancock. That makes it where it's like you can't trust a damn word that comes out of their mouth when they're discussing. Like if we were talking back to the martial arts, one of the things that came out was Aikido was just ass. It's no good at all for like man-to-man combat. What was it for, like samurais that have been knocked off a horse or some shit?
Well, it was designed to redistribute the energy of the attacker. Okay, so if someone's coming at you with a sword, if you don't have a sword and a guy swings a sword and you're fast enough to get away from the path of the sword and grab the guy's arm or body and manipulate him to the ground through the sword. It's essentially disarming. Okay, those are the best things that work against a wrestler. Okay, so that is way better. And wrestling is if you want to find out the best way to take a person to the ground, we 100% know it's wrestling. Yeah, you just grab
the most ancient sport in the world. I think that's Sumerians.
And by the way, in wrestling, I include judo. I include different forms of jiu-jitsu that were ancient, because these allowed people to manipulate limbs and to control joints, which allowed them also to take people down and submit them. But the point is, you have a bunch of people believing that this one goofy-ass martial art was the end-all, be-all because of the dude Steven Seagal. Exactly. No. And what my point was there is, it's like you're considered a pretty good expert in martial arts. You're not like you're a professional announcer for UFC. You know your shit. So if I want you to say Steven Seagal, his martial art, it's fucking Aikido. I don't know what to tell you, but I would not do that. I would tell you Steven Seagal was really good. Yeah, really good at Aikido. But if you hated Steven Seagal, you were one of his many hates, you could just attack Aikido without ever saying his name. And just be digging him with it, right? You could just be burying him without ever mentioning Steven Seagal's name. You could just attack Aikido. Aikido is a shit martial art. It's not effective. It's not very good. And then by extension, you're making Steven Seagal look bad. And this is one of their favorite tactics to do to Hancock. They will attack. This idea is racist. It's inherently bullshit. They don't have to mention Hancock's name. No, it's just they just glue the two. They're so insidious. Yeah, and they connect the connecting Hancock to white supremacy and aliens is the dumbest one. First of all, he never said nothing about aliens. Not only that, not only does he not think of it as white people built this stuff, he thinks it's the people that live there. But they lived there a long ass time ago. It's the same fucking people. It's Africans. Yeah. Whoever built the pyramids, they were Africans, but not an American.
Yeah. Let me just remind the audience.
Where they live.
Egypt is in Africa.
Yeah, that is northern Africa, and it's the most sophisticated construction we have ever witnessed on the face of the earth. Yeah. Anybody that disagrees, you need to really study what they accomplished in just in the Great Pyramid. It's mind-boggling precision. It's not just the incredible feat of moving massive stones hundreds of miles through the mountains. It's the mind-boggling precision of the construction of these buildings that it's so crazy. It's almost like they made it so nutty that even if everything dissolved, it would give us at least some clue that maybe something happened. Maybe people had achieved a level of sophistication. And my thought is, and this is just a guess, is that as we move towards metal and we move towards using different kinds of combustion engines and electronics,
we lived in a very specific area of technology, and we were allowed to do this because things have been relatively peaceful for a couple hundred years, right? Relatively peaceful. And also, there's war in other places, so it allowed us to spend our time here devising ways to fuck up people over there. That's the Manhattan, right? But if you have a completely different avenue that thinking goes in and innovation goes in, and instead of combustion engines and electronics, you have something that we haven't even considered. And that, to me, seems like what Egypt is. It seems to me that they have this incredibly fertile area. So when people look at Egypt now, you're looking at all the sand and all the shit. That is not what it was like. And, you know, thousands of years before the construction of the pyramid, it was a rainforest, and it was fertile. And so my thought is these people probably had plenty of food, and so they didn't have to go anywhere. And so they weren't attacked that often. The Indians conquered them, and that's when the statues started changing, looking more Southern African. But you have these people that live in this incredibly resource-rich place, and they were able to spend thousands of years there. And I think in those thousands of years, they devised methods that we still haven't even considered because we went in a different path, and we can't consider any other paths. We consider our path, and we say, well, we're the furthest. We live today. Okay, so those fuckers in the past, they're basically cave people, right? That's how we live.
Yeah, they look like dumb people playing with stones. They're silly. Yeah, they use stones because they weren't smart enough to use metal. It's like, look at this needles and stone. It's like, I can say it's more impressive.
But we want to talk about this. It's not just fascinating for its construction, but also the timeline. I remember when Graham Hancock and Zawi Hawass were having that big debate with that other guy who's an archaeologist, an American guy's very smug. But he's like, what evidence do you have of a civilization that lived 10,000 years ago? Well, you have one now. Yeah. So you have to shut the fuck up because you were wrong. So in the 1990s, a sheep herder finds a stone. He starts kicking it, moving it around, and he realizes, wow, this is a big-ass stone. I probably bring in some smart dudes to figure this out, and they start digging, and they go, oh, Jesus, this is these huge circles of giant stone columns with 3D carved animals on them at a time that we thought people were living in teepees, right? We thought people had stone tools. We didn't think there was any metal. We thought it had to be done the opposite way around. We thought you needed to be a hunter-gatherer or a farmer, and then you could build. And now they had to flip that entire shit on its ear. Well, actually, maybe. I think they only flip that shit on its ear to try to make it look like they were right. That timeline of hunter-gatherers, to ignore the possibility of an ancient civilization before Mesopotamia. Because it's the only thing that makes sense. There's no way when you're just struggling to find food. Okay? And if you ever go on a fishing trip or a hunting trip, it's fucking hard to get food. When you have modern stuff, it's hard to get food with a rifle. Right? So these people were getting food. And they somehow or another in between them while like running around trying to shoot rabbits with a bow and arrow, they figured out how to make these massive stone columns and put them in position and move them in circles, and they did some pretty great artists too. Doing some relief carvings. I mean, that's not the same as just carving the animals that weren't local to the area. It's just like, how do you even fucking know this is a thing? What is this?
So, Göbekli Tepe, brother, if there is such a thing as an ancient conspiracy theory, it's this. So, I remember hearing Graham Hancock on your show back in like 2015 or 2017, and he was talking about Göbekli Tepe. And at that time, he had shared that the site was only approximately 5% excavated. It's the first video on my channel. It's like August 2017, and I shared the details of it. These pillars, these back 11,600 years, it appears to be purposely buried at the same time of the driest climate catastrophe. This is fascinating. And excavations were continuing. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to background this topic of Göbekli Tepe for a little while, let them further their excavations, and I'll revisit this later when there's something new to share. So earlier this summer, I'm like, all right, let me revisit Göbekli Tepe and see what's new there. And I was astonished to learn that 5% figure was still the same. Have you heard this?
Yeah, I've watched it.
YouTube channel, Bright Insight.
Yeah. Undeniably strange. Your videos are undeniably strange.
So here's some images where you can see what it kind of looks like, along with this global heritage fund.org story. So it shows 5%, 5%.
Right. And that figure is still the same as of 2023. I had partnered one. There's a lady who does tours there and incorporated the 5% figure. And there's a gentleman named Hugh Newman, who's an author and also leads tours. And he communicated with me that what they were going to do, and I couldn't believe this, they're going to defer a full-scale excavation for, quote, future generations with a 150-year estimated time frame for a full excavation of Göbekli Tepe. And I'm like, wait a second. Are you serious? Like, this makes no sense. We're talking about arguably not just the world's oldest ancient site, but arguably the most mysterious, because it's like you were saying, it's not supposed to exist. Based on everything we were taught in school, it's supposed to be the Sumerians, and then you have to decide to go back to Tepe, made up of sophisticated pillars and concentric circles.
At least 5,000 years old.
Yeah, that's older than almost 7,000 years older than Stonehenge, and Stonehenge is a mystery of itself. So I started looking in, I started Googling and looking into the details. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. How could there possibly be, how could they defer excavations for future generations when this may be the most important ancient site on Earth involving our mysterious lost ancient past? And so I started digging into this, and I couldn't believe what I found. So they were doing large-scale excavations, but that has since ceased. Just to clarify, they are still excavating Göbekli Tepe, but they have rolled and dialed back the large-scale excavations from years prior, and they are focusing on conservation and tourism management of the site. And like I said, with a 150-year time frame, I'm like, wait a second, I can't. And I have all the screenshots in that folder because of funding. Absolutely not. So not only have they never claimed that it's related to funding, but this is where things get bizarre, is that there's a Turkish conglomerate called the Doges Group, which consists of 250 companies within Turkey. It's $1 billion industry, and they're the ones that took over management and funding of the site back in 2017, and they announced this at all places, the World Economic Forum meeting in Davos. In 2016 is when they announced this partnership. Initial funding of $15 million. At the time, they set up the infrastructure for tourism. Roads, sidewalks, walkways, roofing platforms. And since then is when they dialed back the excavations. And I'm like, this makes absolutely no sense. So it has, can I just be crystal clear here? It has nothing to do with funding, and they've never claimed it has anything to do with funding. But their excuses, they have said, one of which is that, well, we want to wait for future technologies to develop so we can more safely excavate the site. And I'm like, wait a second, hold on a second. We're talking about pillars buried in dirt. It's 2024. Do not tell me that we do not have the technological capability to dig rocks up.
What would be an alternative?
So, okay, this is where things get fun. So, let me say a couple of things before I get into it. One of which is that them saying that they're waiting for future technology to develop to safely excavate the site. I'm like, what kind of magical shovel or pressure water hose are we talking about here? Right? And since they're saying that they're continuing to excavate the site today, since they're saying to continue to excavate the site today, I'm like, which is it? Are you saying that you're doing so in unsafe methods? And I already know that's not the answer, because there's been no issue with destructing the site from digging it up. It's not like they broke a pillar and like, oh dang, wait a second, we need to walk this back. We're not doing things safely. That's not the case here. So there are a few explanations here. So one of which is that the most logical explanation, this is the less conspiratorial one, which is that it has to do with money. You have this Turkish conglomerate of people that are saturated with members of the World Economic Forum. For example, the CEO of the Doges Group is a longtime member of the World Economic Forum. Let me back up the World Economic Forum for a half a second. They're business people. They took over the site, and it's all about money. Back in 2019, Göbekli Tepe had approximately 19,000 visitors yearly. Now it's at 500,000. They're focusing on nothing else. They're just trying to bring revenue in. It's all about money. Yeah, they don't care about Tennessee Band restoration. Right. And they just want the money. Okay. But I'm like, well, it does make sense.
Also on the mystery place, that site is probably the second most popular place on the planet for people like myself. And the
the more money, the more likely we deal in mystery. So if they excavate everything and we know everything there is about that site, and it's all super mundane and there's nothing cool about it anymore, that pit dries up and there's no more.
How could it ever stop it?
I agree. But that one doesn't make any sense. That's a Zahi Hawass kind of thing. He's of the same opinion where I think a lot of the same things, happen in Egypt for the same reason. Zahi Hawass is saying that those New Age people, it doesn't matter what happens in Egypt, the New Age people, they come. It's about tourism. Ever since the Arab Spring, tourism in Egypt has been going. So I think a lot of the same, like we're just talking a minute about the hidden chamber in the pyramid that they located still have an excavated for complex reasons. I think that might be part of it. If you want to get super mundane and not constricted, it's just a simple. The tourists keep telling you there's a mystery there. As soon as we open that up, it's just an empty chamber. I mean,
I don't mind that. There's the mystery of the structures itself that we. It's just so fast.
So let me be clear on Göbekli Tepe. It's somewhere between 5 and 10% excavated, which means that
There's some archaeological sites where only 10% or less have been uncovered.
none of which date back anywhere near remotely as old as Göbekli Tepe. And so just to put this in perspective, Göbekli Tepe, according to ground penetrating radar, consists of approximately 200 T-shaped pillars. Only 72 of them have been unearthed. And as of just a few years ago, they're dialing that back to the excavate depth, which again, the 150-year time frame. I'm like, this is entirely unacceptable. It is really hidden answers about our lost ancient past waiting to be discovered on these pillars, because all the pillars are trying to tell us some sort of story. You all have depictions, animals, all kinds of things on there.
There's the shaman with the bag,
right? Which is seen.
What up?
Right, we've seen that from the Sumerians, we've seen it in South America.
the bag thing's very fascinating.
It is. It's hotly debated.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm looking at Emo TV. What's going on?
Maybe it's psychedelics that's got in that bag. You know,
academics say too.
No, do whatever you want to do. I'm not your boss.
You guys know what you
Come on, man.
You guys knew what they wanted. No. He's the one that he was on Ancient Apocalypse season 1 for a minute. He's the guy who's basically a star map of SLR 43, and in his opinion, those 3 handbags at the top was the sunrise. And if that's the case, that would almost make sense, because then like a picture of an Assyrian holding that would be like the holding of astronomical knowledge. Like this symbol could have been a symbol of knowledge. Right. One thing honestly about Göbekli Tepe, it could have been a book, right? I mean, it kind of makes sense. They probably had to travel around with their books.
So here's the thing: that pillar, that's just one pillar of 200. And here we are debating. We don't even know what it is. It's all conjecture. So this Göbekli Tepe situation is far more bizarre than the we've described so far.
I think the logical explanation though is that you have massive tourist revenue coming to see it as is. Why spend more money and excavate these things?
I think that's the most logical explanation, but it could be more insidious than that, because that's pillar 43, the most debated one of them all, and there's approximately 124 pillars that are still buried in the earth.
What's that bird doing over there? Dr. Martin Sweatmill, his first paper on Göbekli Tepe is pillar 43. He's got Scorpio on the bottom. He believes that's Sagittarius, that's the sun, and that's one. Basically, it's a star map denoting the time that the comet smacked the earth. Each one of those beats, his laser paper on it. Each one of those beat symbols is a day. Each one, in his opinion, each one of those boxes is a month. And there's basically a full year denoting the whole thing, the way he broke that down. The wild to me, when we talk about the lack of further excavations, is almost every pillar we bring up has new symbols, new iconography. If we're trying to find some sort of ancient proto-language or something, we need more systems. We need more things on Earth, sure. Yeah. And that's completely opposed by the mainstream archaeology. The idea that these guys have any sort of written language is fucking ridiculous. But what are the theories involved in, I know it's been theorized that it was purposely covered.
It really looks like it. If you look at pictures of the excavation, it looks like it was all piled in with stones and dirt, because if it was some sort of natural event, it would destroy the pillars. The pillars are preserved. So it wasn't just blown in with dust. If you look at its gravel, like as Graham Hancock just explained, that Klaus Schmidt, the original excavator of the site before his untimely passing in 2014, the people that worked the site believe it was intentionally buried. That is debated in academia today.
But isn't there also carbon isotope dating of the ground soil that shows it the same age throughout the entire whatever feet it is of the dirt?
Yes, and so it's very apparent that it was purposely buried. And what's interesting about that is that it coincides exactly with the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. So if you want an alternative idea on, so okay, can we talk about this? No, because it would destroy those pillars. Yeah, I've seen it in Iraq with the statues. So we'll share. Let's talk about this in a second. This is where things get wild. So
that's before the excavation. This is an aerial photo from what year?
That should be 2004. Or excuse me, that would be before 1994. We started excavations in 1994 and 1995.
So that is when it was just a regular hillside, which makes you wonder anymore.
Well, they're finding dozens of other sites around Turkey. They're even older. And even older. Yes. So let me tell you a few different things about Göbekli Tepe. When you bring up pictures of pillars, there are simply all annotated animals on them.
Yeah.
Now, this is a fun topic, and I have a few other things to share. One of which is that if you want to talk about reasons not to excavate it, I'll give you two possibilities. And this is just conjecture. I don't know what the answer is. Let me say this up front. But part of it could have a religious implication as well as a climate change implication. Let me start with that. So we know it is an established fact that the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe happened between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. We know that there was vast changes in weather patterns throughout the northern hemisphere. The only part of it that's debated, and as well as near extinction events of many different animals in North America. But what we know is that something happened. Whatever it is what's debated. Whether it's a cosmic impact, whether it's a pole shift, whether it's sun cycles, all kinds of conjecture all the way around. But when I mentioned the WEF, they are some of the biggest components of the man-made climate change narrative. They're the ones that want to get rid of gas-powered stoves. They want us to get rid of vehicles. They are pushing their initiatives around the world, and they believe that they're destroying the planet. I'm not saying they're entirely wrong, but I don't agree with their ways of going about it. That's a side point. But here's the thing: when you look at the legend of Noah's flood and Noah's Ark and the flood, so I'm not suggesting that there was a flood that covered every mountain on Earth, and nor am I suggesting that there was a boat that housed every species of animal on Earth. However, if Noah's Ark existed, many believe that it was crashed onto Mount Ararat, which is also in Turkey. And something fascinating is that in the Bible, in Genesis 8:20, some of the first verses after Noah emerged from the flood is that he was said to have constructed an altar to the Lord where he sacrificed some of every clean animal and some of every clean bird. Göbekli Tepe is in Turkey, and every single one of those pillars annotates animals. And some have suggested that it could be Noah's altar. Now, that one reason why they won't want to excavate it is because Turkey is an Islamic country, and if there was some Christian religious belief that was corroborated, they might not want that to happen. Another possibility is that the site itself might corroborate the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. And when we're in a time frame where they don't like talking academics, they don't like talking about cataclysms. They want to pretend they didn't happen. They want everything to be man-made climate change. They don't ever talk about the Sahara being green 5,000 years ago, like you're talking about Egypt being a rainforest. They're trying to no, Joe, those are 30 million years old, so stop talking about it.
It's amazing when you think about it.
Yeah. And so, as far as the climate change there could be a possibility that they don't want the evidence of a prehistoric civilization that was more advanced than what we ever thought to believe, that might corroborate some Christian narratives. And if nothing else, they don't want it to be brought into the discussion of modern day climate change, because notice on the topic of climate change, they never mention natural stuff. They don't discuss the Milankovitch cycles, which consists of three variables, one of which is the Earth's precession, the other is the Earth's tilt, and the other is the distance from the Earth from the Sun. All three of those variables are constantly changing every single day, although immeasurable day by day. They happen over tens of thousands of years. But each individual of those variables impacts climate on Earth. For example, when I talk about the Green Sahara, they believe the most likely reason has to do with the Earth's precessional cycle. I'm like, well, wait a second. Where is this in the conversation of modern day climate change? If we're talking about us destroying the planet, I would just like an answer as far as where these three variables are in the conversation.
Did you see the Washington Post very inconvenient data that they published about the temperature of Earth?
No, please tell me.
See if you can find the Washington Post climate study. They found that we're in a massive cooling period. If you go back, X amount of 100,000 years, and you look at like what's happening to it goes to cycles. That's what it looks like now.
Right.
So there's climate over the last 485 million years. Look at the dip we're in. Then look how it's never static. It's down and up and down and up and down and up all throughout the history of the Earth, which is measurable. It's not to say that we don't have an impact on it. We definitely pretty sharp increase there. But here's the thing. Even if we did, but the sharp increases in the past. Look at those guys. Look at 390 million years ago. Look at that giant. That's fucking crazy. That's straight up and down. It's always happening. It's not like it's static and then industrial engineering comes along and then you see this big increase. Oh boy, what are we doing with the Earth? No, it's like even if we didn't do anything, we have no control over the temperature of the Earth. And what's really terrifying, Randall Carlson talks about this all the time, is global cooling. That's what's really terrifying. When global warming happens, oh no, you gotta move out of Malibu. You're gonna be okay. You gotta move to places where it used to be cold and now it's warm because humans have always been nomadic. That's the whole reason why we're not navigating anymore. Kill us all. Right. So global cooling will kill. Global cooling will kill everything. And if we became, Randall talks about this, we became very close at one point in human history. We came very close to losing the oxygen that's required to just literally keep life.
Jamie, will you bring up like Ice Age or Ice River? So I have an update from you from the last time I was on your podcast. Go over to the graph, one of the first slides, and it's that one. Hang out right there for a second. So when I was on your show last time, Joe, I said something very specific where I said, I think that this is what my exact words. I think the data might indicate that cold is more often than it's hot. Do you know what happened after that? I was going to send this to you, but I held off because you've seen enough hit pieces. So there was a hit piece done on me by Media Matters, which was funded by George Soros, and their networking of Vox and others. They did this hit piece on me to say that Jimmy Corsetti was on Joe Rogan spreading climate change denial and inaccurate information. The only thing, if you could bring that back up, maybe, the only thing that I said wrong is that I said the data might indicate that the Earth is cold more often than hot. Excuse me, no. The data absolutely, definitively shows that Earth is cold more often than it's hot. And what you're looking at here is straight out of the Utah Geological Survey. It's prestigious. It's found at the top of Google. And what you're looking at here is data from the last 450,000 years, corroborated from data taken from ice core samples from Antarctica as well as Greenland. And what it shows is that not only are we in the middle of a 3 million year old ice age, there's something called glacials and interglacials. Glacials are where it's cold and glaciers grow. Interglacials are where things warm and glaciers recede. What you're seeing here is 4, arguably 5 interglacial periods over just the last 450,000 years, never mind hundreds of millions of years ago. What it shows is that the periods of cooling last 7 to 9 times longer than interglacials, which are periods of warming. And here's the fun part. Interglacials last anywhere from 10 to 30,000 years, and our warming started 11,600 years ago, which means that we're already at the window for potential catastrophe for things to start cooling again. So when I was on your show last time, and I was mentioning Elon Musk talking about ice ages being a deep, deep rabbit hole, do you remember that? He was talking about it? Well, I know what he's talking about. It's this. It means that we're already in the window where things could start cooling again, and when it does, we're in a lot of trouble. I think, and I can't speak on his behalf, I gotta tell you, next time, just text him and ask him if he thinks it's related to bullshits. I need to tighten up my study on this, because I'm like, I think, because let me tell you something, let me share something right now that you've never heard on this show before. You hear everyone talking about cosmic impact hypothesis, you hear people talking about sun cycles. Not a lot of people have been on here talking about pole shifts. Let me give a quick shout out to Ben Davidson of Suspicious Observers. I recommend maybe you pick up with him. Nobody has researched the topic of pole shifts and sun cycles as much as him. And he brought something to my attention I had never heard before. Jamie, the very first slide that you showed was of the Gothenburg excursion. So there was a partial pole flip right in the middle. See how it dates between 13,007 and 12,003? So the Enterprise started 12,800 years ago. And it's right in the middle of that ballpark range. We already know it is established science that when geomagnetic pole excursions happen, it changes weather patterns on Earth, as well as the ocean current. Jamie, if you want to Google, there's a space.com article titled that in 2025, some scientists are suggesting that the Earth's ocean currents will stop. Have you heard this? Okay, and nowhere in the articles do they mention anything about pole excursion. So people need to understand that we're already in the middle of a pole excursion, which is a partial pole flip, which means that things are shifting side to Earth. It's also known that that can cause changes in ocean currents. Now, most mainstream articles, let me just be fair and tell you what they'll say. They'll say that, oh no, it's related to man-made climate change. We're changing the currents of the ocean. I don't believe that. But don't allow them to take your data. Look at this. Nowhere in this article to explain why. But here's the thing. People need to understand that the number one thing that affects weather on Earth is, of course, the sun. The second thing is ocean currents. Is the reason why England is relatively temperate.
Go back to that thing.
It's the reason why England is relatively temperate is because the Gulf Stream flows up there and it keeps it relatively warm in comparison to
the way it says it here. The Atlantic current could collapse soon, impacting the entire world for centuries to come, leading climate scientists warn. So just by saying climate scientists, you are already implying that this is a result of climate change.
Right. That's what
which further fuels this agenda that man-made climate change is the cause of all of our woes.
Right.
Which is a narrative that you're consistently hearing. And again, to be real clear if someone's going to say something about this, this is not dismissed pollution. This is not dismissed our impact on the atmosphere of the Earth and what we're doing with coal plants and all the bullshit that we're doing. For sure, we're doing bad things. Also, if we weren't, we have no control of this thing. This thing is constantly moving, and both of those things need to be looked at the same time. The problem is this whole narrative of climate science has been adopted by these same fucking people that want Twitter pronouns. It's the same people, it's the same sort of thing, and if you have anything to say about it, if you want to talk about a swastika being an ancient symbol, now you're a Nazi, now you're a climate denier, you're a vaccine denier, you're this, you're that, you're a Holocaust denier. It's like the same kind of stupid shit. And unfortunately with this one is uniquely tied to money. This one is uniquely tied to green agendas and the enormous amount of funding that is going towards these green agendas and people that are profiting off of spreading this narrative. These philanthro-capitalists that are making hundreds of millions of dollars promoting this idea of climate change being our primary problem. And if you deny it, you're a scientist.
And the reason why you should listen to these people is because they're leaving out key data involving Earth's historical climate data. Yeah. They're not including all these other deep things.
Right.
And so I think people need to look at pole shifts because it's very interesting in this alternative realm that
here we go.
Proponents of the cosmic impact hypothesis. You have Dr. Rothschild with people sun cycles. You have other people talking about pole shifts. I think people should consider that all the above are correct, and let me explain why. When pole shifts happen, Earth's shields are diminished. We're in the middle of a pole shift right now. The Earth's shields are diminishing, and it's been happening since the 1800s. It's been accelerating over the last few decades. This is scientific data. The North Pole is shifting at like almost 40 miles a year, when it was half that just a decade ago. And when the Earth shields diminish, we are more susceptible to cosmic impacts because lesser. This is real. It's happening. Now, the mainstream will say, "Don't worry, it's still another 1,000 years away." I'm like, we actually can't prove that because we've never been alive to document a pole shift. But what I'm trying to say is that it's bullshit.
Well, he actually just tweeted something about it recently. What he said? He tweeted something about the magnetic pole.
Oh my God!
Yeah, he tweeted something about. I think he actually retweeted the core.
Let's just make this not out. If that's the case, because you're.
Thanks. Tweet so much though.
He does it too much. It's less effective. There you go. Look at that.